Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Wednesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. We appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. How you doing this morning? Pope
I'm
Zaza?
good.
Yeah?
Two things. One, I texted you this morning, and I had to point out that there was no sarcasm intended. That was an inspiring loss by the Houston Rockets last night.
I'm encouraged. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, and honestly, especially the fact that the Rockets had such a healthy lead for much of that game, while also still looking very clunky offensively. Mm-hmm. I look at five giants thrust together, and the second tallest lineup in NBA history. And they're trying to figure things out and figure out how it's all going to work. And meanwhile, you've got a double-digit lead over the defending champs. I felt good about that. Yeah,
I'm sitting there watching it. I'm going, boy, I think this Fred VanVleet injury is going to be an issue. They're having trouble getting into their sets. They're having different guys bringing the ball up the floor, and it's clunky is a perfect word for it. It looked clunky at times. And I kept looking down at the score bug at the bottom, and I'm like, they're up like anywhere from like 6 to 10 points against the defending champs on their home floor last night.
Yeah, and I honestly, you get into the end of regulation and overtime, and Kevin Durant had the chance to put the game a little bit more out of reach, at least expand the lead to 3, and he misses a free throw, which you don't expect out of Kevin Durant in those situations, but it happens. And okay, that's Like, I'm not gonna sit here and crush Kevin Durant for missing a free throw. No, but he tried to call a timeout when they had no timeouts left. Got away with it. Key right there.
Got away with it. Yeah.
Yeah. They didn't. At first, I was getting all excited about the fact that they hadn't turned the ball over much at all for a while there versus a very grabby Oklahoma City Thunder team. They ended up getting 20-plus turnovers on the night.
22. I'm looking at the box score.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Only 20 in regulation, Sean.
Right.
Maybe 19 in regulation. I'm not sure.
Whatever it was.
So, there's a lot to be really excited about after that game, and I think some of the, like Amin Thompson obviously is going to grow into that role, and he's got to kind of learn when to be aggressive, when to be a slasher, when to practice conservatism, all of that. Mm-hmm. But there's a lot to get excited about when you take the defending champs to double overtime on the road like that.
For sure.
I thought, obviously Şengün just was very, very productive last night. And a lot of the kernel of what you hope to see out of Kevin Durant added to the mix, and then how you have to develop more quickly without Fred VanVleet in the mix. That was very encouraging for me last night.
It's completely like as I was getting uptight about just how the offense was running, I had to remind myself who the opponent was. I had to remind myself it's early. I also had to remind myself that the truth of the matter is, even without Fred VanVleet, there's 29 other teams in the NBA. They're going to out-talent and outsize 20 of them throughout the season. There's 20, the two-thirds of the teams in the league, the Rockets, they're going to roll the ball out. And the Rockets, I don't care who's bringing the ball up the floor. They're just better than those teams. And so it's against the good teams. And it's late in games or in overtime. Like Alperen Şengün bringing the ball up the floor and running it through him midway through the second quarter. Looks pretty good. Alperen Şengün bringing the ball up the floor on a must-have-it possession with 38 seconds left in the first overtime, and I'm just throwing it hypothetically out there. That's a little bit more dicey, especially against a team like that that's up in your face. They'll come double you, all of those things.
Well, and if we play the what-if game, and fully acknowledging that by the end of the game, both Holmgren and Hartenstein were out of the game. But if you play the old, hey, if Amin Thompson doesn't get what looks like was just a calf cramp, and Amin Thompson is in the game there for overtime versus Reed Shepherd, where immediately after Amin Thompson goes out and Reed Shepherd's the lack of size defensively popped up. I think the first point,
first possession,
it was the first possession after he goes out.
shoots
He
right
over him. I was really, I wasn't even trying not to be a grumpy, cynical SOB. I kind of went into that game thinking, all right, this is house money with a brand new lineup going on the road versus the defending champs, and I thought they did a hell of a job. I know for you personally, it was going to be hard to keep that attitude because Chet Holmgren was going off early and often in the first quarter. I kept thinking of you in the first quarter. I was like, Sean's not going to be happy about this.
I hate him.
Chet's gotten a little beefier.
Oh. Has he?
Durant's been working on him in the off season too.
Oh, God. Yeah, 11 of 17 last night for Chet Holmgren. He was good, man. He was good. Just that he's on that Mount Rushmore of faces. I just want to smack the lips off of, man. You're
the end of regulation. Right. The end of regulation was the part where, all right, Kevin Durant misses that free throw, and then Amen Thompson gives up the shot to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and Udoka's not happy with him because of he just didn't play with the right leverage on that play. Yeah, he did.
You could see Udoka in the background of one of the shots they had, one of the replays. You could see Udoka. They did a replay from the baseline of that play, and there goes Shai Gilgeous-Alexander doing what is his go-to move, which is burying his shoulder into the middle of the chest of a defender and then backing off and shooting a fadeaway. And you could see Udoka in the background, like he is gesturing to Amen Thompson to make sure he goes right, not left. Make sure he, as good a defender as he is, to your point, he let SGA do exactly what he wants to do on a play. Like you can see Udoka in the background just seething over there.
I was annoyed at Kendrick Perkins in that moment because every time anything like that happens in basketball now, I can't stop thinking of Kendrick Perkins claiming that CJ can't throw to his left, where it's just so much. It was so obviously just him transferring basketball over to a football take with no grounding in it whatsoever.
Yep.
So like that little sequence right there at the end. I trust that Amen Thompson and Kevin Durant are going to be clutch in moments where they need to be this season versus good opponents. But those were the critical. Those were two of the critical things that sent that game into overtime.
I think it's cool.
If it was Reed Shepherd looking like a deer in the headlights or something and just looking overwhelmed or something, I'd be more concerned about it. I trust those two guys.
Yeah, and the Reed Shepherd thing. Look, Reed got 28 minutes off the bench last night. He didn't shoot the ball well. He's one of those guys. If he's not shooting the ball well, and he's not a bad defender. Like he's like on ball. Like he's got good hands and things like that. He's just small. Yeah. And in a game like that,
he's not Amen Thompson.
Yeah, he's not. Right. Well, yeah. In specific situations, you're absolutely right. He's not Amen Thompson.
But like to counteract that, his shot, if it should develop in the NBA, that's what counteracts that, and then it's a nice 1-2 punch you've got there.
Yeah, I just don't know. Like I think in watching last night, they've got guys who can bring the ball up the floor. Yeah, they've got guys who, if they beat their guy, can dish it out to Durant for a Şengün. He can get down in the low post. Or Şengün made some great passes last night from the high post, from the top of the key. The thing about a guy like Van Vliet is, and a point guard, like a true point guard like that, it's not always that they get the assists and find the open guy. It's that they beat their man and then they start that sequence of the ball getting moved around. You know what I mean? Like they're the initiator of a possession where whoever's announcing the game goes, boy, look at that ball movement. You know, look at that, like that. The other guy, like Amen Thompson, his style of point guard play is going to be, I'm super athletic, I'm going to beat my guy, and I'm going to dish it to the guy who's I'm going to dish it to the guy who's either going to dunk it or hit a jump shot. Real point guards have a better feel for what the overall 24 seconds is supposed to look like, you know? And they don't have that guy right now.
And you could see that last night. I mean, there were a couple times where he slashed and tried to distribute as he was slashing, and it's just not the – It's happening very, very fast in those moments, you know? Like, it just – I think so much of last night I was cool with because you can see where you hope to see it grow, and it's going to take time. I didn't go into last night thinking that all of a sudden these guys, having played a month without Fred VanVleet, we're going to have it all figured out.
I agree.
And that Kevin Durant was going to be seamlessly integrated into what is really going to be a brand new offense. It's not like they're trying to integrate Kevin Durant into last year's offense. It's a brand new offense completely because of everybody's shifting roles.
Yep.
Şengün going off. Look, this is the way it's going to be. I know with our shiny new toy, and you want Kevin Durant to have more production than he did last night. But Şengün is going off. All of those things that opens things up for other players. You saw some of that last night just by virtue of having Kevin Durant on the floor.
Yeah, I don't know how you couldn't be overall encouraged about last night, even though it was a loss. Like I came away from that game. I was disappointed they lost because they had chances to win it and they blew a lead. Like they were leading.
Yeah.
You hit the nail on the head. They were leading the whole game. The whole and then in the first overtime they fell behind by 6 and it felt like one of those things like, oh man, they were leading the whole game. Now they're going to lose like by 10 in overtime because they just ran out of gas, and they didn't. They forced a second overtime. Like, there was way more to be encouraged about last night than to be discouraged about.
Yeah, and Udoka realized he had to get innovative midway through the game and went to a one-center lineup. Who'd have thought we'd see the day? Yeah.
That big lineup is fun.
They're so big.
Yeah.
And it's still, you know what, we've been talking about it, how big this lineup is and everything. And then you're reminded, that was my first thought, honestly, in the first minute of the game was like, oh, yeah. It's not as glaring as you would think it might look because the other teams are tall too.
It's a tall league. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. They got Holmgren and Hartenstein and everybody else out there. Okay, it doesn't look glaringly huge.
All right, so I didn't get to hear the show yesterday because I got to bed. I fell asleep like around 5:30. I think I was texting with you while you were getting ready today. I was texting you getting home from the post-game show. My head hit the pillow about 4, and I was still so angry about that game on Monday night that I didn't fall asleep.
You weren't going to be able to sleep. I thought you might just drive to the studio.
There was a 10% chance I was going to do it, but our boss was worried about my voice doing like 14 hours of radio, like 10 hours of radio in a 14-hour period. So I said, all right, boss man, I'll do my thing here. But how are you?
My voice started to go towards the end of the show just because I'd been talking very loudly in an agitated manner, and it was one of those you have a late game like that, and you wake up and you wonder. Sometimes we get on the air, and I honestly think, I don't know actually how I feel about this. Let's wait and see where we go with it. Turns out I was pretty angry too, Sean.
Yes.
I'm sorry I missed it. Yeah, I'm trying to, kind of step back and take a look at a few things. And I'd been watching. I went and watched all of the blitzes the Seahawks played against the Texans offense because that's when I started to get angry. Is when CJ had pointed out in his press conference that, they didn't necessarily expect some of those blitzes because the Seahawks hadn't shown them on film. But it's been a problem for a couple weeks now. Going back to the Ravens game and before that, this is what CJ said.
Yeah.
And that's where I got mad at Kaylee because, wait a second, did you guys honestly look at the computer printout of how rarely the Seahawks blitz? And think that, they probably won't blitz us because they don't like the blitz, and just ignore how bad you guys have been at picking up blitzes at times. Do that? Yeah. That's what angered me, Sean.
That's an appropriate thing to get angered about. I remember watching the game on Monday night, and during the second quarter, I'm like, boy, they sure have seemed to figure this thing out, that if you just blitz the Texans, that bad things are going to happen for the Texans.
And this is why it bothered me, because I've been on teams where I had a rookie defensive coordinator, or sometimes just a dumb defensive coordinator, and when they start talking in game plan meetings about, well, this is what they always do in this situation. We got something for them. And if especially if you're going against a good offensive coordinator, you're sitting there in the meeting and you're like, crap. This guy really thinks he's gonna topple the chess master over there. If we know that they've got a heavy tendency, you know who also knows that? The smarter guy on the other sideline.
Dude.
And that's what it felt like. It felt like, hey, don't worry. These guys don't blitz all that much.
Well, that's a scary thing. That's a scary thing because that's something that big. That goes beyond just Nick Caley. Like, that's a D'Amico thing as well. Like, that's and especially a D'Amico that's delegated some of this stuff to Matt Burke. Like, that as a team, they were seemed so unprepared for that wrinkle is very discouraging, I would say.
There were a few weird things from CJ's press conference that we'll get to eventually, but from D'Amico's press conference. Yeah. And, D'Amico has said multiple times their plan was to get hands on Smith. And, when asked follow-up questions, he just said the game plan was to get their hands on Smith and Jigba. And I go back and I watch every Smith and Jigba route, and, man, they were not getting hands on Smith and Jigba. Not often at all.
Yeah.
And I do wonder if maybe D'Amico doesn't want to say it. I mean, there's times where they're aligned. The defensive backs were aligned at the line of scrimmage and then bailed. There were a couple times where, Kamari Lassiter was up at the line of scrimmage on Smith and Jigba, and Smith and Jigba just torched him. That one play on the sideline where, they gave credit on the broadcast for Kamari almost getting his hands on the ball.
When he jumped up, yeah.
I'm like, yeah, but he got dusted at the line of scrimmage, and it may have just been that those guys didn't feel confident at pressing Smith and Jigba, because he is really good.
Yeah.
But the explanation for it has just been the plan was to get hands on Smith and Jigba, and they did not. They did not hardly at all.
Well,
not for, I think it was the first 4 or 5 routes I saw Smith and Jigba run. They didn't get their hands on him. That first touchdown where he dunked the ball afterwards, no hands laid on Smith and Jigba. His jersey must have been pristine by the end of the game.
No fingerprints on his jersey.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would have been tough if it was a crime scene. In the way, that was DJ Bieneme who asked that question on the Zoom call, and he asked it both times. Like, he asked it was like the fourth question, and then they came back to him, and he asked the follow-up. And both times he asked it, he was he illustrated very clearly to D'Amico in the question, like, hey, until top of the route on this stuff. Like, he was getting clean releases the whole time. And then that made the answer even more bizarre from D'Amico Ryans in that
they
press
weren't
conference.
touching him until they were potentially also getting a penalty by touching him.
That's right.
That was I'm looking, all right, well, this cornerback is definitely 6 yards off the line of scrimmage at the snap. He's not going to be touching him. There's no plan to touch him on this snap right here.
My biggest issue among all the issues from Monday, and boy, were there many, and we'll still get to some of them here. I've still got some cookie crumbs left over from Monday night's game against the Seahawks. We'll start pushing ahead to San Francisco, too, at some point here. My biggest thing was they had another one of those losses, Seth, where the tweets were coming out. I think the first thing I saw actually was your factoid that you had in the rundown yesterday, where, teams that have done this, and this are undefeated over the course since the merger,
Yeah.
But last night, the Texans became the first team. They had 3 or 4 losses like that last year in 2024, where, the record for teams that did these 5 things before tonight was 1,462-1. Well, now it's 1,462-2. And I guess the stat I think that you had was
Luke and I both had similar stats like that. Luke had some good ones, and then I grabbed some because I know how much you love them.
Good. So there's multiple. Yeah, but it was the winning the penalty battle, winning the turnover battle by 3 or more, and then holding your opponent to under 25% on third down. Teams are undefeated things till 2 nights ago.
Yeah, the big one that from any NFL season, and most NFL fans know this, man, it's hard to lose a game where you're +3 in the turnover margin.
93%,
really hard to lose a game where you're +3. It helps when your offense doesn't score hardly any points at all. And even then, your defense at least matched your offense's output pretty much in that game in terms of scoring points. It was a rough scene. This offense versus quality opponents has not shown up a single time this season.
It's like 93% when you're +3 on turnovers. The Texans have done it 3. They've done it 3 times in a calendar year now, where they've been +3 in turnovers and lost the football game. Like it's inexcusable. All right, Seth alluded to it. D'Amico Ryans' press conference yesterday. Will there be a change in play caller? What the hell went on in short yardage situations? What is going on with some of these personnel choices? D'Amico Ryans faced the music yesterday. How did he do? We'll talk about it coming up next. But you property owners out there right now,
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so we got our answer to the big question with the Texans on Monday night, which was, hey, was that productivity that we saw for a quarter in Week 4 and the entirety of Week 5, was that real? You know, was that something they can build upon? Is that something that they are going to continue? The trajectory, is the green arrow going to keep going up offensively? The answer was no. The answer was it was fugazi, it was fake, it was fraudulent, it wasn't real. It was a fever dream, and now we're right back to where we were in the first 3 games of the season. So
it was, you know what? In some respects, I'm glad to have some clarity at least, because I got tired of qualifying everything for 2 weeks. Of hey, look, they did these things well, but they got we got to see exactly how it works out.
Yeah.
So I'm glad to have some clarity, because versus an actual NFL defense, that was scary, mind you.
Yep.
The Seahawks still were without 2 of their starting defensive backs. That it's clear that was a much tougher challenge than the JV squad of a bad Ravens defense. Yep. Remember, the Ravens defense was already bad, and then they were playing with
the
half
backups.
half of an already bad defense.
That's right.
They got some things to fix. They got some things to fix on multiple levels, from the coordinator to the quarterback to the offensive line to everything in between. It's just not ideal right now.
All right, so D'Amico Ryans was asked yesterday, have you thought about changing the play caller, Nick Caley? And here's what he had to say.
No, look, we're pressing forward with everybody that we have. We're pressing forward with everybody that we have. We're collectively all in this together, and it all starts with me. So if you guys want to point the finger at somebody or put it on somebody, put it on me. That's my job, and ultimately it's my job to get it fixed. So, and that's how it'll be. But we're rolling with what we have, and we got to just all do better. Got to coach it better. We got to play better. We got to execute better on game day. And look, as bad as it seems, I tell guys at the end of the day, we're still one possession from getting that game, tied, right? Can we find a way to make plays to do that? That's the NFL. As ugly as it may be, we got to find ways to make plays at the end of the game. In the fourth quarter, it's all about how you finish, right? And we had an opportunity to finish it multiple times. So we just have to do a better job, find a way to win, right? But we did some things yesterday that was bad football, right? But I felt like the defense did an outstanding job of taking the football away, blocking us a chance to turn it around and get points on the board. Okay. It's a team. Collectively as a team, we'll stick together as a team and find a way to do that.
I'd lean into the defense, too, if I were D'Amico. Here's the thing that's going to get very interesting, Seth, is that we know what happened with the offense last year. They got off to a 6-2 start. It didn't look great, but it looked okay. And then, the Diggs injury didn't help matters. The Nico injury in Week 5 didn't help. They got hit with some injuries. But the league caught up to Bobby Slowick. It was a bad offense from about Week 7 on. But they were 6-2 to start the year. The division was terrible. And they were able to clinch the division with still 3 weeks to go in the regular season. So they have this offense that they're trying to muck their way through last year, but at least they're doing it with a sizable lead in the division, and they're actually winning some football games. They're 60 minutes away from being 2-5 against San Francisco on Sunday. At 2-5, so D'Amico wasn't ever really in a position where there was hyper pressure to rip the reins from Bobby Slowick. And Bobby Slowick, to his credit, at least had a year the prior season where things looked good. C.J. Stroud was the rookie of the year before. Nick Caley has zero equity with anybody. It's not looked good other than those 2 games against the bad teams. It's looked worse than it was with Bobby Slowick. That's what gets interesting to me. If the season is already pushed to the brink here and D'Amico is circling the wagons and saying we're going to push forward with what we have, man, they can win all 3 of these games in this homestand coming up, and they can lose all 3 of these games coming up. And if they lose to San Francisco, which are entirely possible, they're a 1.5-point favorite against San Francisco. I don't know if they'll be favored against Denver or not. That game will be a coin flip, too. If you're 2-5 and 2-6, and the offense is still the reason why you're 2-5 and 2-6, and I can't imagine the defense being the reason that they lose the next couple games.
Yeah.
It's going to get very tricky for D'Amico Ryans here.
The problem with these one-score games is that the defense manages to keep it from being a blowout, and that you've got theoretically a chance for your offense to come to all of a sudden awaken at the end. but it's a bigger obstacle than the one-score margin would suggest. And especially when you factor in that those teams that you're playing, the good teams, understand that whole dynamic. So in the second half, they're playing it safe, conservative. They don't want to give your defense any opportunities to take the ball away from you, and you're not going to face blowouts necessarily. Teams aren't going to keep just trying to put the pedal to the metal in the second half and open these things wide open, because they know that your defense can throw a wrench into that real quick. Yep. Whatever the one-score margin means to somebody, these are larger than a one-score margin situation.
No, we know what a one-score game in the NFL, the cliched one-score game, looks like. DeMeco Ryans' coach teams play in them almost every week. So that was not a one-score game. You know,
when your offense, you know what? It's the same way. Hey, $50,000 into each person.
Yes.
And it feels like at the end of the game you're trying to say like, hey, I need $50,000 from this broke ass offense. Versus, hey, if you got the greatest show on turf out there or something, $50,000, no big deal. Pocket change.
That's a good one.
I'll give that to you.
That is a good one.
It is. It's to say that these games are one-score games. It feels like saying, "Hey, you're only $1 billion away from being a billionaire."
Right.
That's all you need is your first. You know what they always say: the first billion is the hardest.
That's it. Yeah. Oh, that's great. That is great. Okay, the personnel usage on Monday. It's like they went into the bye week. They went into the bye week with me complimenting DeMeco Ryans on making decisions on guys. Like, okay, good job recognizing that Dario Gumbawale, for example, probably doesn't belong on the field on offense, especially if he can't pass protect. There were a few others, like good job noticing this guy should be on the field instead of that guy. It's like they went into the bye week and said, you know what, let's just hit reset and send all these guys. Let's start rotating left guards again. This was DeMeco Ryans. Ben, let's do 4 first, because I think more people are agitated over Juice Scruggs and Laken Tomlinson being rotated. This was why they went back, after the 2 best offensive games of the season, went back to rotating at left guard.
Yeah, for us, rotating both of those guys is a matter of just felt like when those guys rotated and we had a better situation at left guard. That's the reason behind it.
What are the benefits of rotating guards?
Yeah, for us, play better when both guys were sort of on a pitch count and we rotated those guys.
But, okay, 2 things. One, I don't know any other team that's rotating guards in the NFL right now. None. If there is one, point it out to me on the text page. Number 2, they're both bad. Like, we're getting the best version of 2 bad players by rotating the 2 of them.
I think that ultimately, I'm going to go should I try to do this during the show, Sean? It might be a disaster if I do. What I was planning on doing today after the show was just looking at the specific situations in games where they've rotated those 2, and they probably feel better about, I would say maybe they feel better about Juice Scruggs in the run game. And Laken Tomlinson in the pass game, or vice versa. But so in certain situations, they just feel better about that. And I would say that because they both had really bad moments, both in pass protection and in run blocking. But I'm guessing that it is something along those lines. If they're planning on going in and running a bunch of like duo type, like hard, tough, physical running plays, then they prefer one guy over the other.
Okay, well, then let me ask you this, and that's a perfectly good hypothesis. Is that not a tell then to the other team as to what they might be thinking of doing on those teams?
It is 100%. It is 100%, and that's where I think it's not ideal, but it might be a case of managing. We've got a bad situation. Who's the less worse option here? I'll bring back that term from the Great Recession. Less worse, yes. Kids, if you happen to live through the Great Recession and you were watching your portfolio dwindle by massive chunks all the time, you started getting into. You started looking, or the less worse scenario. Especially if you're an idiotic, short-sighted person like myself.
The Texans' left guard situation is the Great Depression right now. That's what it is.
Great Recession.
Great Recession.
The Great Recession.
Great Recession. Gotcha. One of the other decisions was Braxton Berrios stepping right in after being inactive all year and stepping right in front of Jalen Knoll in the rotation to return kicks. When I think Jalen Knoll's been pretty good returning kicks this year. What went into that?
Yeah, it's my decision that I made. Wanted to get Berrios up, give him an opportunity to return. He's done a good job of, really fielding the football, and gave him an opportunity there to return versus Seattle.
Okay, that makes no sense. He's done a great. When he hasn't played, he's done a great job of fielding the football in practice. So he gets field. He's done a great job of. I mean, that answer infuriated me. That is I almost cursed. That's the crappiest answer I've ever heard. He's done a great job of fielding the football. Jalen Noel fields the football just fine. And then you know what he does after that? Doesn't fall down. Runs for several yards afterwards oftentimes. What the hell is that? He's done a good job of fielding the football. D'Amico, he's been inactive all year. He's done a good job of fielding the football at the Methodist Training Center. So he steps in front of a guy who's been good. Christian Kirk gets hurt, so Braxton Berrios is now active. I get it. I would even get Berrios taking Kirk's snaps on offense because Noel hasn't been getting a ton of snaps on offense either. Him stepping in and being the kick returner made zero sense. And that's the scary. All things talking about, Seth, that don't make sense.
The thing that doesn't make sense about that is I'm just watching Berrios move and wondering where exactly, what did he do in his physical to fake his way through being cleared to even play?
Yes.
Did that look anything to you like the all-pro version of Braxton Berrios?
Not even close.
As a returner? I mean, that's the part, and I wonder if just even in-game, just look at it and watch it and see the way he's moving. And all right, this guy ain't it. Like, whatever it is about him that we want to be sure we're getting, like, this is not it right now.
No, he's in there out of necessity. He's not in there because he deserves to be in there. All right, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL games all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. God, I'm livid about that cut from D'Amico. That is awful. Headlines coming up next. Thunder and Rockets, more from D'Amico Ryans, yay. And a little shade in the NFL from one coach to his former quarterback. That's in headlines coming up next.
Easy Honda is clearing out their 2020.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get to headlines. We'll start with the Rockets last night. They lose 125 to 124 in double overtime to the Oklahoma City Thunder. Hey, if you didn't have a dog in the fight, that was a fun NBA game to sit down and watch. If you had the time, it was over 3 hours long because of the double overtimes. But it was fun. And I would say, Seth, if it was a 17-game season like the NFL, we would be probably rubbing our hands a little bit more today, or wringing our hands a little bit more today. But 82-game season, there was a lot to be encouraged about from last night's game.
This isn't the kind of game where you think back in March or in April and think, oh, that Oklahoma City game way back, if Kevin Durant would have hit that free throw at the end of regulation, you're going against the defending champs. The offense looked clunky at times as they're trying to figure it all out, and yet they were able to build up a double-digit lead and keep a healthy lead for a huge chunk of this game. And you took them to double overtime. Yeah, I have zero reservations about calling that an inspiring loss. I think that Kevin Durant will get more involved at some point.
I think he
will. I know we're
too.
frustrated and we want to play with our shiny new toy, but just his mere presence did open things up. It allows you to play with that many big men, and Şengün ends up going off moment in overtime and towards the end of the game. So, I feel very, very encouraged by that performance.
Yeah, Alperen Şengün had 39 points. I think the biggest thing was Şengün. One, they ran the offense through him periodically throughout the game, and overall it looked pretty good. Running it through him, or really any of the guys they have right now in crunch situations, is going to be very dicey. They're going to miss Fred VanVleet just as an orchestrator out there, I think, until they figure this thing out. Probably a topic that's a little deeper dive and further down the road, and especially once they're able to go out and get somebody. They really can't for the first couple months of the season because of the NBA rules. But I would, if I had to guess after one game, if I want to overreact, there will be a veteran point guard on this team at some point just to take some minutes out there. But Şengün with the 39 points, Şengün with the three-point stroke that we heard so much about from Eurobasket that he had developed over the summer was really nice to see. He was 5 of 8. And looked nice and smooth from three-point range. Durant had 23 points. There was a long stretch in the second half where it felt like he was just being disregarded out there offensively. And, again, I think that's too, Seth, where if you've got Fred VanVleet out there, it's almost like a point guard like VanVleet has a ticker in his head as to how much each of the guys needs to be touching the ball. They don't have anybody that's got that degree of self-awareness out there right now, orchestrating things.
Yeah.
So I think that's another thing, too, that'll hopefully get better. But 125, look, a 1-point loss to the defending champs in double overtime on the road in the first game where you're incorporating big new pieces, I think is there's a lot of good to take away from
They
last
had that
night's
one
game.
play. I can't even remember when it was. I think it was in the fourth quarter when Durant and the shot clock was winding down, and they put the clamps on him, and he just let me just fade away here and hit a mid-range. Yeah.
He had some mid-ranges. He had that one play that was either late in the game or in overtime where he got the ball late in the shot clock, drives into the lane, gets tripped up and just flips the ball up and gets an and one at one point. You're right. There were a lot of points in that. Even though he only scored 23 points, there were about a half dozen junctures in that game where it's that's a really simple basketball play that the Rockets didn't have in their repertoire last year. A guy knocking down kind of a transition elbow jumper or something like that. They didn't have that last year.
Yeah, at some point earlier in the game, I had written down wow, not turning the ball over at all. And then I scratched that note out in a while. They turned the ball over 22 times last night.
Vanessa Richardson, Rocket sideline reporter, is going to join us at 9 o'clock on the show today. So we'll look back at last night and we'll look ahead to the season with Vanessa at 9 a.m. Ross Tucker joins us at the top of the hour. Normally Tuesdays, this week Wednesday for Ross Tucker. D'Amico Ryans met with the media yesterday. Hey, D'Amico, what's the latest on the concussion situation with Nico Collins?
Nico's process will go through the week. Hopefully he continues to get better each and every day.
D'Amico, you all might not even have Nico back this week. Where do you expect, if he's not back, where do you expect to get that production from?
We'll see how the week goes, what we need to do. Of course, Nico is one of our best players, so, with that being questionable throughout the week, it's concerning. You want all your bets in every given week, but it's never always how you want it. All right, some things you can't control. You just have to roll with it and do the best that you possibly can.
Yeah, but what are we going to do?
Yeah, I know.
That wasn't
I didn't ask for the philosophical approach to all of this. And, yes, I understand that sometimes in life things aren't the way we planned. But what are we going to do?
Yeah.
It's that's how you're trying to explain to your wife that you're 3 months behind on the mortgage. Hey, honey, listen, sometimes these things in life happen. And your wife might say, oh, yeah, but what are we going to do?
Bank's still calling.
Acknowledge that sometimes things in life are hard. That's all.
Right.
I got to get to the bar, okay? I can't have this conversation any longer.
What are they going to do? That's a gregreat question.
I've got my fake passport coming in. I need to go pick it up.
That's what I'm going to do. It's a great question. I really don't even blame D'Amico for. I say I don't blame D'Amico for not having an answer to it. Hey, now maybe get Jalen Noel and Jaden Higgins some more touches in the game. You're going to have to if you're going to throw the football.
I mean, a lot of the problem is that it's a lot of the things they'd like to do with this offense. You heard all off season long into training camp and then into the regular season how important it is to establish the run. And I know that there's a lot of people out there that want to somehow convince me that this offensive line is actually the 1990s Dallas Cowboys.
Right.
They are not. Now, having a couple of individuals play well on your offensive line does not mean that your offensive line is playing well.
No.
And they certainly, when faced with a defensive line like the Seahawks, really got shown how far away they are. It was like a 97-pound wrestler wrestling heavy.
Well,
when you're trying to run an offense predicated on establishing the run, they got a long road to hoe when it comes to that.
Well, and this Niners defense are going to play Sunday is banged up, but they shut down Bijan Robinson on Sunday night. They did a really good job against Bijan, even without Fred Warner.
Yeah, and Bijan Robinson had gone for 200-plus all-purpose yards versus the Bills the week before.
That's exactly right. Hey, real quick, was this shade at Russell Wilson? This is Sean Payton saying that, let Sean Payton, Russell Wilson, backup quarterback for the Giants, who the Broncos beat in that comeback on Sunday. Jackson Dart was at the controls for the Giants. Here was Sean Payton.
I have a ton of respect for that organization. I spent 4 of my early years there, close with the Mayor Tisch family. They found a little spark with that quarterback. I was talking to John Mayer not too long ago, and I said we were hoping that change would have happened long after our game.
So I just construed, at the time I'd forgotten about Russell Wilson even being on the Giants. I was like, that's a nice compliment for Jackson Dart. Russell Wilson didn't take it that way. Russell Wilson tweeted yesterday.
What did he tweet?
Classless. but not surprised. Didn't realize you're still bounty hunting 15-plus years later through the media.
That's pretty quality by Russell Wilson there.
Good Russ.
Job.
Yeah.
Whoever you hired to write that for you.
Exactly.
Good job. Yeah.
AI.
Jackson Dart is that type of quarterback where I don't know if he's actually going to be a good quarterback or anything, but on any given Sunday in his rookie year, especially where he doesn't have tendencies, it's about being a guy like that.
Yeah.
And he got injured in that game. I didn't watch that complete game, but I know he ended up not running as much as he typically would. That makes him really scary. Without getting injured. Which guess what? He's going to get injured a lot.
Yep.
It might have been different in that game.
Yep. All right, those are your headlines. Ross Tucker is our Odyssey NFL insider. We'll get Ross's thoughts on the Texans' loss to the Seahawks. Ross was on the Titans game back in Week 4, so he's obviously been watching a ton of Texans recently, and I'm sure he was watching that game on Monday night. So we'll get Ross's thoughts on Texans, Seahawks, and looking ahead to the 49ers as well with our Odyssey NFL insider, Ross Tucker, next. But first, how about a Carajillo for you? I know you probably got a cup of coffee in your hand right now, possibly. If you have anywhere within arm's reach, you have Liqueur 43. Just whatever coffee you have, whatever amount you have, pour the equal amount of Liqueur 43 in it. And bam, drop a big ice cube in there, and you got yourself a Carajillo. and I'm texting him right now. That's right. My bad, Ross. Yeah, Ross usually comes on with us Tuesdays at 7 o'clock our time. He had travel going on late Monday night, I believe. So anyways, we moved it to Wednesday. Last week, we moved it to Wednesday. 8 o'clock, though. He's on WIP right now in Philadelphia. So he'll join us at 8 o'clock today. Vanessa Richardson joins us at 9 o'clock today to talk some Rockets. Rockets lose last night to the Oklahoma City Thunder, but I would say loss significantly better than the mood I had after the loss by the Texans to the Seahawks on Monday, Seth. Significantly better.
Yeah,
I'm not happy to lose a basketball game, but there was plenty of good to see in that game.
Yeah, if Udoka were to get up there and say, hey, it came down to one possession or something, it feels a lot more like, that was a legitimately
yes.
down to the wire by virtue of the 2 overtime periods that you had to play to get a decision on it. Yeah, that was much more of a hey, we're right there at the end type of game than the Texans versus some of these better opponents.
No doubt. So we will talk to Ross at 8 o'clock today and get his thoughts on Texans Seahawks on Monday night.
Because that's a part of even some of the closer games with the Texans. Going back to the Rams game, like, all right, Agumbawale fumbled, but it wasn't like it was a given that you were going to score if Agumbawale.
You hadn't scored the whole game.
Right?
It was 14-9.
Yeah, it was not a given that you were going to score a touchdown if Agumbawale held onto the ball. Likewise, when Henry To'oTo'o missed that sack versus Baker Mayfield, yes, you missed an opportunity to end the game, but you did also. There were 5 or 6 plays after that the Bucs ended up scoring, and so it's just not. Sometimes it's overly simplified by saying, "Hey, it came down to this one play or this one moment." You're losing these one-score games for a reason. It's not just dumb luck or dumb chance.
Totally, and I guess this is where we can go here. I guess with Ross joining us an hour from now, is I was spending a lot of time yesterday because my feeling after the game, you look at standings in the AFC, and it's very clear. Like the teams with 2 or less wins are the Texans and the Ravens, who are sort of in a separate category right now because they're missing Lamar Jackson, and then a bunch of the teams that we expected to stink this year. So that's who you're with right now when it comes to just the number of wins that you have. Seth, though, like this is not as much a 2-4 problem for me as it is a 6-9 problem. That's the record the Texans have had. If you go back to Week 8 of last year, Week 8 of last year, they beat the Indianapolis Colts to go 6-2 on the season. Now that was the game where Stephon Diggs tore his ACL. So we probably felt good about being 6-2, but felt a little trepidation about what things were going to look like moving forward because Nico Collins still had a hamstring injury at that time. And that was right in the middle when the offense and the pass protection started getting really bad.
Yeah.
They are 6-9 since that 6-2 start. And the most discouraging things, I would say, about that 6-9 stretch, the biggest one is that is a stretch that spans 2 seasons. You had an entire offseason in between, the 4-5 finish last year and the 2-4 start to this year, and you've gone backwards. The moves that you made in the offseason have not worked within the staff and within the roster, and so that's really discouraging. But if you look at the 6 wins, and this is the thing, if you look ahead at the schedule, boy, there's a patch of schedule coming up in weeks 12, 13, and 14 where you got the Bills, the Colts, and the Chiefs. Nothing they've done since the middle of last season that would indicate they can get on the field with these teams. Real quick,
the Bills aren't a good team right now, but there's that. But they're good. I would say those other 2 teams are are really good teams.
That's fair. No, that is fair. I mean, Josh Allen is a handful, but you handled him last year here. That's fair. These are the 6 wins. Okay, this is since the middle of last year. These are the 6 regular season wins that you've had. At Dallas in Week 11, at Jacksonville in Week 13, versus Miami at home, at Tennessee in that Week 18 game where nobody really cared, and then the Tennessee and Baltimore wins this year, which we all agree were against bad football teams. Those 6 wins, you have 2 wins over Cooper Rush, 2 wins over the Titans, a win over Trevor Lawrence where Azeez Al-Shaair splattered his brains, and you had Mac Jones the rest of the day, and then a win over Tua Tagovailoa, who is one of the worst quarterbacks in football right now. When you beat him last year, he wasn't all that great either. He threw 3 picks in that game. You don't have a single win since the middle of October last year that should give you any justification in the regular season. If you want to take the playoff win against the Chargers and you're going to hang that on the mantle, that's fine. I'm just talking regular season right now. And then the 9 losses, Seth, the 9 losses, if you wonder why there's no national media that are on the side of the Texans ever, 6 of the 9 losses the Texans have had since the middle of last year were on national have-it-to-yourself spots on the NFL calendar.
Yeah.
The Jets game on Halloween, where they led at halftime and the Jets fans were chanting fire the owners.
And that's the Jets. Let's everybody remember.
Jets,
yes,
yeah,
the Jets. That was the Jets. Yes.
5-12. Yeah. The Detroit game the following week, where you had 5 interceptions and managed to lose a game. First team since 1970 to lose a game with 5 interceptions and a 2-touchdown lead in the second half. You lost to Will Levis at home a couple weeks after that. You lost to Kansas City you lost to Kansas City in Week 16. I take that back. That Kansas City game was a national game because it was a Saturday game and nobody else was on at that time.
What was the Titans game?
Titans game was not a national televised game. Yeah, I'm just going through all the losses, but the primetime games: Jets, Lions, Kansas City Week 16, the Christmas Day debacle, national TV.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yep. And then this year, your 4 losses at the Rams, where you had 4 months to get ready for that game. Tampa Bay, nationally televised. At Jacksonville, and then Seattle on Monday, nationally. 6 times you have been the only show on television since Week 9 of last year, and you've lost. And sometimes in embarrassing fashion.
In a really embarrassing fashion, lots of times. The Ravens game, most notably, just atrocious. Just a complete non-competitor in that game. And then the Jets game, very embarrassing as well. I don't know how many people were actually watching that to give a damn about it or anything, but it was the freaking Jets. And then the Seahawks game, I don't think I've seen anybody characterize that as a close football game. The score makes it than it actually was. Was that? Yeah. I mean, but it also, because if you just look at the score, you don't realize that the defense gave you that touchdown.
That's right.
That the offense was as decrepit as it was, and to be within 8 points at the end of a game, but your offense hasn't done anything the entire game. No, that's not the same as losing in the last moment, or on you let up a red zone touchdown at the very end of the game. It's not the kind of one score margin that you can just wash away and think, sometimes you win them, sometimes you lose them.
Combined score in the 6 primetime games. 219 to 141. 219 to 141. Combined score. Oh no, wait, check that. That's I think that's across all those games. 219 to 141. I'm not sure. I think that's the primetime games. They got outscored by a bunch in those primetime games. And to your point, the defense scores points for them oftentimes in these games.
Just keep it real simple, and because ultimately all of this comes back to C.J. Stroud, and people are starting to increasingly argue and be very divided over how much of it is his fault versus how much of it isn't. But the outcome, at least, is what it looks like on paper, and whether it's his fault or not. Since that Cowboys game last year in the regular season, CJ's thrown 17 touchdowns and 10 interceptions, 64% completion record. He's got a record of 6-7 in that period during the regular season. It's been a very mediocre effort at quarterback. We're not like the sum total of it all is that you haven't been getting great quarterback play.
No.
And is it the offensive line's fault? Is it the receiver's fault? Is it CJ's fault? I think it's increasingly more and more, and I think with each ensuing offensive coordinator, at some point you're going to have to acknowledge, all right, well, get it done at some point, CJ. If the Texans get a new offensive coordinator and Bobby Slowick and Nick Caley are employed elsewhere, then you run out of opportunities at some point. You get on the Trevor Lawrence train.
Yep, that's right. Here is DeMeco Ryans yesterday on where C.J. Stroud can improve.
CJ has to do a better job of running the offense, right? Getting the ball out when it's supposed to be out. Everybody around him has to play better. He has to play better, just all around, right? And it's not about just one person. It's collectively everybody has to play better, and he falls in that same category as well.
The thing with CJ is he spoke after the game on Sunday night and on Monday night, and he talked about how this is a death by paper cuts offense, and it's new to a lot of us because we're not taking a lot of shots downfield and everything. And it sounded to me like he wasn't happy. Like he's not 100% all in on that philosophy. And maybe that's the case, maybe it's not. Maybe he was just tired because it was past his bedtime. I just want to know, point to me the point at which you guys have been an awesome offense, just taking shots downfield all the time.
Right.
Do you want to be good, or do you want to be, what are you more concerned with, being good or being then? Because there's times on 1st and 10 when the easy money is there, when there's opportunities underneath, and he's holding on to the ball. The pass protection was not as bad as I think you want to feel like it was if you're just trying to excuse it all because of bad pass protection in the game. There's a lot of times where CJ does have to get rid of the ball quickly, stay on time, keep the ball moving forward, get first downs, all of that. And it just feels like he's a grudging accomplice in that philosophy. And I don't know what to say other than that, man, people respect you and your ability to throw the deep ball. They're going to try to take that away. Yeah. That's just it's a harsh reality of life. There's times where you got to get rid of the ball quickly. When it comes to the pass protection too, look, if he's the captain of the ship and he's setting protections and he's doing all of these things, yes, Caley is responsible for getting it done, but so is CJ. And when there's free rushers, I think people still have this prehistoric notion that somehow whenever there's a free rusher, it's got to be the offensive line's fault. No, sometimes that's just what's going to happen versus that protection, and it's on the quarterback and the receivers to make something out of it. Sometimes it's because the quarterback didn't set the right protection. Sometimes it is because an offensive lineman screwed up. There's so many things going wrong on this offense right now that you can't pin the blame on any one specific person, but CJ certainly isn't exempt from any of the blame or criticism in it. He has not been operating at a high level. Make all the excuses you want for him, and some of them are legitimate, but it's just damn eyes. The product on the field is not what it needs to be by a long shot right now from the entire offense, including C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, the most disturbing thing to me, and by the way, 219 to 141, that was the combined score in all 9 of those losses. So that was
219 to 41?
219 to 141.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 219, which still ain't great. And that was with the defense scoring 15 of the points for you in those 141. So they've been – the losses have been embarrassing, and this is you can rationalize 2 and 4, especially if you're losing to good teams in the 4 losses and they're close games. You can't rationalize a stretch like this they've had since the middle of last season. Now it's been bad for a long time,
and this comes into as well because I know there's probably 18 texts on here. I've been criticizing both D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio a bunch over these last couple days. Yes, it's on them. A lot of the issues on the offense right now are the fact that they don't have good offensive linemen out there other than a couple guys. Ed Ingram and Titus Howard are the only guys who have been playing winning football on that offensive line. And it's not like they're putting in all pro efforts or anything. It's just that they don't have the Jimmies and Joes, and then I don't know if Nick Caley is the guy to actually get it done. D'Amico's taken more. It seems like he's been more involved with the offense. So increasingly, in his 3rd year as a head coach, you can't just say, well, he's a defensive-minded head coach and he's got to have the right offensive coordinator. He hired this offense coordinator. He hired the last offensive coordinator. Yes, this is ultimately on Nick and D'Amico because they're in charge of multiple levels of the team right now, especially on the offensive side of the ball, are just not delivering on what their jobs are. Hire a good offensive coordinator, then be a good offensive coordinator. Be a better quarterback than what you're being. Those offensive linemen, I don't know. Some of them are just not long for this league.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing, too. When you miss on as many offensive linemen as you drafted over the last 4 years, you get into a chase mode. You spend all this equity on these offensive linemen. None of them are productive for you. The one guy that starts for you is a rookie who is in way over his head right now. And so you start chasing, and it's like, okay, we've already used these high-level resources to try to staff an offensive line. A first on Kenyon Green, a second on Juice Scruggs, a second on Blake Fisher, a second on Ariante Ursery. That is high-level equity that you're using for that stuff. So then do you chase it by going and spending $20 million a year on free agents? They didn't, obviously. So now they've got a bunch of, well, what did you expect guys on the offensive line? You know, you got Jake Andrews, who'd started one game in his entire NFL career since he was drafted into the league, and they got him off the street. Well, what did you expect? He's not very good. Laken Tomlinson's on his 6th team or whatever it is, and he's getting picked up for 1 year and a few $1 million. He's available to everybody in the league, and he comes here for a couple $1 million, and he's in a rotation with Juice Scruggs. Well, what did you expect? And so that's not letting Nick Caserio off the hook by saying, what did you expect? It's symptomatic of the entire chain of events along the offensive line. Like, it's tough to spend high draft and have not work out and then go, well, what's our solution? Well, we're going to blow our cap out staffing the offensive line. Like, so you got to make these choices, and the bad draft picks put them in a position where they've got to muck it together on the offensive line and hope they hit on a couple. And they may have hit on Ed Ingram. You know, you hit on one. The problem is it's the offensive line. And if you miss on even one of them, that's the Achilles heel. It only takes one offensive lineman to screw up a play.
right, yeah. And it doesn't also help, obviously, that Joe Mixon's not around. And it's weird. I feel like we took a couple weeks off of talking about Joe Mixon. Right at the very moment when supposedly we're going to get some clarity on Joe Mixon. I
feel like the opportunity to ask about Joe Mixon came and went in the post-game press conference with D'Amico, where he was basically just said, yeah, Nico's got a concussion. I'm like, oh, this is... Oh my God! This is new. This is new clarity, D'Amico here. Ask about Mixon. Ask about Mixon.
Oh yeah, do it now. Do it
now. He's dishing. Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, they have to. The concussion protocol is always just different than the other injury protocols, so they probably would have had to release it anyway. I don't know.
Yeah.
That definitely is different on the concussion protocol. Yeah, Joe Mixon. Is there anybody in Houston right now that is banking on Joe Mixon coming back? That's the text line. Does anybody really think Joe Mixon is coming back this year? Maybe I'm willing to be wrong on this. I just don't. In my mind, he's dead to us for 2025. I'm going to be incredibly surprised if he comes back.
As you know, I drafted him in a few of my fan granted time of the rest of my leagues, thinking I had some sort of inside information.
Yeah.
I've cut him from all those fantasy leagues, so that's where I am. That's probably the best indicator. Hey, just real quick. To circle back, the point I was going to make about CJ before I sidetracked myself, the thing that was most disturbing to me on Monday night is not a stat or any specific play. It actually goes back to you and I texting on Sunday morning during the London game, kind of reveling in Trevor Lawrence looking like Trevor Lawrence, you know, with the, hey, first read's not there, look at those happy feet, and then he takes sacks, and it's really bad.
Yeah.
That's what CJ looked like on Monday night.
No, and that's partly credit to the Seahawks defense. That's what they do to quarterbacks. They take away what you think you're going to see.
Yeah.
And it gets really hard to be super decisive. When I went back and I watched all the blitzes, because, you know, CJ had said that they weren't necessarily expecting the Seahawks to blitz as much as they did, which shouldn't have been a surprise to them because they know what their weaknesses against the blitz are and in pass protection in general. But he did get rid of the ball quickly and knew where to go with it more than I remembered watching in real time. The problem was he wasn't all that accurate at it. You know, when he was under pressure in that game, when he had a clean pocket. This is where the blitz is one thing, pressure is another thing. When he had a clean pocket, just by my count, when I was going through and watching yesterday, he was still only at about 50% completion percentage. Like that's these guys didn't handle the blitz well, or the receivers weren't on the same page, or this or that or the other. Like at some point, CJ's got to be a ball placement specialist too, and he has moments of it. Made some brilliant throws in that game, but that's what Trevor Lawrence does. Trevor Lawrence makes some awesome throws, but he just doesn't do it consistently enough, and he doesn't do the simple stuff well enough either. And a lot of the simpler stuff, both by CJ and one of CJ's brilliant throws was when he scrambled up in the pocket and threw to Nico Collins on the run, and Nico bats the ball. He Omer Ashicked away from it, from the football on that one. So there's plenty of blame to go around, but a lot of the simple stuff or the good opportunities, they're shooting themselves in the foot.
Yep, no doubt about it. 713-572-4610. That Ed Ingram PFF high is long gone. He's mediocre at best. I haven't looked to see where Ed Ingram is on the guard list now. He'd stocked up some decent equity those first 5 weeks of the season. I would doubt one bad game. He wasn't good on Monday. Nobody was good on Monday on that offensive line. The running backs averaged 2.3 yards per carry, and they kept running. And didn't stop them from trying to run it into a brick wall on 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1. That was infuriating.
That was a classic, man. You got to know your strengths and weaknesses, and you can't call the same plays all the time. So you're going to have to run up the middle sometimes. But don't call this. If you are going to call the same plays all the time, certainly don't have it be when you're running up the middle versus guys that you can't beat.
Yes,
you can't win, Rock.
You can't.
You guys, those guys might as well all been Drago, like fully juiced up.
Yes.
Syringes on the sideline, everything. That defensive line is so much tougher and more physical than your offensive linemen. It was like ex-cons versus kids from a fancy prep school, Sean.
Yep.
It's night and day. Not even the same species.
Yep.
The Texans offensive line versus that Seahawks defensive line.
Nope. It was wild. So the Texans are 2-4. Is there a path to 10-7? Because I've just mentioned that Buffalo, Indy, KC stretch right there, and your point about Buffalo is certainly valid. They haven't been playing well lately. Now that game is 4 weeks from now. They might have figured some things out by then.
Right. They might have figured out that James Cook
should touch
the best way to use James Cook when he's hot is to not send him to the sideline.
Correct.
They might have figured that out. I think the Bills might trade for a wide receiver, just like they did last year. They traded for Amari Cooper. I think they need more than somebody like Khalil Shakir. But the Bills are the most miserable 4-2 fan base in the league right now. They've got some serious issues, but they can figure a lot of those things out in the next 4 or 5 weeks.
Look, I think if Buffalo were coming to town this week, they'd be favored against the Texans. Maybe not by much, but maybe by a point or two. I think Josh Allen alone gets them favored against the Texans probably. That's 3 games right there that I feel like they would be underdogs in. So let's pretend that it plays out that way. There's your 7 losses. I mean, what's the path to 10-7 right now?
Okay, all you have to do is beat the 49ers.
Okay.
1.5-point favorites right now if Mac Jones is the
okay.
Okay, beating the Broncos. Broncos don't start to tend to play offense until the fourth quarter these days.
Right.
And then they're awesome. So the Texans defense plays awesome defense for 3 quarters, and then he has some notable letdowns versus good teams in the fourth quarter.
Yep.
That might end up being the battle is, the Texans' fourth quarter defense versus Bo Nix, which is Bo Nix decides to show up in the fourth quarter versus good teams. Texans aren't a good team. But that right now, if you just from your gut check, which one feels more winnable, the 49ers or the Broncos?
49ers. They're as banged up as the Ravens were if Brock Purdy doesn't play. So
that Broncos defense versus this Texans offense.
That's brutal. And the Broncos and Bo Nix, he ain't great, but he's got a little something to him, and he's got weapons. So
the Jaguars. Okay, so let's see if they beat the 49ers, lose to the Broncos, and then beat the Jaguars.
Then you're 4-4. You're
4-5.
You're 4-5 going into that Tennessee game, and I think they'll beat Tennessee in Tennessee.
So the battle to 500 on November 16th
for the Bills game.
Yeah. So November 16th is the Titans. So you'd get to that's the battle to get to 500 on that day.
Yep.
And then 4 days later, you face the Bills at home, a very flawed football team right now, but they do have Josh Allen. I would feel if they're 4-4 going into that Thursday night game versus the Bills, I'd feel like, all right, you know what? I've been depending on how the offense has looked the last few weeks, but then I could be optimistic about everything by then.
Yeah, 500 going into that game. I honestly, I think you got to sweep this homestand, man.
The Bills. Okay, so that Bills game, don't be fooled by the logo on the helmet. That's a very winnable football game, even with this current version of the Texans.
Yeah.
But let's say you beat the Bills.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the Colts and the Chiefs immediately
on the road.
Yeah.
On the road. You're at Indy, granted with a long week to get ready, but you're at Indy, and then you're that KC game is Sunday night. In December.
Sean, given the way that we all built up this Seahawks game is, okay, the true measuring stick for where this team is, I don't think there's single thing the Texans can do between now and the end of the Bills game to make people feel good about that Colts game. It's going to be a feeling of imminent doom for a lot of people. Even if you win every game up through the Bills game, people are going to be looking at that Colts game, unless the Colts fall off. They're going to be looking at that Colts game as, okay, here's our next true measuring stick.
Yeah, you hit it. And that's what I was going to say. Unless the bottom falls out on the Colts between now and then, which, and it's Daniel Jones, it could. There's nothing about the Colts right now that looks like this isn't sustainable for them. It's a good defense. They got a running game. The offensive line is cooking. Their weapons, I don't think they have an elite receiver, but they've got a good group of receivers. And Tyler Warren might be the best tight end in football right now as a rookie, at least in the pass-catching game. So yeah, if we're looking big, the question right now is there a path to 10-7? They've got 4 losses already, so you only got 3 losses. You only got 3 mulligans left. They've got to sweep this homestand and then beat the Titans. They've got to go on a 4-game winning streak here. You got to win these games. These are games at home that are winnable games where you're probably going to be a small favorite in all 3 of them. San Francisco, Denver, maybe not a favorite, but probably a coin flip game. Denver won't be favored by 5 or something like that. And then Jacksonville, which is a very winnable game, and then go on the road to Tennessee. You've got to sweep this homestand if you're going to get to 10-7. Because I'm telling you right now, I know Buffalo has not been playing well lately, but they've got the reigning MVP, and there's nothing about the Texans offensively that says that if this thing turns into even a moderate shootout in the 20s, that they can win it.
That's the problem is like some of the Bills' weaknesses are they're really banged up in the secondary, and they're getting some guys like Max Harrison's going to be coming back and all that. Yeah. But like the Texans can't take advantage of a banged up secondary.
Seattle was banged up. Seattle was missing their starting safety and starting nickel corner.
Bills have defensively they've had a hard time stopping the run. Great. Okay, cool. Yeah, good. Let's see how that goes. Yeah. It just doesn't. The Bills' weaknesses don't necessarily do a lot for you as the Texans. Like you can't exploit some of their weaknesses.
Yeah, you can't lose any more home games for sure. Given that your road games are at Indy and at KC, at the Chargers at the end of the year. We don't know what the Chargers are going to be. They just got taken to the woodshed by the Colts, but they're not a bad football team. I know that.
No, AFC West, so none of those teams' actual records are going to tell you as much about it because they're all beating up on each other.
Yep.
And except for the Raiders. As far as the dregs of the league right now, I think you can say authoritatively that the Texans are at least better than the Jets. They're better than the Titans for sure, but the Ravens are the tricky one to figure out, just like the Bills. Both of those teams have underperformed in a lot of ways, but there's no way in hell I'm going to sit here and say that they're definitively better than the Ravens once Lamar Jackson comes back.
I think they're definitively not better than the Ravens once Lamar. I don't care about how bad the Ravens defense is. That when Lamar Jackson, they would be a touchdown underdog against the Ravens. They would have been a touchdown underdog against the Ravens if Lamar Jackson had played 3 weeks ago. So, and I think Cleveland's in there, too. Did you mention Cleveland? I
didn't mention Cleveland. Yeah. I was just kind of going through the bottom feeders and I don't know what to feel about the Giants right now. Yeah. The Texans, so of all the 2 or fewer win games, I know there's probably a lot more excitement about the Giants right now than there is in Houston.
I guarantee you, even with having an historic loss on Sunday to the Broncos, literally a loss that 1,600 other teams in the same situation had closed the deal on, that Giant fans are more excited about their football team based on Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterbo than the Texans are right now about their football team based on the expectations coming into this season. I bet Giant fans are more excited about their team right now than the Texans are. So the path to 10-7 ain't going to be easy, man. It ain't going to be easy, and I don't think you have any more against the Texans. I think you got to win your home games. At a minimum, you got to win your home games, and then there's somewhere along the way, there's probably going to be a game that you're going to need to win that you haven't won since the Buffalo game in Week 5 of last year, which is against a good team, a team that has some pelts on the wall, some pedigree.
What's nice about this Rockets team is that this is the first time, and this is related to what we're talking about here. Mm-hmm. Through the James Harden era, it just became a yearly exercise. And, all right, let's just, great, regular season, got it, cool. Let's see what happens in the playoffs. And it felt like that classic NBA dynamic of just waiting for the postseason to arrive. Where this year, right from game one, immediately on listen to the dun 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 dun. The regular season feels big.
Yeah,
there's so many experiments that they're running right now, and things that and there's like just the entire Kevin Durant dynamic that I feel way more engaged and grateful. I'm grateful to the Rockets for giving us this. And when there is no playoff baseball, I'm living vicariously through the Toronto Blue Jays and the baseball side of things right now. And football, I'm just in purgatory, absolute purgatory in football.
Yep. I did my 4 winners, 4 losers article that I do every week after a Texans game. And my number 1 winner, the Houston Rockets. From Monday night's Texans game, the number 1 winner is the Houston Rockets because of what you just said. Because there is there's been no baseball. No playoff baseball in Houston this year. And then coming off of that loss, for the day, knowing that the Rockets season opener was coming up.
Yeah. My one complaint, if I might, Houston Rockets, listen, we just had a ridiculously late Monday Night Football game. Could you decide it in regulation this next time?
No kidding.
I know it wasn't late. I know it was an early start time. I was just I wanted to go to sleep so badly. I was so tired. I was so, these last 40, I picked the wrong week to commit to being on a better sleep schedule. I don't know what I was thinking on Sunday, knowing that I had a late night Monday night game coming up, but I was looking at the Rockets being an early game, an early start time on Tuesday. I was like, all right, I'm just going to be smart. I'm going to take a nap on Monday afternoon. I'm going to get everything at, oh boy, what a mess. What a fiasco right now.
The first overtime, I had the little bit of that pep in my step. Like, ooh, a little extra basketball. When you could see where it was going at the end of the first overtime, I'm like, and then there was all
the reviews too.
Well, all the reviews. But then when SGA went to the line down 1 with 2 seconds left or whatever it was in the second overtime, I'm like, honestly, this is bad to say. I'm like, either miss both or make both here. I don't want you to make one, and now we're headed to a third overtime.
I just want to
go to bed.
Let's just end this thing right now. It's the equivalent of Lovey going for it.
I was sad. I was sad he made them both because they lost, but I'm like, it's one out of. I got what I needed out of this game. I feel good about the direction the Rockets are going right now.
Where are you on the instant replay and on the review process in basketball? Total of you feel about it.
There are some things where there was something that happened last night. I'm cool.
The Reed Shepherd foul. The challenge wasn't for the foul, but they called the Reed Shepherd foul.
No. There was a play in the game where they I forget when it was, but 2 guys going for a loose ball and you couldn't bang bang. It was kind of bang bang, and the ball hit somebody and rolled out of bounds, and the ref couldn't tell who it was, so they just call a jump ball. And clearly on the replay, it bounces off the OKC guy's knee. I'm like, where is the eye in the sky that the NFL has right now that can just tell this stupid ref, it bounced off that guy's knee? Just give the Rockets, it's the right call. Just give them even the team that doesn't get the ball can't argue with that. So
the eye in the sky, I like the eye in the sky in the NFL and the way they're using it this year. The thing that I'm dreading is the various conspiracy theories that are going to spring forward because of it. Because when they don't go, and it does. I mean,
there was happening.
In Seattle, there was a time somebody was about to make a challenge, and then the eye in the sky overturned the call immediately.
Yeah.
So it is that's another extra dynamic that the coaches have to think about is, all right, was this clear enough that it's going to get overturned before I throw my challenge flag?
Yep.
That part of it, I like it in theory. I think it's going to be a lot harder to execute consistently. I love that. I love that the flow of the game sometimes keeps it keeps it going and it makes the right thing happen. But
yeah. To your original question, I like the NBA replay system. I think it's good.
The only thing I don't like about it is how much time it adds to a really long process at the end of quarters.
Yep.
And yet it's so the evidence in the NBA is sometimes so clear.
Yeah.
More so than in baseball or football, to where it's just, oh, okay, that was the hand was on the wrist. The hand, I do like it. I don't like that it slows the process down, but ultimately I think I'd end up being way angrier after games if we didn't have it the way it is right now.
The different thing about the NBA is they review fouls. They review the NFL. It's mostly
they review some of the subjective stuff. I guess that's where I was going with it.
Yeah.
Is that yes, it's a subjective call, but in basketball, it's not as subjective as a pass interference or something. Like, okay, if his hand was on the wrist and not on the hand, then that's clearly a foul.
But they reviewed the OKC in overtime challenged that call on Chet Holmgren where he went over the back of, I forget who it was, might have been Jabari. Yeah. And that was very subjective. Now, in the end, they got the call right. They got the OKC lost the challenge. But that's where like stuff like that is sort of the NBA saying, yeah, we'll let you challenge pass interference. So that's the big difference, I think, with the NBA. You're right. On some of the shooting stuff, I think that's important because it leads directly to points like when, he clearly hit him on the wrist and it affected the shot, that kind of thing.
I don't like the one thing that I shouldn't have an issue with, but that does bother me, is the going back in time and changing the three-point.
Oh, the three-point, me too.
Ahmed Thompson got dinged for that.
Yeah, me too.
In the game, yeah. I don't know. Look, I will flip this in a switch when the Rockets lose that part of it, but I in general, the going back in time.
I don't either.
It's just there's something it doesn't feel right.
No, I'm with you. I'm 100% with you.
Once points have been scored, okay, that's it. All right, you got to live with it.
They're scored. Yeah, we don't have a DeLorean here. We can't go back 18 seconds and flip that. I'm with you on that. All right, this might be the happiest I've ever been, at least in the last 10 years or so, on a non-Houston sports outcome professionally. And we've got the audio from both sides, and I've got a big rooting interest in the World Series coming up. That's coming up next. But first, Shoppa's John Deere. I got a big rooting interest in Shoppa's John Deere.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I don't know that I've been more happy about a development in professional sports that in something that doesn't directly involve a Houston team in the last 10 years than George Springer hitting a 3-run home run to beat the Seattle Mariners. He ruined these people, Seth. These Mariner fans are so distraught. Let's first, real quick, listen to the Toronto version home run, because this is a joyous occasion for George Springer.
1-0 pitch. Swing and a fly ball. Left field and deep. Arozarena turns. Gone! A Springer dinger. 4-3 Blue Jays in the bottom of the 7th.
Part of me would be like, hey, Springer, he was doing Springer dingers with us back in the day, man. That was a Houston thing, but they can borrow it for that occasion right there.
It's kind of like Seattle stealing the 12th man from the Aggies.
Thank you.
Yeah,
that's
so
what
Toronto
they do.
Has stolen the Springer dinger
stole
from
Springer
the
dinger
Astros.
from us.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, maybe they're paying a fee to the Astros, the way the Seahawks have to pay a fee to the Aggies.
Dude, that was something else, man. Now,
that was a classic George Springer moment, and I have zero hesitation or embarrassment over just kind of living vicariously through the Blue Jays right now, mostly just specifically through George Springer and wanting him to have these big moments, these incredible moments. Sean, you know how I felt about Springer the entire time he was in Toronto, for those first couple years especially. He's kind of almost he is a tack-on guy, and they didn't have big playoff moments, and he didn't have them. That he wasn't embraced nearly to the same degree in Toronto as he was here for obvious reasons. I feel like Toronto's getting to see exactly the appeal and the greatness of George Springer.
Yeah, Toronto's seeing it, and Seattle got to be on the other end of it, and that was fun. Here's what it sounded like on the Mariners radio network.
Here comes the pitch from Bizzardo. Swung on. That is hit high, deep left field, and it is gone. George Springer. 3-run home run. Blue Jays lead 4-3 in the bottom of the 7th.
96, almost right over the heart of the plate. Just didn't execute it. Worst possible spot. There have been multiple things thrown on the field, out of the warning track in center field and left center, and they're taking a moment to pick them up. Now, you might normally think about Brash in a situation like this, but Brash has just simply not thrown strikes recently. He's had a hard time with his command. Bizzardo has thrown the ball so well, with the exception of one postseason appearance, and he just put it on a platter for one of the best home run hitters in postseason history.
Mariners have led for most of the ball game, and that's been wiped away with one swing.
That's the killer right there, man. Mariners led most of the when Cal Raleigh hit that home run, I think in the 5th inning to put them up 3-1, and then they're bringing in Brian Wu, who's one of their all-stars. Boy, I bet that they felt like their win probability was like in the mid-90% at that point.
It was Luke had a bunch of great stats in there yesterday about how rare a game hit like that in a Game 7 is from a come from behind fashion. That was just an incredible, awesome moment. And then now we don't have. You remember we played that awful hypothetical of if the Mariners were facing the Dodgers in the World Series.
Springer saved us, man.
Yeah, this is easy. I've got no ill will towards the Blue Jays. I don't know. Do people hate the Blue Jays at all for any reason? Right now, I mean, we've had our moments, but
yeah, I mean, that's they're not an American team. I'm guessing there's some people that feel, there are probably people that feel a certain way about that.
None of these baseball teams are American teams anymore,
well,
Sean.
That's not fair. They're based in America.
Let's be honest.
yeah. Their headquarters are in America.
They're half American at best.
Fair.
So that part of it, I don't even. Yeah.
Fair. That's a funny point. Now, this is what I like too, Seth. I need you. I hate to have you relive this moment, but there's that obnoxious Seahawks fan that Baker Mayfield got into a spat with, back in the day.
John Harris, I think, has had
he's probably had a kerfuffle.
I don't know if John Harris has ever had an exchange with him, but I know John Harris doesn't like the guy.
Yeah. So there's that guy. That fan, well, there was an obnoxious Seahawks fan yelling at Tim Settle and a bunch of the Texans in the runway as they were getting ready to take the field.
It was probably him, yeah.
It was probably him. No, I'm going to play it. You tell me if this voice triggers you at all right here.
It's all his fault. It's all going to be your fault.
Go guys tonight.
It's going to be your fault tonight. I promise you that. It's a cute haircut. That's a cute haircut. That's a cute haircut. Oh, you nothing. Gonna take that L.
Gonna take that L. Is that the guy? Is that?
It might have been. It was a middle-aged guy. Was it?
They didn't show it. He was. It was coming from his phone. You know, like he didn't see who it was. You just heard the voice.
Yeah. No, the guy's really good at getting under people's skin, and he hadn't even. That guy hadn't singled me out at all. When standing there in the tunnel and everything, it was by the end of the game, I'd had it because this was back in 2005 when we just got absolutely destroyed.
Yep.
By the end of the game, I'd had it. I didn't want to hear the guy's voice. Yeah, I think that's him. I'm pretty sure that's him.
Well, I take a little solace in the fact that I'm assuming that guy's a Mariners fan also.
Yeah.
That obnoxious guy.
It was, and he was yelling at Tim Settle.
Yes.
And Tim Settle did end up having, basically ended the game.
He did, actually. You're right. I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
I haven't gone back and listened to when the whistle was on that. The problem with giving Tim Settle a penalty in that moment for jumping on the pile was that the officials had allowed those scrums to go on and on and on all night long. This development in football now where it's because you're allowed to push the ball carrier. You weren't allowed to push the ball carrier. Offensive players couldn't push the ball carrier up until 10 years or so ago. They changed the rule, and now teams it took them a while to figure it out. But we can just turn this into a scrum and just keep pushing. But I don't know when is a defensive player supposed to know conclusively that I can't just charge into that pile.
No, it's fair.
Frustrating.
Yeah,
they'll flag the defensive players, but they allow the offense to keep pushing.
Yeah, that's a good point. When the flag came really late too in that play, really late. If you go back and watch and see the guy that threw it. Text messages coming in on our previous segment, Seth, where I posed the question.
The road to 10-7?
Yes. Yeah, the road. Yeah, people.
Or 10-7?
Yeah. How is there a path to 10-7 for the 2-4 Houston Texans? Sean is taking crazy pills. Playoffs? That's one text. Text message. The Texans are way closer to losing all these games than sweeping all these games. I didn't say they were going to sweep all the games. I did say that they don't have any more margin for error at home, I don't think. I really don't. Their remaining road games, Tennessee, okay, that's Tennessee's Tennessee. But you're playing at Indy, you're playing at KC, you're playing at the Chargers. Those are tricky. Those are good teams and tricky road games. Guys, you're engaging in wishful thinking. No wins in the foreseeable future for the Texans.
Yeah, that's the problem with that is it's you got to remember the Texans aren't as good as we know that we want them to be, but you do have to remember that they did conclusively beat two of the worst. Well, whatever the Ravens were on that day, they were one of the worst teams in the NFL.
Yes.
They're as constructed with that quarterback and that defense.
Yep.
But the Titans, one of the worst teams in the NFL. They're not as bad as those teams. They're just not a good football team right now.
Yep.
So some of those really bad teams are going to have more victories this season. But yes, you're 100% right to say, the road to 10-7, that is a dicey proposition right there.
To be clear, the segment was not a prediction. The segment was a hypothetical, what's the road to get there? There's a road to get there. Can the Texans take that road?
Yeah, or is it even possible? And I guess if you have to, you'd have to include in that you're going to beat up on some of the dullards.
Yes.
And they've only got so many dullards left on the schedule. They've got the Titans. They've got the Raiders. The Cardinals at home.
Yep.
And none of those are easy guaranteed wins, obviously. I mean, you didn't start to put it on the Titans until the very end of the third quarter.
At home, you're right. Yeah.
So, they're not one of the very worst teams in the league, but they're certainly, right now for me, it's more of a, can you establish that you're at least an above-average team?
Yes.
That's are you a 9-8 football team?
We acknowledge playing the way they're playing right now, 10-7 is a pipe dream. If they play they got to improve at some things, or they're not getting there at all. All right, Ross Tucker is our Odyssey NFL insider. We'll get his thoughts on all of this coming up next. But before we do that, Prize Picks. If you are looking to play a little daily fantasy, Prize Picks is America's #1 daily fantasy app. Man, the number of sports now that basketball season is here, man, the Prize Picks lineups I'm going to be putting in, because you
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 8 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. Normally, do we have Ross? We got him? Okay. I don't see him on the... Okay, yeah, let's go get him.
He decided to show up this time.
Ben gave me a thumbs up. I'm looking down. There's nobody on the hotline. I'm like, oh, is he at NRG Stadium doing it on the back channel like Casario and John Harris do with us sometimes? So we're going to go get Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider. Our insider calls.
Ross isn't used to running a crack professional operation the way you and I operate.
That's right.
As Ben can attest.
We expect...
Ben had to clean up 3 of my errors already this morning. But yes.
Crack operation, man. We are on crack half the time, yes.
It's a big-time broadcast.
Yep, big time. Okay, I think we got him now on the line, our Odyssey NFL insider. Ross Tucker. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. Hey, Ross, I got to apologize for 2 things. One, having Ben call you in the middle of your WIP hit this morning. My bad. I've forgotten we agreed to 8 o'clock, not 7 o'clock. And 2, I apologize that we didn't get to see each other at the Commanders-Bears game a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, what about Ben just hanging up on me? We can add that to the list.
Is that what
kind
happened?
of operation are you guys running out there?
Is that what happened? Well, here's the scary thing, Ross. It's technically sound of anybody on this show. So that's I think
I just hit the wrong button. So.
Okay, yeah, there you go. See, it was bound to happen at some point, Ross. So we got you now.
I mean, my point is we probably can't complain about the Texans' offense if, as a radio station and radio show, we're going to be making this many unforced errors ourselves.
As the flagship of the Texans, we like to mirror the operation of our football team.
Like, what are you going all Tua Tagovailoa on us? Listen, I'm not paid millions of dollars to play quarterback. Okay, yeah, that's my excuse.
Yeah, but you're paid plenty to just sit there and talk about Texan sports.
That's true.
Or Houston sports.
Yeah, and push the right button. Yeah, that was...
You sound like my boss has gotten to you. Frankly, I'm not sure that the amount is correct, but still, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. You want me to remember what day of the week it is? A little bit of a bump here, okay? Inflation's a mother.
That's a challenge, man. Yeah, that was a doozy on Monday night, huh, Ross? What'd you think of that show?
Really, really, I guess I would say there's a lot of words I could use. Mm-hmm. Disappointing is certainly one of them. Mm-hmm. I think I'll say surprising as well, and I'm guessing you guys are in the same place where after that Ravens game, I kind of had, and listen, I'm not a Texans fan or whatever, but after that Ravens game, I had this level of and belief. We already knew that the Texans defense was elite, and I was thinking, oh my gosh, this is what we thought the offense would look like. It took a little while under Nick Caley, and I get it. That happens sometimes the first month of the season, but they figured it out in the fourth quarter against the Titans, and now they take that to the Ravens and put it on them, and the Ravens defense isn't that bad because the next week against the Rams, they only gave up 17 points. So it's really about the Texans offense. And then the whole Monday night game was the noise that my younger daughter makes all the time. Wah, wah. Yeah, I don't even know what that noise is, but it's like, wah, wah. Like, that's what I felt watching that game. And I'm like at a different level now where I legitimately feel bad for like Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter and a lot of those guys on the defensive side of the ball for the Texans, because that has to just be incredibly, incredibly frustrating.
Yeah, you know where, and I knew I was going to soften on this a little bit, Ross, but even this is where I am. Immediately after the game, really for the next 12 hours afterwards, I was actually really also angry at the Texans defense because I hold them to such a high standard that I couldn't excuse that they allowed those 2 really long touchdown drives in the first 3 series. You just can't get away with that when your offense is playing as poorly. So they are. So that always, I've softened on that. The defense did some really good things in that game. But they just, for this team to actually be a good football team with the offense playing like it is, the Texans defense would have to be even better than the 2000 Ravens defense. And it's just this offense versus quality opponents and good defenses looks so wrong on so many different levels that it's frustrating to even really pick out what the actual biggest issues are and what I'm most upset about, because it's every part of the entire operation right now.
Well, you're right. And what's weird about it is it didn't feel like that was the case when we last saw them. It's like any momentum that we felt like they had after that performance against the Ravens went totally out the window. I can't emphasize enough, the very next week, the Rams, who we all agree have a good offense, only scored 17 points against that same Ravens defense that was missing guys and whatever. And so I guess I was hoping at worst that there'd be a happy medium between, maybe they don't look as awesome as they did against the Ravens, but maybe they still look in between there and how poorly they did the first 3 games. But obviously that was, and it's troubling because how many more levers are there to pull for DeMeco Ryans as the head coach on the offensive side of the ball? I mean, you guys are already, or people are already asking him about making a change with Nick Caley. And, I mean, this is the guy he just brought in. This is the guy he just got.
Yeah, this is, Ross, some of the weird things that are going on with the team right now. It just feels weird. A few things that happened in that game the other night. One, at the end of the game, Kaimi Fairbairn was instructed to kick the ball out of bounds to help preserve clock there, and he did not. He just chose not to. Yeah, he just kicked off. 3 times in the post-game press conferences, DeMeco was asked, hey, before the game you talked about getting your hands on Jackson Smith and Jigba, making it more difficult for him, and then they barely touched Jackson Smith and Jigba. They were playing off pretty much the whole night. And when asked about it, DeMeco said the game plan was to put our hands on Jackson Smith and Jigba as often as possible. And that's his only answer. No explanation for why the cornerbacks weren't doing that. And then offensively, the real weird thing is just that they continue to apparently have an open tryout at left guard and rotate in Juice Scruggs and Laken Tomlinson. And DeMeco says that those guys just play better when they're on a pitch count. And so there's all these things on both sides of the ball right now and special teams. They don't know what they're doing, or guys aren't paying attention to their coaches, or whatever the hell is going on. It feels way worse than maybe even the score would illustrate.
Well, first of all, that's very concerning about the cornerbacks and Smith and Jigba, because that is certainly going we got to get to the bottom of that. DeMeco's the one that calls the defense. So does that mean the secondary coach told those guys they didn't have to? Did those guys just decide they didn't want to? So that's a longer conversation. How do you guys know Fairbairn was told to kick it out of bounds and didn't?
DeMeco told us.
DeMeco said it.
Yeah.
In the post-game press conference.
I don't even know what to say.
Yeah.
I know.
What did Fairbairn say? Did he say he messed up? Or did he call the code red?
No, I haven't seen any interviews with Fairbairn. There's open locker room today. Maybe we hear something from Kaimi Fairbairn today. The media hasn't gotten to Kaimi Fairbairn to get his thoughts on it, I guess, to this point. So, yeah, because nobody's in the building yesterday.
No, they need to.
Yeah.
I mean, they absolutely need to ask him what the heck that was.
Yep.
I hope he has a good answer. That he mishit it or whatever, because that's a bad look.
Yeah, if the instructions were to kick it out of bounds, you saw the game. He didn't even come close. I mean, it looked like a normal kickoff in quarter. So it was, it's been a strange 48 hours, Ross, to be sure.
Yeah, and then I guess Ross too. Sean and I were talking about this morning. They're rotating the left guards. It's an open tryout. Hopefully by the end of the season we'll have an answer on that one. My thought was that, okay, you don't have a guy you feel great about at left guard, and maybe you like Laken Tomlinson in some situations and Juice Scruggs in others. But we were curious about your feelings about doing something like that, like rotating offensive linemen in and out, which is very rare in the NFL.
Well, I actually did that my sophomore year in college, and as you might suspect, I pretty much hated it. And the reason why you do that is because neither guy has taken the job and run with it. And so I think they feel like it's good from a depth standpoint for if and when they suffer an injury. And also because, and I guess what they had told me when I called that game against the Titans is they felt like Scruggs deserved to play. You know, whether it was practice or the preseason games or whatever, that Scruggs had earned the right to be out there. And I think they're hoping that one of the guys sort of takes the job and runs with it. That's obviously the goal and the hope. But if that doesn't happen, if they're both playing at about the same level, they're going to leave them both in there until it declares itself. They probably hope it declares itself, but if it doesn't, I don't hate it if they feel like those guys are really playing at the same level. I mean, but no player will ever like it because you miss certain reps. Sometimes, the D lineman might be setting you up, but you're setting them up too with your splits, with different things you have. You want that familiarity and continuity. You know who doesn't like it is the center and the left tackle.
Yeah.
They don't like that they're working with a different guy in between because each guy is a little bit different. And so on some of those double teams, it's not quite the same. I don't think that's healthy for a rookie left tackle. So, I mean, there's a lot there.
Yeah. Ross Tucker's our Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. Ross, the Niners are coming to town this week now for the Texans. First time the Texans have been home in about a month. And I don't know what the crowd's going to be like at 2-4. We get a lot of texts about people checking out on the team. Nico Collins looks like there's a good chance he's not going to play with a concussion. And the Niners actually play, even without Fred Warner and Nick Bosa, had a really good game shutting down Bijan Robinson. What are your thoughts on this game with the Texans coming home this weekend to play the Niners?
Well, it's kind of do or die time now for the Texans, especially since the Colts, they're really that good, guys. I mean, they really are. I just saw a stat. I'm going to miss the number. It's either 3.4 or 3.6, okay? That's how many points the Colts average per drive.
Oh, wow.
Offensively. The most since I think it said at least 2000. This is like a historic offense right now. I don't know that people realize just how good the Colts are. So you can forget about winning the division at this point. And even the, wild card will be difficult. They need to win this game somehow, some way. And the thing is like you mentioned Nico Collins or whatever. Yeah, the Niners, they're not going to be crying tears for you. They're two best defensive players, two of probably the 10 best defensive players in the league are both out for the season in Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, and they just continue to find a way. So the Texans need to find a way, and I don't know what that way is, but they better do it soon because if not, there's going to be some really interesting questions that need to be answered about this Texans franchise if it continues to go this way. Now, I will say this, in fairness, I think I have Seattle 4th or 5th in my power rankings. I think the Seahawks are actually really good. So I don't know that it's not the worst thing in the world that the Texans lost by 1 score to a top on the road. So I'm not going to go too far yet until we see how they play at home against the Niners.
This and to look a little bit ahead to the Broncos, because I haven't really watched a bunch of the Broncos so far this season, and yet I'm curious how sustainable you think their current brand of football is, where Bo Nix just shows up in the fourth quarter and turns into a good NFL quarterback. But they beat some good teams, and obviously they've had success this season.
Well, that was one of the, I don't know if you want to call it greatest comebacks or worst losses in NFL history. I mean, the Denver Broncos scored 33 points in a quarter. The Denver Broncos with Bo Nix. This isn't like the greatest show on turf. And not only that, guys, it was 26-8, okay, with 5 minutes and change. And the Giants lost the game. And, oh, by the way, the Giants scored a touchdown those last 5 minutes.
Right. It wasn't 20. The final score wasn't 27-26. It was 33-32.
No, it was 33-32. Yeah. Their kid missed 2 extra points. He got fired yesterday. I mean, I've been talking about that a lot because the Eagles play the Giants on Sunday. Mm-hmm. And, you wonder if it becomes a situation where 1 loss turns into 2. For the, the Giants after that. I mean, that would have been a win. To follow up a win against the Eagles with the Broncos on the road, that would have been the type of win that could have saved Daboll's job, with the momentum they have with these rookies. But kudos to the Broncos. I'm still actually trying to figure out how the Giants scored that many points against this Broncos defense because they're ferocious.
Yeah, no, big time for sure. Ross Tucker is our Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. Ross, we always appreciate the time, my man. Good catching up.
Of course, you actually have a decent singing voice too, Sean. You guys should do a segment where you and Seth sing about the Texans' offensive woes.
Oh, yeah, a little Texans karaoke.
Bear is not on the Miko side.
No, nice. Apparently.
We've experimented that with before. 10% of people love it, 90% of people despise it.
Right. So, we'll keep doing it, yeah. Hey, Ross, we always appreciate the time, man. We'll catch up back on Tuesday next week, right?
Yes, thank you so much for the flexibility.
Thank you, boys. Yeah, you too. Thanks, Ross. We appreciate you. That's Ross Tucker joining us here on the program. Yeah, he's. It's funny. Yeah. We got to get out, but Daboll might have been better off losing that game to the Broncos 28-10 than the way that he lost it. In terms of his job security, it's wild. All right, Rockets win last night. Overreactions to one NBA game on the schedule. We were overreact to the Rockets. Did I say Rockets to the third? But they opened the season. Overreactions to last night's game coming up next.
Hey, still thinking about what costume you're going to wear for Halloween? How about this?
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast, good to be with you on a Wednesday. Big thanks to Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider, for joining us in the previous segment. He was just as enamored with the Texans' offense as the rest of us were on Monday night.
And we got to fascinate him with the tales of the various weird things on the Texans right now, where it seems like maybe players just are ignoring D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah, those feel like things that we know here locally that are good to disclose to national people. Like, that's some of the kind of minutia that we're privy to that maybe doesn't make it all the way out to the national ecosystem.
The one thing where, at one time, we didn't correct him because he was in a flow, but he had said how D'Amico's calling the defense, and that presumably he's calling, but he's not. D'Amico, Matt Burke's calling the defense. And the Texans will try to act like nothing has changed and it's no big deal at all. But it is, I think it's a valid question. If D'Amico's not calling the defense anymore, but in the postgame press conference, when asked why the Texans corners weren't getting their hands on and pressing Jackson Smith and Jigba, D'Amico said the plan was to do that, and they did not. That wasn't just the eyeball test or whatever. You go back and you watch, and the Texans defense was very rarely, even up at the line, they weren't out or anything. Like, they were not, it did not look one bit like they had plans to put hands on Jackson Smith and Jigba. And yet D'Amico a couple times now has said the game plan was to get our hands on Jackson Smith and Jigba as much as possible.
The media agenda for the Texans today is this afternoon. D'Amico is meeting with the media. I know he met with the media yesterday, too, because it's a short week. He's going back-to-back days here. And C.J. Stroud meets with the media as well. But it's also open locker room, and there's a ton of feet on the ground in Texans' open locker room. Man, I think Ross is right. I think if somebody catches up with Ka'imi Fairbairn in open locker room and finds out, getting Ka'imi Fairbairn's side of the story on the kickoff at the end of the game, getting Stingley and Lassiter's side of the story on the strategy defensively, this all of a sudden becomes a very interesting open locker room today. There's a lot of he said, she said going on with the Texans right now.
And it's a lot of, it just feels off. It doesn't, and you add to that.
Dysfunctional, yeah.
You add to that in the game that you had the Azeez Al-Shire hit on the sideline, which I've run out of all patience I have for stuff like that from Azeez Al-Shire. If that was another player who didn't have a history of stepping over the line, yeah, I might listen to an argument about, hey, well, they started contact inbounds and everything, but even then, it was a really dumb thing to do.
Yeah.
And it's a lack of discipline.
Yeah.
And so even as good as the defense is, there's all these glaring issues that you have that just where they look like an undisciplined football team on both sides of the ball is added into the fray.
It's not a well-coached team right now. It's just not. I mean, that's not even a hot take. They're 2-4, and they lose one score. They're 0-4 in these one-score games, largely because of just silly mistakes or an offense that is pathetic right now. It's a sad thing to look at right now, this offense with the Houston Texans. All right, we'll get back to the Texans in a little bit. The Rockets, they lose last night to the Oklahoma City Thunder, 125-124 in double overtime. Seth and I have chopped up this game a little bit. We'll talk to Vanessa Richardson in about 30 minutes, Rockets sideline reporter on Space City Home Network. We'll get her thoughts. She's been around the team throughout training camp and obviously is on the sidelines for any game that's not on national TV. Vanessa is on the sidelines. We'll talk to her. It's one game, but let's overreact a little bit to one game. One of the big news items, Seth, in the last 48 hours is that Tari Eason decided to bet on himself. He did not take a contract extension from the Rockets. I'm guessing he was offered one that would have fit the same category as everybody else that signed a long-term deal that's maybe a little team friendly. And Tari Eason, who was very upset for not making the NBA top 100 coming into the season, vocal about that, decided I'm going to bet on myself, which means after this season he'll be a restricted free agent, which means the Rockets will have a chance to match any offer that he gets on the open market. My hot take here, my overreaction, Tari should have taken whatever the Rockets offered him based on how he played last night. He was awful last night.
He was 1 for 4 on shooting, and then just more than that, just a really bad offensive play in general. Yeah. He has a catch and shoot opportunity from 3, but hesitates and pulls it down and dribbles around. It looked like he was. If it could be somehow a combination of both pressing but also reluctant at the same time, I don't know. It just looked weird. It looked like if he had played that way after signing an extension and we were going to overreact on it, we'd be saying, "What the hell are you guys even thinking? What are you doing?" I'm giving everybody an excuse from last night. First, by way of the fact that, man, for an offense that looked like they really weren't comfortable and everything was kind of clunky, they built up a double-digit lead versus the Thunder, the defending champion, and played it into double overtime. There was a lot of really good stuff that happened, but there was a lot of clunky stuff that you look at and you think, man, wow, if they really start to get a feel and a flow for this offense, and Durant becomes more of a consistent part of it, for instance, then they could really be cooking with gas here. But there was a lot of clunkiness in the midst of playing a very competitive basketball game.
Well, to that point, my second overreaction: this team not having a natural veteran good point guard, which I think Fred VanVleet is going to be the thing that derails them on the way to an NBA championship. Is that an overreaction or is that a proper reaction?
I think it's an overreaction if you think that the rest of when at various times when you're running the offense, other guys are bringing the ball up the court. If it doesn't look more fluid and if it doesn't get better along the way, then yes, it would be. If you're looking at the glass half full part of it, as they get better at that stuff, that becomes a real headache. And learning exactly how you're supposed to defend these guys. Amin Thompson had 18 points in the game and did a lot of really good things, but he was 0 for 7 from 3. Remember we were having discussions about whether he was going to feel free to just go ahead and shoot it. Don't worry too much about it.
He did shoot it, yeah.
That part of the equation was good.
Yeah.
He was free shooting. Yeah. He did not hesitate, but he was 0 for 7.
Yeah. The making of the shots was a difficult thing, yes.
To be fair, he did make 1 3 that was downgraded to a 2. Because he had his toe on the line.
Bastards.
I'm going to give him credit for that one.
You should.
I'm going to say he was actually 1 for 8 from 3.
He was close.
He
was close. D'Amico would say he was close. He's close. It's what it was. I don't think it's going to be a title. To me, it's too early to say what it means for the whole season. Obviously, it's one game in. I'm concerned about the solutions in-house right now in that I don't know how natural a point guard Reed Shepherd is. He's more in the NBA for his shooting than he is his floor generalship. Amin Thompson, I think, has skills to do it. I don't know if he's got the mentality to do it. Running the offense through Şengün, and hell, they had Kevin Durant bringing the ball up the floor at the end of overtime. Finally, they said, the easiest way to get the ball into Kevin Durant's hands? Inbound it to him and let him dribble up the floor. I think all those solutions are workable, like in the heart of a game. In the position they had in the last minute of the game, Alp bringing the ball up the floor. The Oklahoma City Thunder were salivating over that.
That was it, right. That's where you're thinking, like some of the stuff they do and that's where the clunkiness that hopefully will get better over time. You're looking at some of that, the things they're doing last night. You're thinking, okay, this works in the regular season. It doesn't work in a 7-game series unless you're really good at it. And defense, once you've put up a full season's worth of film on it, obviously they got to be better than what they were doing at it last night. With Reed Shepherd ended up 3 for 11 from the field.
Yeah, if he's not making shots, then he's not a plus out there. He's got to be knocking down shots. All right,
This is all again. Look, Fred VanVleet goes down. It's got to be accelerated development from multiple guys. So a lot of the things you saw last night from Amon Thompson and Reed Shepherd specifically, you can't.
It's necessity.
If you think that they're not going to get better after the first game of operating in this way, then it's just like sure, all would be lost. Yeah. It's really just a matter of how quickly can they improve and become molded into their new roles.
Overreaction to last night's game. KD is in decline. Only 23 points. He didn't make a three-pointer. He's Chris Webbering the game at the end of the first overtime, but the refs didn't see it. For those who missed, he caught a rebound with a couple seconds left on the clock, and he tried to call timeout, and Alperen Şengün walked over and wanted to rip his arms off. Like, no.
I thought, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to my glass half full is that I think KD knew what he was doing and was kind of almost he wasn't. It was almost, even though he was doing the timeout while you're holding the ball, but it even looked almost like a little meeker than that.
Yeah,
almost like that. I feel like he wanted to be able to have plausible deniability.
Yes.
That if anything, who was it? Was it Kirby Smart that had the?
Yes, Kirby Smart. No, it was a clapping. He said he was clapping.
Yeah, KD was going to say he was clapping.
He was clapping. I'm so excited to get the rebound. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. There was something. He was playing for the 4-dimensional chess on that one. Yeah, somehow. I don't know exactly how, but yeah.
Obvious overreaction. KD is in decline, but he had some rough moments at the end of the game.
Look, he missed the free throw at the end of regulation that could have put the game up by 3.
Yep.
He was 0 for 4 from 3 and fouled out in the double overtime period.
Yeah.
It wasn't the final moments of regulation and on through overtime. It wasn't peak Kevin Durant.
No.
But he also did some pretty damn impressive things in that game. And you can see how it opens things up for everybody else.
It's awesome having Kevin Durant on this basketball team. No question about it. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here. Vanessa Richardson will join us in about 23 minutes or so to talk a little Rockets. Rockets sideline reporter on Space City Home Network. All right, I've got leftover crumbs from Monday Night Football. I'm putting the Texans' mistakes into buckets. Fireable, egregious, and merely annoying.
Ooh, I like this game.
Yeah, and I don't know that we got enough time to get to all of them. That's how many mistakes they made that fit into any of these buckets on Monday night.
I like it even more now because you've just planned out my live stream. We will not get to all of them.
Deleting after this, unless I get royalties. No, yeah, with it, man. All right, we'll do that. Leftover crumbs from Monday Night Football coming up next.
Hey, Underdog Fantasy is available, and you can play it in
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We're going to start looking ahead to San Francisco at some point, but it was a Monday night game, so Wednesday there's still a little smoke coming off the game, you know what I mean? So, Seth, I do my Pender notes, and I'm going down like drive by drive, and I decided in this game, and it was fairly early when I determined this would be a good idea to do, is like, you know what, I need a separate sheet of paper just to write down the egregious mistakes that are being made by the Houston Texans, rather than trying to find them embedded in my horrible handwriting, so I had two things going at once.
Some of the, and honestly, a lot of these fall into the bucket of, this is what a team that's not ready for these big moments.
That's
exactly this is how they operate. This is exactly how they are. That's why the Seahawks just looked so much better coached.
Yes.
Everywhere. They were just a better coached, more disciplined football team that wasn't doing all the stupid stuff that the Texans was
no questions.
We're doing.
So I put them into buckets, and we'll see how much we get to here in this segment. Fireable, egregious, and annoying. I promise we'll get to an example of at least one from each bucket, but the fireable is the big one that I want to make sure we get to here. I'm with you. The Azeez Al-Shaair unnecessary roughness, if that were, and I say fireable, I'm not saying cut Azeez. I'm saying if that happened in the real world, at a real job, something of that equivalent, I'd fire this person for stupidity and selfishness, and it cost them 4 points. That Azeez, I don't want to hear from the people like, what is he supposed to do? Or the whistle was, he had up, and he picked him up and scooped him and landed on top of him.
It was dumb. It was really, really dumb, and from a guy that's done this over and over again. And where I get annoyed is that they continue to point to him as the ultimate ideal football player and everything you want and a leader and everything. But it's a lack of discipline at that point.
Yep.
It's the swarm run amok.
Yes.
It's everything we worry about with this defense sometimes where the drive was over. He had done it. He had made an awesome play to end that drive and maybe even hold them to you blocked the field goal in this game. Maybe they don't even get 3 points out of it. But at the very least, you tack on 4 extra points because you did something that was clearly going to get flagged.
Yep.
And you can argue about how this way and that way, but it's been this way in the NFL for over a decade. If you do that to a quarterback on the sideline, you're going to get flagged for that.
Yep. Fireable offense. Nick Caley's goal line play calling at that drive in the fourth quarter where they were stopped on downs inside the 1 yard line. Fireable because it's the second time it's happened this year. The second time on Monday Night Football it's happened this year. Mm-hmm. It happened in the Tampa Bay game too where they got it down to the 1 yard line with 3 downs to get it in, and he's throwing the football like it's the greatest show on turf out there.
I remember one time after Bill O'Brien got all testy saying it's hard to score in the NFL because the Texans had gotten down to the 1 yard line. And I don't have the numbers. I remember looking up the numbers on how actually easy it is to score from the 1 yard line when you have 3 or 4 downs. Yes. It's actually quite easy. It's over 90% of the time if they do go for it on fourth once you get to the 1 yard line. No, it's not one of these like, hey, the NFL is hard. They get paid too. Nope, it's easy.
It's easy, yeah. And the play call, you're at the 1 yard line and you throw it 3 times. You were rescued by a false start on Blake Fisher. Otherwise, you would have been stopped. You got stopped twice on 4th down. The first time, you got bailed out on a false start call, and the second time was just some throwaway, crappy pass play. The clock management, general confusion, and slow pace of play in the final 5 minutes of this game. The Seahawks did everything they could possibly do to allow the Texans down 2 scores to get back into this game and score a touchdown with time still left and timeouts still left on the scoreboard there. And the last play they ran before scoring in front of the 2-minute warning, the last series of plays, they were walking around like it was the middle of the third quarter out there. Like
that's a calm, cool, and collected, Sean.
Is that what it is? Okay. Am I looking at this through the wrong prism? I'm sorry.
Affectation. There was the affectation of being calm, cool, and collected. Yeah. Sometimes, when you don't know what to say, and on the inside you're eating, you're dying. Yeah. You're just like, I'm just going to act like Clint Eastwood here and act like I'm too
and that's
cool
what they were doing.
Anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Not a fire.
They'll never guess that I'm dying on the inside.
I guess it's all interwoven with the kickoff at the end of the game. And the Texans' final kickoff with 2 minutes and 4 seconds left on the clock, where if all you got to do is kick it out of bounds, you got to keep that 2-minute warning as another timeout for you. your defense.
So they can't want any. And nope, Kaimi Fairbairn does a picture-perfect modern kick.
Down to the goal line, man. And the guy just ran it out, and there goes the 2-minute warning.
It's like he's concerned about his landing zone stats or something.
Yeah.
There's probably some new stat that the kickers take a lot of pride in hitting the landing zone a certain percentage of the time.
Yes. Yeah. All right. So those are the fireable ones for me. Those are the ones that
I've never heard of a kicker forgetting the play call ever. Sometimes offensive linemen sometimes will forget the play call because they're processing all this different stuff, or you forget the count. Yeah. It happens. Yeah. I've never heard of a kicker forgetting the play call.
Yeah. So those are the ones I think, like, those are in the real world, people get fired for stuff like this. Now, the ones that were merely egregious, I'll try to pick a couple of the big ones here just for time's sake. We have Vanessa Richardson joining us at 9 o'clock to talk Rockets. CJ's 18-yard sack / near safety.
Just
that actually might fit in fireable. That was awful.
It's inexcusable at this point.
Inexcusable.
CJ doubling the yardage on sacks has become almost like Aziz Elshire. Like, it's stupid. Stop doing it.
Yep.
Why are you still doing this stupid thing? Yeah. And then you add on to it that not only is he doubling the yardage on that sack, but he's doing it in the end zone.
Yes.
He's so lucky that's not reviewable.
Yep.
He's so lucky. I mean, he should have given up a safety, and it was a completely avoidable safety. It was that one would have been on the quarterback 100%. That wasn't. The protection broke down. There's zero reason for him. And he's shown this before when he stepped out of bounds against the Titans a couple years ago. He's done this before. A lack of awareness regarding the actual the geography of the most important part of the football field.
That's right. No, it's the Titans lost last year. That's why it was 32-27 instead of just 30-27 last year.
Yeah, he just stepped right out.
Stepped out of bounds.
Urolowski'd it.
That stupid backward throw to nowhere that he was doing, where he had a guy kind of grabbing him, and he's just throwing, and it should have wound up a touchdown. Credit Woody Marks for going back and knocking the ball out.
Or at the very least, it could have been for a second you thought it might be a safety, and obviously you're right. It should have been a touchdown.
Yup.
Yeah, that's just, it was bad. It's dumb football play.
Dumb. But from your quarterback too, man, from the guy who's supposed to be the guy steering the ship. I think Nico Collins' drop on CJ's scramble throw was egregious. That
was because you take a brilliant play by CJ. I mean, he's running. I think there's nothing more, to me, quarterbacks who deliver a pass as they're running towards the line of scrimmage. It's as impressive to me as like some of the plays that shortstops make.
Yep.
Because you're in complete command. The defense is freaking out because you're running towards the line of scrimmage. You're throwing the timing and everything is so much different than a normal throw. And it was beautiful by CJ.
Yep.
And Nico just batted it away.
Yep. The back-to-back 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1 runs to the left, that's egregious obviously on the behalf of the execution of the players, but the play call by Nick Caley, know your team, man. You just watched them get stuffed on 3rd and 1. You're running right up the back of the position that you're rotating guys right now.
Yeah, the left guard and left tackle who cannot run block for squat.
Yeah.
And no matter which guard is in there at that moment. I don't get it.
I don't get it either. And then, to me, the other egregious thing, really a series of plays, but with 12 minutes left in the fourth quarter, first down, Nico gets concussed on a play towards the sidelines, an incomplete pass. And then with Nico out, CJ just decides that the play is just to chuck it as far as he can down the field to Hutchinson and Knoll.
I think Reginald talked about that yesterday. Just that moment where it felt like they just stopped really thinking about it, or just just go out and play backyard football.
Yeah,
let's pretend it's high school and go 4 verts and just there we go.
I was with Reggie and Clint watching at the time, and Clint's like, "He just gave up, Chief. He just gave up."
Yeah, that's it. It felt like give up.
He just gave up.
It feels like you're just throwing anything. It's like when I lose my train of thought in the middle of a sentence, and I just all right, I guess I'm just going to throw a few words out there and see what happens.
Well, the funny thing is, the Seahawks turned the ball over 2 more times after that series. The Texans were playing give up with 12 minutes to go, and it's almost like the Seahawks were like, "No, don't go home. I want you to stay here and play. Here's a fumble. Here's an interception, Derek Stingley. Stay and play with me." All right, Vanessa Richardson, Rockets. We didn't even get to just the annoying ones. We got to fireable
that part
and
there
egregious.
too. I was kind of and perusing a little bit of Seattle media and the fan base. It's like they came out of that game feeling like, man, know what?
Good.
That's how much better the Seahawks are. That's how much better the Seahawks are than the Texans.
Yes.
We're sitting here looking at it like what it was, a butt whooping to an extreme degree. And the Seahawks are saying like, boy, that was not a clean football game.
No, they should. They should have won by 4 scores, man. They kept the Texans hanging around. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Rockets season opener last night. They lose to the Thunder, 125-124. They got the Pistons coming to town for the home opener on Friday. Vanessa Richardson, Rockets sideline reporter, will join us to talk a little Rockets coming up next.
Yeah, you got to have a plan. You got to have a plan.
Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Rockets opener last night. They lose 125 to 124 in double overtime to the Oklahoma City Thunder. No shame in that, defending NBA champions on ring night and the first game of the Kevin Durant era with the Houston Rockets. And with that in mind, we welcome in our guest right now. She is the sideline reporter for Space City Home Network for the Houston Rockets. Probably caught her during the summer on ESPN, also doing some NBA Today and doing some playoff action in the WNBA. Vanessa Richardson joining us right now. Hey, Vanessa, I'm going to ask you the same question that I saw you guys asking. I think I saw, or it might have been that SI.com video that they did with all the Rockets where they said, where were you when the Kevin Durant trade went down? So I'm going to ask you, where were you when you saw the news of Kevin Durant coming to Houston?
This is actually a great question because ESPN had Amon Shumpert and I doing that digital show throughout the entire playoffs, Hoop Streams. So the trade, happened. It wasn't finalized until I think July 6th, but it happened. It was agreed to on the morning of Game 7. So I had been, around the national folks at that point for a month and a half between the Western Conference Finals and the finals. And things that I knew were not going to happen that certain people were saying. But, Shams is usually accurate and you've got the people that are connected. And so, I kind of knew that there was something that could happen, didn't know when. And so I was in my Oklahoma City hotel room and it was the morning of Game 7 and I was about to do a production meeting for our digital show and I get the Shams notification and it was funny, it took so much attention away from that actual game that night.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Game 7. That's pretty cool. So you were doing actual work later that day with the person who broke the news. That's wild.
Correct. I literally was. And it was funny because we were on TV and I was like, okay, as a Rockets person, I'm going to say this isn't official yet, but,
Oh, yeah. You got to walk that line.
It's happening.
You got to walk that line.
Yeah.
Kevin, who?
It couldn't happen
step
until
on any
July
official
6th,
toes.
officially. Exactly.
Yeah. So last night, you see, obviously, Durant's going to get booed every time he has the ball and all that. What was the, from your perspective on the court, just the interaction between Durant and the Oklahoma City people on the stuff away from the camera and all of that? It's not like it was the first time he was in Oklahoma City, but obviously a unique spin to it this time.
Right. I unfortunately was not there because it was on NBC, so I watched it from my very comfortable apartment, which I don't mind at all. So, yes,
that's what I meant to ask you. What was it like from your couch? What were the things that you gleaned from it that my untrained eye wouldn't see?
Okay, so here's the thing. I'd always get booed. He left for the Golden State Warriors at the time. They were the Thunder's biggest rival, no questions asked. Much different reception for Steven Adams and Jeff Green, who not only got a lot, Steven started, so he got all the cheers, but both of those guys sat and actually watched the ring ceremony while the rest of the Rockets were back in the locker room. So every player has a different history with different franchises, but I think it is one of those things to where they're always going to boo him. And the thing that I liked, if you saw some social media videos, it looked like he booed them back at certain points. Boo you too. I don't mind that. I don't mind it.
No. Well, what's he been like to work with so far, Vanessa? What were your thoughts coming in? Because you've gotten to do interviews with him, and you were around the team at training camp and whatnot. I mean, you may have had what it was like in your mind, and maybe even talked to people who'd worked with him before. What's it been like so far behind the scenes with Kevin Durant?
Really great. I had met him before, and I had actually interviewed him a couple of times, but very just quick little tidbits. Not enough to get a hold on somebody's character. And so I had called people like any of us would, right? You find out you're getting one of the greatest ever. You want to know about him. And I heard literally nothing but good things. And, he's been awesome. He's somebody that is a basketball purist. He does not care about the fluff. He doesn't care about the extra stuff or any of the stuff that comes along with being an NBA player. And there are plenty of things that come along with being an NBA player. He really wants to win. And I think that's apparent by the pay cut that he's extended. So he has been absolutely lovely. He's got a great team around him. Any of these big guys that are massive stars and the best at what they do are going to have their people, and all his people are great. So he has been lovely, and I don't think there's any better person to talk basketball with because it's his whole life.
And one thing that I was thinking about last night during the game, where people wanted Durant to be more involved, at times, and obviously there's going to be a transition into that. At no point though do I ever worry or think about, or certainly take from watching the game that Kevin Durant's going to be agitated that he's not the main guy here. I think that's been my overall impression since he got here, is that he understands where he is in the situation he's in, and it's all about getting the entire team going without any necessarily regard for exactly what his postseason awards are.
So true. And it's like you can see him last night. It's like he looked like a proud dad with certain plays that Amin and Alfie made. He knows where he's where he's at in his career too, age-wise. And so he's taken a lot of pride in the young core and how he can help them, how he can help them grow and develop. He's never been the rah-rah guy. Like, at no point in his career has it been like, oh, hey, here's Kevin Durant, he's going to give some insane speech. Like, he's a quiet leader, but he leads by example. And I actually think that's exactly what Alperen, Amen, Jabari, Tari benefit from. So, yeah, I don't think that he's, that guy that needs the ball in his hands all the time. I think that there are maybe 99% of other people in his echelon that would be like that. But to your point, Seth, I love that he's not. I think it's good for the team.
Vanessa Richardson joining us. Vanessa, what's the siren in the background right now? Are you being pulled over?
Well, I just listen. It's just people out and about here in Houston getting their what is it? Wednesday started off in dangerous manner, apparently.
Okay. You and I live in the same building. I just want to make sure there was wasn't a fire or something like that.
No fire. Okay. I would tell you. I would call your wife. I would make sure that we were exiting.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Vanessa Richardson, Rocket Sideline reporter on Space City Home Network, joining us. Vanessa, last night, I would say if there was, if there were concerns coming out of last night for the Rockets, it would be that could be long term. It's okay, how are they going to piece together the point guard part of this whole thing with Fred VanVleet going out for the year? And I know that's going to be a work in progress. They can't really make any moves for a couple of months because of the way the collective bargaining agreement works. I guess from your perspective of being around the team, what's the biggest thing they're going to miss from Fred VanVleet, and can he still have an impact on this team this year, even not playing?
Yeah, it's a good question, and I think he can. I said this publicly. I think I even said it on X, the artist formerly known as Twitter, that whatever leadership you think Fred brought to the table, times it by 10, just because I'm at every practice and every shoot around, and he is so great with the young guys, is basically another coach. But then, like you saw last night, at times, Kevin, and Ime were telling the guys to slow down, to settle in. Like, that was Fred, right? It just was. So you're talking about a championship point guard. You're talking about somebody who's had to earn it and scrap their way through the league. And so I do think he can still bring a lot to the table for the Rockets in that kind of pseudo coaching role. I think that he definitely will be willing to help Reed Shepherd, and that is not always the case. There are plenty of examples of athletes that choose not to mentor somebody in their position that's younger, but that's not Fred. So I absolutely think Fred can still have an impact. And yeah, I mean, that is the biggest question. I loved the double big lineup, but of course there are pros and cons to any direction that you want to go. I think if Alfie looks like Alfie looked last night, where he was just dragging, like a career high in threes, do they play the offense through Alfie at certain points? So definitely still some questions, but I like how the team looked against the reigning champs, and Fred is no doubt going to be missed.
Yeah, and one of the big questions will be, Amen Thompson, when he's playing the role of point guard, just to one of the concerns was going to be, hey, is he going to feel comfortable shooting threes? And he certainly was, but he was 0 for 7 on threes. So I guess should I be more excited about him having understanding he's got the green light, or should I be more concerned about him going 0 for 7?
No, I think you shouldn't be concerned, just because and I'm biased, but his shot really has improved. Like, if you see him in practice and shooter, and that's not a game situation, I'm well aware of that, but I think that they want him to let it fly, and he's really been working on that handle and his shot all summer. I have no concerns about Amin Thompson. He and Asar both love playing point guard, love it. They did it at Overtime Elite, and I'm pretty sure I heard J.B. Bickerstaff say that he is going to try to get the ball in Asar's hands more this season as well in Detroit, which we could see on Friday when the Rockets open at home against them. So Amin is one that I'm just never concerned about because of his work ethic, and anything that any weakness he has, he's going to work to perfect it. There's a lot that they can build on after last night, no question. But the thing that I keep going back to with those concerns is it's the Thunder, right? Chet Holmgren played a fantastic game. And so, there's a lot to build off of.
Well, and I thought, too, last night, if we're going through the good and the bad, Jabari, I thought Jabari slid right into his role last night perfectly.
Totally agree.
Alperin was the focal point. Kevin Durant did some Kevin Durant things during the game. But Jabari Smith hit some big buckets, contested buckets. That's looking like it's going to be a nice signing for them, keeping him around for the next few years.
I agree, and I don't often feel the need to clap back at people on Twitter, but people that don't, believe in or don't see the progression of Jabari Smith Jr. drives me nuts. He is exactly where his here in the league. If you look at his body type and how much muscle he's gained, you look at the fact that he's got so much more confidence, and he's learning from Kevin Durant. When he was being scouted out of Auburn, one of the main body comps and one of the people that they compared him to with his body and length and size and agility was Kevin Durant. And now he's learning from Kevin Durant every day. And the thing about Jabari is he's got no ego. He really, think about it last year. Last year he lost his starting spot. That would be a problem with 95% of NBA players.
Oh, yeah.
And he was like, nope, Ime, literally whatever you need from me, I'll do it. I'll do it with a good attitude. So I'm a big believer in Jabari, and I think that this could be the best year of his career, and I think that he could take a massive leap because of what you said. He knows his role. Whatever his role is that night, he's going to play it. And big shot Bari, he's really confident.
Yeah, he hit some big buckets last night for sure. Vanessa Richardson, Rockets sideline reporter, joining us here for a couple more minutes she's from Space City Home Network. She's joining us here on Sports Radio 610. Vanessa, I give you a great commendation that 14 minutes in here that you haven't gloated about the Colts being 6-1 on the season yet. What are your thoughts on the Indianapolis Colts, Vanessa?
If you would have told me, and let me tell you, I love the Colts. I believe in the Colts. But if you would have told me before the season started that the Colts were going to have this type of season and the Texans were going to have this type of the season that they're having.
Yeah.
Just because, Daniel Jones, the latest in Chris Ballard's quarterback carousel post-Andrew Luck depression. It's been, I think, 6 years at this point. And, man, Danny Dight's just all the proof in the world that you need, whether you're talking about a Baker Mayfield or, who Sam Darnold. Sometimes guys just need to be in a different environment, or maybe they hit their stride at a time. And so to watch Danny Dimes do what he does and Jonathan Taylor looks incredible. It's been really, really cool, and it's been really fun to watch.
See, now I'm sad I even asked the question. You're listing all these awesome things, and now I'm
happy for the people of Northern Kentucky, Sean. It's not often they come by running water and good football anymore these days. So,
I knew it.
I knew it would come at some point.
What'd you say?
I said I knew it would happen at some point. Listen, I always say this to you, Seth. I've got all my teeth, so you can't say anything to me. And yes, that might be a little bit of an anomaly, okay? But I've got them.
Wait, I've got all my teeth?
For being from Indiana.
Indiana, she's...
I know. The way you put it, though, people that only listen on the radio might think, oh, my God.
Seth not have his teeth?
Seth looks like a jack-o'-lantern.
People don't realize Seth always makes fun of me for being from Indiana.
That would have been a hell of a vicious burn if I did have dental issues.
I know. No, he gives you an exemption, Vanessa. More, I believe, anytime you bring up Indiana.
How sweet.
It's very clear from Indiana. That's I'm just waiting to. I keep my mouth shut, not because I'm toothless, but because I don't want you to be found out as coming up. You're probably. I'm guessing you grew up in some rich neighborhood in Los Angeles or something, but you crafted this story of like, I'm just a persona from Indiana.
Yeah.
Those that have knocked back Michelob Ultras with me at Lizards know that I definitely am not from a rich neighborhood in LA. And luckily, one of those people is on the phone with you.
That's
it. On the radio with you right now.
I've seen that act. Yep.
Did you see Serge Ibaka's hat?
I did. You know, Serge Ibaka, underrated player, by the way. But yeah, that was a hell of a hat.
What was it? I missed it. I didn't see the hat.
I don't know. I don't know. It was like an awesome. I'm not a hat guy.
It's like a Cam Newton thing, or no? It was
more dignified than a Cam Newton hat. Yeah.
More dignified.
He looked smooth. He looked like he was about 32 years old.
He did.
Yeah. He's definitely he's using his moisturizer, no question.
Oh, does he have his own moisturizer?
No, I mean he's like.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, okay. Well, you know all these guys. I thought it was literally like his moisturizer. Yeah. What do you? That smells good. What is that? Ibaka. It's Ibaka. It's Ibaka. That's all it says on the tube. Ibaka.
Guys, what are the Texans gonna do?
They'll figure it out. The first step is the defensive backs and the kickers are going to start doing what coach asks them to do, and it's somewhere around. Got a plan to figure out who their offensive linemen are by week 16 or 17, and then they'll be, and then everything will be cool after that.
Good as new.
I love that. Yeah. I love that Vanessa asks us a question that has literally like a 30-minute answer to it right as we're closing down the interview. She's the best.
It's like me when I used to have to try to explain the Easterby situation to other markets, or the Deshaun Watson situation or anything else.
I think people forget I covered that stuff, and
that's right.
I was so happy for the Texans with where they were because when I was at KPRC and one of the other radio stations in town, I had followed that and covered it really in depth and couldn't believe what I was experiencing. I think the McNairs did a great job of getting out of it and moving on. So as much as the Colts and Texans have their little AFC South rivalry, let me say something being completely serious.
Mm-hmm.
I do hope the Texans turn it around. Not more than the Colts, but I do hope that the Texans turn it around. There's no way they should be this bad.
We believe
There's no way.
Yeah, and hopefully they're not heading into something they're going to have to get out of again. So
nobody wants to point out or give credit to CJ for not wearing a Mariners hat after that game the other night. I was like, they made progress.
Oh my God! Do you think it made the trip? You think the Mariners hat was in the bag, maybe? Just in case.
Somebody from the Texans PR staff, like, no, right before he got off the bus.
That's
right. Omar got more handsy with CJ than the Texans DBs did with Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Omar's like, not today.
Oh, my God. Rockets sideline reporter, Space City Home Network. You can catch her Friday night. Home opener, Detroit coming up. Vanessa, we always appreciate the time. Keep up the great work.
Thanks so much, guys. Talk to you soon.
You got it. That's Vanessa Richardson. That was fun. She'll join us, I'm sure, several times throughout the season, talk some Rockets basketball. All right, speaking of the Texans, it was a perfect segue. Vanessa, great job setting us up for the next segment. Things that don't make sense. D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio both answered questions about things that don't make sense right now with the Houston Texans. We'll dig in coming up next. But first, the Men's Tea Clinic. Let's get you there right now. If you're feeling your age, if you're
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, big thanks to Vanessa Richardson, Rocket sideline reporter, joined us in the previous segment. Good conversation. If you're a Rocket fan, you want to take a listen. The Odyssey Rewind feature is good. Payne and Pendergast podcast is always the best because it'll get served right up to you.
Let me say this on air so we remember to do it. You and I cut a promo for our podcast that they're running now. Just in the spur of the moment, we just decided to make it intentionally cheesy sounding. Yeah. And now every time you and I hear it, we're like, oh my, we went too far.
Yeah.
There's people that know us, people who already listen to the podcast know that we're joking.
Right.
But the people who don't know us and might consider listening to us are hearing that and thinking, I'm not going to listen to those idiots.
We need to, the next time we have a post-show meeting, you and I need to go in super enthusiastic to our boss's office and go, hey, what are the numbers like outside of Houston for our podcast downloads?
How much of those, how many people, how effective are those ads where we portray the worst radio show in history?
We're like, I never would download a podcast from these
The important thing is that we got one chuckle from our listeners the first time they heard it and then probably got sick of it themselves.
Yes.
All right, so you and I will record a new promo sometime in the next 24 hours.
We got to re-record for sure.
Yeah.
All right, so things that don't make sense with the Texans right now. This left guard rotation, especially because they stopped doing it and had their two best offensive games of the year.
That's the part, that's the part about it. I understand having an open tryout if you don't actually feel good about either guy and you're hoping, most likely they're hoping that Juice Scruggs really takes a giant leap forward somehow.
Yes.
But much like Mao Zedong's giant leap forward, it's been a disaster that's resulted in point starvation.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, it has not been a great leap forward. It's been a mess. But I feel it's justifiable. If it doesn't work out, then it's yet another situation where. But the part that you brought up is the relevant point. It's like, okay, at some point it seemed like they had actually made a decision. And now we're going backwards into tryout mode again.
The Titans game, Juice Scruggs got 80% of the snaps, which led to him getting 100% of the snaps in the game where the Texans scored 8 straight times to start the game.
Yeah.
And they went into a lab for 15 days and decided that the best thing to do would be to go back to what wasn't working when you started out 0-3 this year and you had the worst offense in football. So here was DeMeco Ryans yesterday when he was asked about why did you go back to the rotating guard situation.
Yeah, for us, rotating both of those guys is a matter of just felt like when those guys rotated and we had a better situation at left guard. That's the reason behind it.
What are the benefits of rotating guards?
Yeah, for me, I felt like both guys played better when both guys were sort of on a pitch count and we rotated those guys.
Okay, that's my thing. Like, better version of what? Like, you got two guys that aren't good at their job.
It almost felt like, well, we don't have a starting pitcher, so it's going to be a reliever day. But certainly, we're not going to keep any of those guys out there for 7 innings.
Right.
Like we got we just got to limit their exposure.
Yeah.
So you don't give those. Did you see the guys on the other side of the ball? Those are actual football players. We don't want to give them too many opportunities to figure these guys out.
That's right. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. Don't want to get the book on Lakin Tomlinson out there. Here was Nick Caserio when he was asked about it on Texans All Access.
Yeah, so week to week we've kind of done that there at left guard. So not that what it looks like here moving forward. We'll see. But overall, I mean, there were some plays that you got to tip your hat to Seattle schematically. Some of the things that they did. There's some things that we can do a better job of communication-wise, and just doing a better job making sure that we're coordinating blockers the right way.
Have you had a chance to watch yet the Tomlinson Scruggs thing on All 22?
Oh no, where I was going to go and kind of look at the different situations when they were using that. No, I have not. As far as I'm going to go in and just see exactly what I'm guessing that in certain when they want to run a certain type of play or just whether it's a passing situation or not, that there's some rhyme or reason into how they're rotating in there. But it's not like it's not like it was brilliantly effective, obviously.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know any other team that does this.
Well, the tough thing is that it's everything that Caserio just talked about right there when it comes to the communication issues and all of those things, the cohesion on the offensive line. It's hard to do when you've got a rotating cast of characters in there. And also, and it is, if anything, it might be just it kind of distracts us from the fact that the center isn't playing all that well either.
Yes.
And Ariante Ursary is very much playing like a rookie. The entire left 60% of the line, which includes a little bit, you go from center to left guard to left tackle.
Yeah.
It's not great anywhere.
Well, and I think it was, and Ross Tucker brought up that point earlier when you and I asked him about it. The effect, I hadn't even thought about the effect of you've got a rookie left tackle who's already dealing with being a somewhat overwhelmed rookie left tackle, and he's having to get used to two different blocking types going on next to him. And the center's not playing all that great right now. You're totally right.
For me, this one, it makes sense to me just in that it's how they're choosing to try to make the best of a bad situation, which is that they just don't have anybody that they feel great about at left guard.
Okay, well, let's give you something that may not make sense. Braxton Berrios, inactive for the first 5 games of the year, a healthy scratch for the first 5 games of the year, finally gets a chance to get onto the game day roster because Christian Kirk is out with a hamstring injury. So it would make sense that Berrios is maybe getting some of what Christian Kirk does in the offense. Made zero sense to me as to why all of a sudden Berrios, inactive for 5 games, is leapfrogging Jalen Noel as the kick returner for this team. Made no sense because Jalen Noel, I think, has been doing a pretty good job as the kick returner for this team. The numbers are decent. Hasn't made any big mistakes yet that I can remember. Here was D'Amico Ryans explaining Braxton Berrios getting the start over Jalen Noel in the kick return game.
Yeah, it's my decision that I made. Wanted to get Berrios up, give him an opportunity to return. He's done a good job of really fielding the football and gave him an opportunity there to return versus Seattle.
He's doing a good job of fielding the football. He hasn't played in a game yet this year.
Well, and he wasn't a healthy scratch early in the season. He had that hamstring.
Oh, yeah, the hamstring. You're right. Yep.
Yeah. So and I guess, and that's where I've kind of been wondering just whether they're just being careful with his hamstring and they're going to wait, and once his hamstring is 100%, then they'll go with him. To me, it looked like he still had a hamstring injury. That's I understand putting him in because his upside as a returner is all-pro level returner. When I saw him out there, I was very underwhelmed with how he looked physically.
Yeah.
And that makes it doubly puzzling when Jalen Noel over the last couple of weeks has really started to show up as a receiver as well. And he's shown a lot of promise as a returner. As a returner at times, I think he's looked a little indecisive or hesitant, which is something that your rookie is going to work his way through. But yeah, I was cool with this when I saw the first snap that they were going to do it, but then I didn't see anything to justify it.
Ben, I want to play this one more time, the Berrios thing. I want to play this one more time and frame it like this. This is, again, D'Amico Ryans being asked why Braxton Berrios, who hasn't played all year, is getting pushed to the forefront in the return game over a guy, Jalen Noel, a rookie, who's been doing a good job. And I want you to pretend that it's David Culley answering this question.
Yeah, it's my decision that I made. Wanted to get Berrios up, give him an opportunity to return. He's done a good job of really fielding the football and gave him an opportunity there to return versus Seattle.
The most important thing about football is the football.
If David Culley gave that answer, we would be crushing him for this answer.
Give him it feels a lot like the whole, hey, let's give this guy a chance. Let's treat this like a Pop Warner squad. Like Gumbawale deserves a chance because he works hard.
While you're 2-4, and by the way, you're 2-4 with the worst offense in football. You can't be tinkering and experimenting with the one of the aspects of the game that could set your offense up for some success. I'm talking about the return game, obviously.
Yeah.
Like you're tinkering around, giving an explanation of he fields the ball real well. Has Jalen Noel fumbled this year, to my knowledge? I don't think he has. He fields the ball real well. He hasn't played in a game yet this year, so he's fielding the ball well at practice, so he gets bumped in front of Jalen Noel. I'm telling you, if this were 2021 and the Texans were sitting at 2-4 and David Culley stepped up to the mic to say that, we would be spending segments on it. That's such a bad answer.
We're going to be an offense that's going to be an offense.
Yeah, exactly.
The two things that don't make sense to me that I would love to know what the hell's going on is that the kicker ignored the instruction to kick the ball out of bounds before the 2-minute warning there at the end of the game. And then also D'Amico, after the game, saying that our plan was to get our hands on Smith and Jigba. And despite the fact, like he's saying this after the game, when asked why they weren't playing more press versus Njigba, making it more difficult, is D'Amico trying to send a message there to us? Or because he won't go any further than to say, look, our cornerbacks didn't get their hands on Smith and Njigba, but the game plan was to do that. So is that a Matt Burke issue? Is that a Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter injury or issue? Because whatever the game plan was, D'Amico didn't give an explanation for why the game plan wasn't executed.
Yep. All right, would you like your owner speaking this way about your quarterback? We'll have that in the final segment. We'll talk about today, Stadium today. Big injury report today because Nico Collins is concussed. And we'll see what the guys got going on In the Loop. A triumphant return, the prodigal son, Paul Gallant, in for John Lopez today. The Gallantster is in, yes.
I've never called him that before, but now I will.
Yes, when he gets here. Yes, let's do it. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Yeah, there are curious decisions that don't make sense, and then
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so look, it's not going great for the Texans right now. They're 2-4. They got 3 home games coming up here. They got to win some football games to get back in the race. But it could be worse. You could be the New York Jets. You could be 0-7. You could be a team that hasn't made the playoffs in a decade and a half. You could have Woody Johnson as your owner. And Justin's your quarterback. It seems like it's going to be this week, and they're benching Justin Fields. May have gotten his last big paycheck, Justin Fields.
At the very least, I love Tyrod Taylor. I thought he handled this situation when he was here in Houston extremely well, given just how weird it all was.
He was here during the weirdest year in the history of the franchise.
Yeah, I will pull for Tyrod Johnson as the current quarterback of the New York Jets.
All right, so Woody Johnson, the owner of the Jets, he's at the owners' meetings this week. They have owners' meetings going on in New York this week, and a few media members caught up to him. And here's what he had to say about the Jets and where they're going right now.
What's your confidence level in Aaron to turn it around?
Well, it looks like he's turning around parts of it. You know, it's hard when you have a quarterback with a rating that we got. You know, he has the ability, but something just is not jiving. But if you look at any head coach with a quarterback like that, you're going to see similar results if you go across the league. You have to play consistently at that position, and that's what we're going to try to do for the remainder of the season.
So what gives you hope then? You said you have hope.
I just think defense, special teams are doing better. The defense is pretty good. And if we can just complete a pass, it would look good. We got to complete some passes. You got to convince them that you can do something. Otherwise, it's hard to have it that you could win.
Again, I'm going to say in situations like this, I admire the honesty. I admire, if we could complete a pass. What did he say? A quarterback with the rating that we've got.
Yeah. That's there was a part of me that very much was saying like, what? Where's the lie? Tell me where the lie is. Yeah, as an owner of the team, though, perhaps maybe just dial back a little bit on the what's the word I'm looking for? Just the extremeness of completing a pass.
Yeah. That's
hyperbole. That was the word I'm looking for.
Hyperbole, yeah.
Exaggerating just how bad it is. You don't have to. You know what? It's good to acknowledge the situation. You don't have to colorfully exaggerate how bad the situation is.
Right.
Or did they actually complete 0 passes?
No, I think they completed a pass. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
So that's Woody Johnson, the owner of the Jets. The futility of being a Jets fan right now, I thought was perfectly captured by this teenage Jets fan leaving the stadium this weekend. Was caught up with by a reporter out there in the parking lot, and they asked him, "What's it like being a Jets fan?"
Cinema, get your thoughts on the game.
I hate this team. I was born into this, and I'm not gonna ever. I'm always a Jets fan, but I hate this team.
And he just shakes his head. He's kind of a.
Might as well have said he hates his parents too. I did not consent to this. It was forced upon me, like an arranged marriage in the days of.
He's like a really awkward. I'm trying not to be mean. He's like really awkward looking, like kind of, coming out of puberty kid with
he's
the
in that
braces.
ugly stage of adolescence. Yeah.
So you're like, he's got that. He's got the Jets jersey on. I'm like, man, this kid's going through it right now. So that's what's going on in New York. So at least you're not New York. Deshaun Watson is still a thing, apparently. At least he's got his phone. We know that. This is audio from a Cleveland Browns fan on TikTok he calls himself Chad the Dumb Browns fan. That's his gimmick. He does a lot of Ohio State and Cleveland Brown type videos. And here he is. He's actually he's in his Ohio State gear talking about this, but he refers back to a Browns video from a couple of days ago that guess who was liking. And and to be clear, the video that was liked by Deshaun Watson was very critical of the Browns coaching staff.
Y'all know I've been on here ripping this Kevin Stefanski offense. I've been saying Kevin Stefanski has to go. As a matter of fact, just a few days ago I said this This is a real, genuine question, Dog Pound. Are we sure Deshaun Watson is even bad? I mean, every quarterback, Baker Mayfield, Deshaun Watson, Joe Flacco this year, every quarterback Kevin Stefanski has had is not good. And then they go to a different team and find themselves again and are awesome. Well, look who just favorited that video. Now, does that mean Deshaun agrees? Does Deshaun just like me crashing the out like I don't know.
There's that part where, Deshaun might have just been liking the part where he gave that incredible compliment of, "Are we sure he's even bad?"
Right.
Or he's
right. Might not have been about Stefanski. He might have been like, "Hey, this guy called me not bad.
This guy said that I might not be bad.
Yeah,
that might not be bad. All right.
Yeah.
Now we're getting somewhere.
We're cooking. Yeah.
It's hard to. I accidentally like videos quite a bit on my phone.
Oh, do you really?
Usually the time that I'm really most mortified by it is when I accidentally like one of my own videos. Like I'm just looking through it. And I'm like, wait,
true.
no. I'm not that guy.
Yeah.
I'm not that guy.
Not on brand, yeah.
But I do it quite a bit, so I'm always very hesitant to read into it too much because it does happen. And and a lot of times it's a video I don't like at all. It's completely random.
It does happen. This is what I would say. Counterpoint to you is, Seth, I think the one thing that Deshaun Watson has had a lot of practice doing the last year or so as he's been rehabbing multiple injuries.
Social
media, knowing exactly where the like button is.
His thumb discipline might be. Well, on TikTok, The problem on TikTok is that it's right there. If you're right-handed, it's right. The like button is right there on the right side of the phone.
You can bump it pretty easily.
Yeah. So when you're actually I just did it again.
Who'd you
Damn
like?
it. One of my own videos. It popped up.
Oh, accidentally. Like a chance for me to go like some of my own videos.
Yeah, hold on a second, Sean. I'm going to Google myself during the crosstalk. Yeah.
So I think odds are Deshaun definitely liked that he got called really not crappy by somebody, and I think there's a 55% chance that he's liking because the guy threw shade at Stefanski for sure.
The thing I'd say to that Browns fan is like, okay, let's give it a couple weeks with Flacco because Kevin Stefanski did get that version of Joe Flacco when he first had him.
Yep.
So if you're trying to compare apples to apples, I don't think it's fair to use Joe Flacco until he's had a chance to go throw a pick six in the playoffs versus the Texans.
Yeah.
Because a few weeks earlier, Joe Flacco went off versus the Texans with Kevin Stefanski as his coach.
Dude, that's another one, man. There's a lot of catching up the Texans have to do. When Joe Burrow went down,
who are the other Browns quarterbacks who have gone elsewhere and done better as of
under
late?
Stefanski? I don't know. I think it's Mayfield and I think it's Flacco. I can't think of another one.
That
have
and with because the whole thing with Mayfield was that he was actually playing well until he hurt his shoulder.
Right.
I mean, we were having conversations about whether they should extend Baker Mayfield or not. So I don't think it's a fair. And who knows how much of it was Stefanski's decision to move on from Baker Mayfield.
Yeah. I just when you bring up Flacco with the Bengals, and I'm looking at it through a Texans lens. The Texans are 2-4 right now. There's already a ton of teams they've got to catch up with in the AFC. And, oh, by the way, I was not counting on the team early, Flacco, to your point, but I was not counting on the team that lost Joe Burrow for the year that looked completely overwhelmed, all of a sudden having 3 wins right now, and having a little bit of hope. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with that. Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Wednesday, and Reggie Atatula is here. Biggie Fig is here. Prodigal son has returned. Paul Gallant is in for John Lopez today. What is up, my friend?
What's up, guys?
It's so good to see you.
It's great to see you here. This is surreal.
How long's it been?
It has been 6+ years. I believe it was June 9th, 2019, the day I walked out the door, never to come back.
Until now. Never say never in radio, yeah.
That is also true.
Yeah.
The place has changed a little bit. You'll see that we've streamlined the office space and everything. It does. Our office is always hard to figure out, how to. It's a confusing layout. and people sometimes get lost when they first come up here. And it might still be. You might have that experience, Paul. Just don't go walking off somewhere without a clear plan of how to get back.
I will be honest, though. Seeing all the Halloween decorations up, I was like, "Oh, okay, no, I remember this."
Yeah,
place.
that part is.
I remember this place very well.
Yeah, you came back at the right time. Yeah, for sure. So it's good to see you, man.
Great to see you too.
Yeah.
Any reason for the hot rod shirt today?
I just, you know what? I was watching. I got in a wormhole of some old Roddy Piper videos the other day on YouTube. Piper's Pit was his interview segment that he did back in the day. Yeah, okay. Roddy Piper is my favorite all time. In the genre of professional wrestling.
Very good.
And so I realized that I didn't. This is his signature T-shirt. This is what he would wear on Piper's Pit. So I said they've got to have that on Amazon, and I got to be able to get it by the end of the day today. And sure enough, the world we live in now, I want a Hot Rod T-shirt right now, and they brought it to my place of residence.
Is this any level of foretelling of what your costume might be for Halloween?
No,
are you even gonna?
No, I'm partnering with Grego for Halloween.
Oh,
yeah, two bald guys. Yeah, we've got
Oh, yeah, we're supposed to have a partner for the Halloween.
Yeah, it's a partner.
Hey, Paul, you got a partner yet?
Well, the girlfriend and I have not come up with a costume yet. I will say.
You got a week, big dog.
Well, yeah, that's true. And we're actually going to do Halloween, I think, this weekend as well, because we're costume psycho freaks. So it's a healthy relationship. It will involve a mustache. I do know that. I'm literally growing my beard out for a mustache for Halloween.
Okay.
I hope it's Tom Selleck of some sort.
I am doing that. I am also doing, I think, Zorro. And perhaps Randy Marsh from South Park.
Okay.
Yeah.
Randy Marsh, South Park
little
character.
variants. Yeah,
for Halloween. Now, is there any way that you could incorporate something with Seth to give him a partner for the Halloween party?
Okay. Well, listen, I got lots of costumes in my actual costume closet. I'm not kidding about that.
Costume
Yeah,
closet.
that's right. I'm probably going to be. I'm not going to find a partner for this. I know we're supposed to have a partner.
Duos
for
is the theme.
Yeah.
I think every Halloween party that I can remember with Seth, his costume the day of somewhere, like at a party store.
That sounds right.
My gladiator costume was a big hit. I learned later. That was back when I was working out. Yes. Yeah, I was. Actually, I might have to. Give a little gift to the people on the floor, but I haven't been working out like I did back then. I'll be you know what, you do your Magnum PI thing with your girlfriend, and I'll just be Higgins. So I'll be the
nice.
I'll be the third.
Good pull.
I'll be the third wheel.
Yeah, good pull, Higgins. Nice. All right, boys. What's the question of the day?
All right, question of the day. I'm so used to Lopez setting this up. Damn root canal. Question of the day.
Is that where John is today?
Yeah, that's right.
Ow.
That's
Oof.
right. That's that. He figured he wanted to follow up the sorrow of a Monday night loss late at night with the root canal.
Yeah, let's get it all done.
Yeah, 100%.
Let's get it all out of the way.
It's brutal. What a terrible thing to wake up to.
Yeah.
Who seems like the most fake athlete? Is what we're going with. Yeah.
Most
like fake or like phony, like an A-Rod phony type.
Yeah, why not?
Oh, A-Rod's a good one.
That is a great one.
I would say this one, I feel bad saying this one because I don't think that this guy has a phony personality, but the actual record of just what people thought of him and what he actually was doing was so different that I'd have to say Lance Armstrong.
That's a good one.
Wow. And Lance Armstrong was always very kind of like he would say, yeah, I'm kind of an a-hole, like his personality and everything. So I don't think his personality is phony, but the whole Lance Armstrong saga and story and mythology that was built up. Sorry, Lance Armstrong, but I have to make.
Don't be sorry. Like that dude tried to end people's careers.
Yeah,
but they were all doing it too. Like he was in an era where everybody was doping. He was denying, and everybody was denying doping. That's what he got exposed for and was somehow vilified for it. Well, everybody else kind of got to be like, okay, well, I'm just I'll change up a little bit. But
he did it for cancer. Come on, he cheated to help people with cancer.
That's right.
Is that the cause and effect there?
The ends justify the means. Live strong.
Yeah.
Low key.
Apparently, you guys are all big fans of cancer out there.
I will give him credit, man. Them bracelets went hard in that time period, man.
I have one.
Bracelets cooked.
Well, it's funny because when I think of phony, I just think of like phony personalities.
Sure, and 100%.
There's multiple definitions, but ChatGPT is kind of thinking the same way Seth is. I asked ChatGPT, who are the phoniest athletes. They gave me 3 names. You're not going to like one of them, Paul. I can tell you right now. But number 1 is Marion Jones, the sprinter, because she got busted for PEDs.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Number 2 is Ryan Lochte, the swimmer, because he got busted for PEDs, I believe, right?
And other stuff.
I feel like Lochte was very much himself, which was a meathead.
This is what it says about Lochte. Claim they were robbed. He's phony because he. Sorry about.
Oh, the Brazil.
Sorry, Lochte. Oh. It wasn't PEDs. It
Where
was.
He claimed he got robbed.
Claimed he got robbed at gunpoint.
I remember that.
Yeah.
It happens.
Yeah. So
it happened.
You claim you got robbed at gunpoint.
I feel like we're gonna have a great 4 hours because I need to learn some things about this.
Because the genesis, you guys are gonna have fun. So the genesis of this is Russell Wilson. And phony personalities. These are people who literally lied about things, as is the third one, Tom Brady.
Oh, my God. Blasphemy.
Yeah!
Blasphemy.
Hey, Reggie, I'm giving you the best version of Paul right now.
I'm not even going to go on the air today. Now. No, I'm out. This is hostile environment. How dare you?
It's ChatGPT. It's not me.
I'm going to call HR right now. You guys are not respecting my religion.
Is your paperwork even done yet?
Throw a chair.
I've done that before.
Actually, Paul, Sean and I talked about that beforehand. It was like I said I want to make a joke about Paul throwing a chair, but I don't want to also. I don't. If he doesn't take it the right way, I don't want to ruin his whole next 4 hours.
I mean, because with me, I get mad for a minute and then I forget about it. Like just completely turn back into a golden retriever.
Yeah, white hot rage and then it's gone.
It's gone. I mean, there was a chair throwing incident. There was a time I threw a mouse at the trash can because my computer wasn't working. And
I was about to say live mouse.
And it hit the window and it cracked the window. And that was coming out of
These are not easy windows to crack.
They are not. And that came out of my Christmas time paycheck.
I felt bad for you.
That was
in
not
that
fun.
Moment. That was because
no one got gifts.
It wasn't like a violent outburst or something. You got mad and threw something like we all do.
That's what does.
I don't know, you and I do at times. And unfortunately the window got in the way. Nobody told the window to stand there.
I would have. You didn't break it. You kind of like you didn't shatter it.
No, there's just a crack.
It's a crack.
But it was a big one.
If it's out of my pitch, I'd be okay. I keep that.
The trophy.
Yeah. Can I at least keep the window? What are you going to do with it? All right, boys. Well, this is going to be a fun show. Paul, welcome back. It's great to see you.
It's great to see you too, dude.
Yep. Seth, I'm sorry. You're listening to KILT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Crosstalk, of course, as always, is brought to you by D&M Auto
How could
Leasing.
we forget, honestly?
How could I forget saying that Crosstalk is brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing
you love
twice?
To hear it, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Seth,
for no particular reason.
Antibodies to you,
Antibodies, and dig way back and remember Paul Gallant and Barry Warner on these airwaves. What was the name of that show, Paul?
Oh, that was so he was doing it with Sean for a while, but I would fill in for Sean Bijani.
It was the Odd Couple,
the
Odd
Couple. Yes,
Yeah. You were never the full-time host with him. I loved the disparity between you two. The young brash kid and the old brash guy.
Let me tell you, Bootsy, you don't know what you don't know. Miss Barry, hope he's doing.
That's funny. That was, you don't know what you don't know. The piece of advice I remember I got from Barry: the 3 most important words in radio, kid. I don't know. Don't be afraid to say, I don't know. And I'm like, well, I can't do that. I'm a know-it-all, all right? Sorry. Yeah. All right, we're done. We are out of time. Reggie Atatula, Figgy Fig, Paul Gallant in for John Lopez today. They are in the loop, and they start now.
You're damn skippy. We start now. Happy Wednesday to you. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, and a little bit of a homecoming, which is funny because of all the people who least understands this, and so this might make it the most fun today. Paul Gallant sitting side saddle with me, filling in for the OG John Lopez. Of course, Figgy Fig on the 1s and 2s, making it sound good. Let's have a little fun today.
Let's have some fun, Reggie. It's great to sit with you in studio for more than 5 minutes because it's basically NRG Stadium cafeteria fist bumps.
That's right. Just as we're filling our face with fantastic food at halftime or at training camp. Just
quick little, what's up, man?
Yeah, exactly. Quick conversation, watching the running backs warm up. And now it's 4 hours of radio, baby, on a Wednesday in a week in which I might have lost my faith in the Texans, right? It feels like the right time, right? It felt like the right time to do it. I'm excited, man. I'm excited for this. How does it feel for you? Because obviously for you, this is the bigger deal.
It's wild. I'm very happy. I'm very grateful to everyone here. I'm glad I did not burn any bridges. I wasn't sure if I did. So it's great to be back. I hope that this is not a one-time thing, but we're going to have a lot of fun over the next 4 hours. To what you were saying about the Texans, yeah, I totally understand that lack of faith. I imagine you are not alone. I think a lot of people are questioning everything top to bottom right now, and I think that's totally fair to do.
Let's do some questioning today. We'll get to that. I'll kind of want to get a gauge of what the listenership feels, and there's one way to do that, or there's a few ways actually to do that, because you can get involved with the program. The text line, 713-572-4610. Text in, let us know how you feel.
Remember that number.
From the 832. Is this the Paul Gallant? I believe so. That "the," by the way, feels like it's foreshadowed or like harkening back to some things. So I'm excited to learn more about those from the 7 line. Sideshow Reggie, yes, I do have my hair down. It's a momentous occasion if you decide to watch us on the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers live streams. I caught you off guard, didn't I?
We keep it 100.
Yeah, Fig, I got
I'm
you.
ready.
You
I'm
got
ready,
me on your
man.
toes, big dog.
Yeah.
The YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, is where you get in with us. A lot of people excited for this there. And then also there's the Twitch chat. 610 Houston is where you can see it as well. We will talk about the Texans. However, the start of the NBA season was last night, and front and center was on ring night, where your Houston Rockets playing I kind of hate when people use this, and of course I will be my biggest enemy in this instance.
World champs.
Instant classic.
Oh, instant classic.
That one felt like an instant classic of sorts. 125-124. Unfortunately, a loss to Oklahoma City Thunder, but it gave us a lot of data points. The Rockets are back, baby.
Thank God, because between what the Texans have been to open up this year and how the Astros closed out this season, I needed to watch sports that are fun to watch. And I knew going into overtime, no matter what the outcome was going to be, that I could walk away from that game that we saw them play against the defending champs happy, because it was just different. Monday night was so bad, and it was so late. This game lasted a while, but it was fun stuff.
Yeah, they were trying to rival the Texans for end time.
It was an NFL-length game, yes.
Honestly, like overtime, because yesterday I talked with Lopez, and I was like, one thing I hope for this game is that it's close to show us some things. I think we got that, but even well before that, I got some real takeaways from a game one in a way that I don't think you typically can expect in basketball. It's 1 of 82, and it's some new pieces, having to find a dynamic on this team without one of the foundational pieces that you were expecting in Fred VanVleet. I learned some things, and first and foremost, I would like to say I am doubling down. In fact, I'm going to triple down. I said after the LeBron sciatica is going to keep him out, he's probably not going to be eligible for awards depending on when he returns. I was like, you know what? Putting in the early ticket for Alperen Sengun All-NBA. Buddy, I'm sitting pretty right now. If I actually had odds at that point, I feel like they went up. He was out here cooking. Like, he was distributing the ball really well, but, like, who thought Alperen Sengun would shoot threes like this? I mean, I was keeping up with Eurobasket where he was doing this, and I was like, that's cute. I want to see it on the NBA floor. He was taking with confidence. He was taking deep threes, and them things weren't touching nothing but cotton. Shout out to NBC.
The biggest question I had for the Rockets going into the year was not about Kevin Durant's impact. It was going to be between Alperen Sengun and Amen Thompson, who took the biggest step forward over the course of this offseason. And it stands to reason that Sengun, given that he played in Eurobasket, would be the one to take that big leap. But if you take a look at his numbers, Reggie, during Eurobasket, he wasn't really shooting from outside that often. He was definitely doing it more than we saw this past regular season. I did not see a 5 for 8 from outside game from Sengun coming this season, let alone in game one against the Oklahoma City Thunder and all that they bring to the table defensively. By the way, he also seemed to be doing whatever he wanted in the lane. His seemed better. His strength seemed better.
Yep.
If we're talking about the same guy who definitely earned the respect of Draymond Green, which is a hard thing to do, but I think left some things to be desired in that series against the Warriors, he has grown a significant amount over the last couple of months. So, yeah, Reggie, you should have put in that ticket, bro.
Yeah, I should have. I'm not actually a betting man, so I was never going to.
I'm not either, but this is one of those things where it makes me feel like, especially now that I'm looking for work, I should have put in some money. We're
going to have some real life alerts on this one today, baby, ain't we? I mean, the big thing for me, or even bigger thing, rather, I should say, outside of the 5 for 8 from deep, which mattered a big deal, especially because if you're going to play this double big lineup, there's the possibility of everything kind of get clogged up.
Yeah.
He's a true stretch 4 now with that 5 of 8 from 3, because I believe at that volume, with that, that accuracy, this is going to be a thing, capitalized, exclamation point, all those things, as opposed to just a novelty in game 1.
And he passes too, and we already knew that, and he had 7 assists too.
He's doing the baby Jokic thing, and we might need to drop the baby teenage Jokic thing. How about that?
Or
right?
maybe we just give him his own nickname.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Alperen Şengün. I'm workshopping it. Does that sound?
I'm not feeling it.
No? Okay, all right. I'll drop that one.
I feel like we got to do something that is turkey related.
Okay.
But I don't know what it is.
Fair enough. 10 of 11 from the free throw line.
Yeah, I saw that too.
And the Rockets team just generally, by and large, was shooting very well from the free throw line, barring at the end of the game. But that is a huge night and day change from what it was last year. And you lost some games based on the hidden points that you left at the free throw line.
We're overreacting, of course, because it's one game, and who knows if this is something. Who knows if this lasts all season? I don't want to be the voice of reason too much, because it's fun to have a team that looks like it's actually got upside playing during the fall, because the Texans don't seem to be that team. Sorry, I keep taking shots at them, but I don't want to make too much out of one game. I will say it was nice to see, for the most part, Rockets players hit their free throws, except for that one by Kevin Durant. Ugh.
Yeah, another thing that I felt like I learned, and I will admit I was a late adopter here. I was a laggard in getting there. The idea of the point guard play or whatever, I get that. Look, this is going to be the best ball pressure you see of any team. Oklahoma City is notoriously very good at that, applying pressure, getting steals. They didn't really turn you over a crazy amount. You looked like you were searching it sometimes, and I think that that's going to come with time. Amen Thompson, my bad, brother. Like, he looks very comfortable. He looks aggressive. I thought teams would just sit underneath and go under screens and not allow him to get downhill. He still got downhill. Like, I feel like there's something there, and I was not willing to get there until I saw it. I know people were like, "No, he'll be able to do this." There's still definitely more work to be done there, but the proof of concept, it's there, and I felt like he handled the best ball pressure that you're going to see all season very, very well early on.
He's the most athletic player in the league, so you're not concerned about any of his ability to get to the rim. You are wondering, okay, though, as a distributor, how's he going to look? And, I mean, let's also be honest. There were times during this game, and it's not Amen Thompson's fault necessarily, where you're like, oh, yeah, they don't have Fred VanVleet anymot
Sure.
The same Fred VanVleet that everybody should respect now, after he was the only reason the Rockets were able to extend that series against the Warriors to 7. I saw a lot of VanVleet last season. I know he was making a lot of money. It sucks that he tore his ACL going into the year. I do look at Amen Thompson, and I'm wondering, at the end of the year, how many three-point shots a game is he going to take? 0 for 7, not great. Not great.
No, but last year I remember saying early on in the season, I just want him to be confident in taking
He did have the confidence.
Because he wasn't – you get the ball out there and he swings it, right? And there was a couple of moments where he did that in this game. Of course, he had taken a few at that point. He's going to need to knock a few of them, because, the ultimate game or end game you need to get to is you are credible, right? You're credible. You don't need to be a good one or a great one.
Somewhat respectable.
So that people have to consider you when you're out there on the perimeter. He's clearly not that yet, right? That's very clear. Now, a lot of them are coming up short. You wonder, is it legs? Is it nerves? Is it something that he'll work into? But the confidence to take has to be there before you even start making. So I did appreciate that if you're going to be on the floor.
Yeah, you do need to do it from time to time. There is a line. There's confidence. We've seen James Harden have 1 for 18 nights. We've seen James Harden have 9 for 18 nights as well. And there's also overconfidence. If you've ever watched Along Came Polly, Philip Seymour Hoffman should have won an Oscar for this. Let it rain! Let it rain! There were moments where that was going through my mind, mainly because I just enjoyed that moment of Philip Seymour Hoffman's career, RIP. So I'm very curious at the end of the year, how many shots a game is he going to take?
I'm with you. I think that'll normalize at some point, but I appreciated the confidence. Maybe this is just the
first game. You're playing the Thunder, 100% champs.
100%. I felt like you got to crunch time, and clearly you saw the effect of not having a man out there on the floor. I'm excited to see more. Yes, the cramping that he was dealing with, and maybe that's just he's going to need to get used to these big minutes with the added addition of not just being on defense. Yeah, with all that additional work. I love seeing KD screening. I think that I'm starting to see more just offensive actions than they had last year, and I hope that continues, because it feels like they have more things to go to, especially when things get late.
Did you notice how many people were you yourself part of this? There were a lot of people that felt that were annoyed that Kevin Durant was getting looked off from time to time, as if Durant needs to get the ball every single time. How'd you feel about that?
It's a great point. I think that there were some instances where the look-off was frustrating because context always matters,
And then
right?
whenever it's Reed Shepherd doing it, everyone's like, F that guy!
Yeah, I was getting a little frustrated too, but it wasn't about me wanting him to just take over and shoot the ball. I'm like, man, he got to touch the ball at least. It seemed like maybe it was just me. It seemed like they were looking away from him. I'm like, what's going on? You got Kevin Durant for this. But that was me overreacting.
Yes, I mean, I think that this is something that is a under-discussed portion of having a superstar, and it seems like it goes without saying, but no, you actually do have to say it. Hey, that dude is on your team. Get him the basketball, right? And Reed Shepherd in particular has been working on in his young point guard journey, like how do I look for my own shot and remain confident while also saying I need to distribute this ball. And it's not there. So you probably need to not take this pull-up midi. You probably need to maybe get the ball to him and see if there's a better opportunity. And if it comes back to you, then you get this shot up.
I feel for Reed. He's going to get crushed a lot at first.
He might get crushed later today. Who knows?
Right. I mean, Vanessa Richardson and I were talking about this on my podcast, and you just got to be patient with him because the only way that he can get better is if he continues to play, seeing as he didn't play that much last year. You know, he had some flashes during the preseason, but you're going to have to live with this being a probably nightly occurrence where Reed Shepherd doesn't look like he belongs, and just hope that by the end of the year that things get better.
Yeah, I think Reed, for me, I'm even more convinced that that's a bench guy, and he needs to have a bench role as opposed to kind of some people were thinking, could he be a starter, especially with shooting? They probably need to actually work him a little bit more off ball, get him more to spot-up shooting and maybe motion shooting, but I understood why they got him out there. There's a lot to try and suss out before you get to December 15th when you can even start to think about whether or not, or not start to think about, but before you can actually make any moves to change your roster. But one of 82, very interesting, competitive. There's some holes in there and some things that they're going to need to work on, but clearly they're still at that level where they're going to be able to compete with any team in the league. And the aspiration, it's alive and well one game into the NBA season. In fact, we're just getting going here on a Wednesday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, now we will talk about the Texans. D'Amico Ryan spoke to the assembled media yesterday, and I felt like there was a contradiction that was running through his conversation. Let's talk about that next.
All right, guys, Underdog going to have a blast. Football season is in full swing.
John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
So what do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's my first.
Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Wednesday to you. Reginald Atatula, Paul Gallant.
What's up?
Sitting in for the OG John Lopez on this Wednesday. And, of course, Figgy Fig on the ones and twos. And you, get involved on the text line, 713-572-4610. Saying all sorts of different things. Apparently Alperin means warrior. I did not cross-reference or check that, which I probably should have before I said that on air, but here we are. So maybe the nickname comes from there. Somebody talked about calling him the Turk Dirk or Young Turk.
I don't hate Turk Dirk.
It feels weird coming out of my mouth, though.
But it also,
it's close to turd.
Yeah, there's also some
close
of that.
to another thing, too.
Yeah.
And also, you're giving him a nickname that's based off of another player, and we want to give him his own nickname.
Right, that's the whole idea of not doing the baby Jokic
thing that involves turkey. I feel like that's where I will start to come up with something corny, and then eventually I'll probably just steal a nickname that a listener comes up with.
Sure, 100%.
As we do.
That's how this works.
We'll credit you with the gold star that you can have in your mind forever.
For sure. And you can tell people about for whatever.
That was my idea.
That's right. 713-572-4610 if you have those. I want to pivot to D'Amico Ryans, who talked to the Assemble Media yesterday. I think it was via Zoom, and we, obviously the late night on Monday into a short week, headed into the Niners game in Week 8. But look, there was questions that needed to be answered by the head coach of this team after what was, I will determine, is a woeful performance by his team, and it seemed to be that way. But there was a rather I don't know what's the right word to call it, Paul. Like, it felt like a contradiction of sorts with D'Amico and his answers that he was giving. And I'm interested if you agree with me. If you could help me out, Fig. This is D'Amico too. This was D'Amico talking about the status of the Texans offense right now. And listen to what D'Amico gave us.
Yeah, for us as collectively as a team, like we have to do our jobs. Right, if we expect to win, we have to do our job, not offense was just on the offense, but it's all three phases. Guys have to do their job, and we have to do it at a high level. So that's the main reason. We didn't play up to the standard. We didn't execute how we needed to execute to win the game.
Didn't do our jobs. Okay. Can you give me cut 6 here as D'Amico was talking about the idea of cornerbacks? I thought this was a really interesting question by DJ Bieniemy because – look, Jackson Smith-Njigba absolutely went off in this game. Yeah. And one of the things is he had free releases a lot of times. They gave him an opportunity, something that honestly I hadn't considered while watching the game. But you think back then, you go, you probably want to get your hands on him, right? So why did the cornerbacks line off and kind of allow Jackson Smith-Njigba free releases?
Yeah, our game plan was to, as I stated earlier in the week, to make sure we're aggressive, make sure we're getting hands on and playing them tight and sticky. That was our game plan.
Okay. So we had the game plan, not executed. Guys, we're not executing. Can you give me 7 here, Figgy? I think you're determining the trend here.
Yes.
What's happened with the offensive struggles running the football in short situations, D'Amico?
Yeah, in short yardage on yesterday, like we got knocked out the ball. At the end of the day, if you want to move the ball, we have to be able to run the football and get a yard, right? But if we're getting knocked back up front, then we're not going to get a yard. So that all starts up front with displacing the line of scrimmage. We did not do that. Therefore, we were not successful at gaining a yard.
I mean, look, there's an accountability that's necessary from this team, 100%. Like, I even the short yardage, I went back and I watched the few like real big short yardage situations that they had an opportunity to get. And there's a number of instances where you've got like a guard getting beat or a guard not going the right. Actually, it was Ariante Ursery on one play. You're running off to the right. It's inside zone right, I believe. How much you should be running inside zone with Byron Murphy there? That's a question.
Especially giving it to Woody Marks.
Ariante. that allows, I believe it was linebacker Jones to go right through the gap and get a hand on Woody Marks before he even reaches the line of scrimmage, right? Like, there are a number of instances in those short yardages when it happened. I'm not saying DeMeco's wrong, but then DeMeco was asked about the offensive play calling, right? Is there any consideration for any shift there? This is what
for the most part, and some of the similar things that we've had over the past couple weeks, like it takes all 11, right? When it comes to we're getting pressure, making sure we hit our hot answer, making sure everybody's on the same page, getting the ball out quickly, getting the ball out on the edge, getting pocket movement passes. Those were similar things that we've had for the past 2 weeks. Some things we executed well. Some things we did not execute well. So I think the play calls and things are very similar. It's the execution and the timing, how quickly we were operating, it wasn't the same.
I guess I picked the wrong one there, but ultimately he was talking about it and he said, it all comes down to me. This is my call. And it's like, I am ultimately, the buck stops here is where, and it feels like, does it? Because we're pointing to all the instances where there's a lack of execution and then ultimately saying the buck stops with you.
Yeah, and I'm also hearing things that I used to hear when I was back here at Sports Radio 610 back in the day. I'm hearing it's on me. That was a Bill O'Brien tried and true staple. He kept on going back to that over and over again when there were specific parts of the team that were getting pointed at with questions from our local media.
Relative to...
that word relative to, or that phrase, I guess.
Things are not going great for him in Boston College, but things are also not going great for DeMeco Ryans here right now, and it's frustrating hearing him answer questions with explanations as if we are toddlers, especially when he treats the offense in particular, unlike Kaimi Fairbairn, who he threw under the bus after Monday's game, and unlike Derek Stingley Jr., who he just threw under the bus with the 2 clips that he played. Whenever there's a question asked about the offense, he will bring things back to talking about the whole team. And look, hey, you're protecting your team, you're protecting that specific area of the team, but you cannot tell me with a straight face Monday night after that game that this was a team effort. The defense forced 4 takeaways.
They did?
They held the Seahawks to 2 for 14 on 3rd down.
They did that as well.
I mean, you can't blame it on the parts of the team that were doing their job for the most part. Sure, there were some dumb penalties here and there. This offense has been crap outside of for 5 quarters. 4th quarter against the Titans. It took a while for that Titans game to get going.
That's right.
And the entirety of the game against a dead Baltimore Ravens team. He babies the offense. I can understand it the rookie season of C.J. Stroud. To a lesser extent, I could see it last year where he was gaslighting us about how they were doing some things well offensively. But now we're at a point where when he's asked about the offense, he is still deflecting. DeMeco, come on, man. It makes it seem like there's no accountability in this room, and maybe there isn't. I think it's happening behind the scenes of Derek Stingley, your best corner, is getting called out, and your kicker, who's been consistent for all these years, is getting called out. But this god-awful offense isn't.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing that he's gotten to a point where because, DeMeco's natural setting is, I'm going to protect my guys. It feels like he's gotten snippy, and as you mentioned, like he threw Kaimi under the bus. Like he's pointed to the idea that, no, this is the game plan, and Derek Stingley did not get up there and put his hands on him, whether that's just like going rogue or what have you. That's the implication that I seem to take away from it. I think that some of this is like, I want to try and shield the first-time offensive play caller. But here's the thing. This is why you don't hire a first-time offensive play caller for this circumstance, because the heat will come if and when there are problems, especially if there are problems to this degree. And so I understand the want to do that, but like you set this table, this stumbling block for him, and now ultimately when he doesn't meet it, you're not getting there. And I think that I'm not saying that there's not an accountability, but almost it feels like it belies a level of lack of belief in the coordinator somewhat, that he needs to be protected to this degree.
Yeah, it's almost patronizing.
Yeah.
I can hear it a little bit. I'm really curious what C.J. Stroud, Reggie, is going to say after we heard him on Monday night, because I felt like he was pointing fingers at the offense. Maybe I'm hearing things, and I think we're going to play that audio at some point 100%. During the show. But it's going to be really interesting to see the rest of this season. Could a power struggle develop? Does C.J. Stroud try to put pressure, like so many quarterbacks have put pressure on the organization, make some changes for the offense. And how does D'Amico handle that? How does Nick Caserio handle that? Very curious, but I think right now you have D'Amico on one side who is really protecting the offense, and you've got C.J. Stroud pointing fingers, asking about maybe other game plans that they could watch on film, asking about if it's actually a offense that can work, if it's always death by 1,000 cuts. If they continue to struggle, and I mean, you're playing the 49ers on Sunday, and I hope the Texans are wearing battle red because there's going to be a lot of 49ers fans in attendance. They travel well.
They do.
So let's at least mask that if we can, or maybe it's too late. But this feels like it's just going to get worse and worse, and the feet are going to get more and more dug in between these two.
Yeah, I don't know if I feel like I'm having a crisis of belief in D'Amico Ryans, a coach that I have for the longest time. I think for a lot of people have looked at as that is a good coach. He brought you out of the mire of, the Culley, Lovey, Smith kind of era of these things as you're trying to find your way. And the defense is always phenomenal. But there's been a number. I just keep going back to the idea that D'Amico Ryans sat and told us that he thought that rotating at left guard was crazy. The best way to get the best out of them. Almost as if to say you can't allow them to play all the snaps of the game, which very much to me says you do not have an offensive lineman that you can trust, which I'm not even sure if it's true because it feels like Juice has done a good job in that circumstance. It is fascinating that we're at this place with D'Amico Ryans. And I want to circle back around to this because I want to see where everybody else is with D'Amico Ryans. Yeah. We were what, less than a year or maybe a year plus removed from where that dude could do no wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And it feels like he can do some wrong.
11 months ago, I asked, hey, what's his ceiling? And I asked it in a way where, hey, we're hearing the same things from him at every single press conference, and where it feels like the team is not learning from their mistakes. They had, 3 players-only meetings in 2 weeks or something like that last year. And here we are almost a full calendar year later, and we're asking more of those same questions. D'Amico Ryans, the CEO, which he, I think, is trying to be. I think there were some signs of that during the offseason where he was actually a little more hands-on with the offense in specific parts of training camp. I don't think that is getting the net change that we were all hoping to see on offense.
What's D'Amico's ceiling? We'll circle back around to that here as we continue in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is time for the question of the day, inspired by a little bit of recent news for a Los Angeles Laker who did not play last night. Who seems like the most fake athlete? Phony is a word that you can also use there if you want. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Let us know, and we'll talk about it next.
Thirsty Thursday is coming to the west side of town. from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Paul Gallant in for the OG, John Lopez. It seems like people are enjoying this.
Yeah.
Just as long
it
as
is.
You know,
it's about me, Reggie.
I've noticed. I've taken that
Give
in.
a damn what everybody else thinks.
Very early on in what's happening here.
Let me talk about my life and my cat and living under a bridge as I look for another job. Not actually happening.
Okay, good. I was a little concerned in that moment. Let's get to the question of the day here. Who seems like the most fake athlete? 713-572-4610. That is the number to text because recently, actually, I believe this was yesterday that we got this news. Russell Westbrook, who's bounced around the league, former Rocket, obviously, now with the Sacramento Kings because gross. But apparently there was news that came out that he really wasn't a fan of a particular thing with LeBron James.
Yeah, so from what I understand, there was some sort of meet and greet setup where LeBron was supposed to meet, along with the rest of the Lakers, Will Smith. But LeBron and Anthony Davis walked out. Rockets legend Patrick Beverley pointed out to Westbrook, who also wanted to walk out, that, hey, we have to stay. They don't because they won a championship. So they're there, and all of a sudden, after the Will Smith meet and greet with the Lakers begins, LeBron comes back, a Q&A session opens up, and LeBron just kept asking Will Smith question after question after question. And Russell Westbrook was like, what the hell? Because he had left only to come back 20 minutes into whatever Will Smith was doing.
Getting jiggy with it, I presume.
Right, and then making jokes and quoting his movies. Just like that, Reggie. He was saying things, I don't know, did he quote? Wow,
obscure Will Smith reference, 713-572-4610. Winner gets a shot.
Will Smith should have thrown him out like Jazzy Jeff.
Yeah, that's right. There we go. I like what we're doing there, Fig. So, yeah, like...
So
Russell
that's
Westbrook,
what set up it, and I guess Reggie, Russell Westbrook talked to other players, and in this article or in this book that was written, yeah, this is where he believed that LeBron James was fake, plus all the other things with the reading the book, the Godfather quoting,
being 3 pages into Malcolm to the autobiography of Malcolm X for ages on ages on ages on end. Yeah, like LeBron is a high seed in this particular game.
The one thing he got out of that book was he was a really, really deep man, good man.
Yeah.
That's all you got from that book.
Even though every time I saw him in that book, he was in the Detroit Red era of that. He was in. he didn't get to the real. We all
had to read that book in high school, right?
I actually didn't read it in high school.
You didn't read it?
I read it later.
I read it. It was really interesting. I mean, if you're going to read, and I don't read as much as I used to, but I mean, I don't know, keep reading. It's pretty interesting.
Right. Like, I would actually prefer if LeBron James just kept holding that book over the entirety of his career, but eventually you saw him get deeper and deeper into it. Like just a 22-year career where eventually he finished the book and had to take
yeah, like just go 10 pages further the next time that you're in front of the media while they're recording you in the locker room as you look at your book.
Remember, kids, it's not how quickly you read. It's that you take the information, you retain it, you know? All right, so who's the fakest athlete? LeBron James, the number 1 seed, Toby on the YouTube, Russell Wilson.
I covered Russ in Seattle.
Okay, let me go ahead and isolate. What you got?
It's him. And it's funny.
Just without a question.
I think it's him. Personally, I think it's him because I remember I go up to Seattle and I'm like, why does everyone in Seattle seem to not like Russell Wilson? There's this push to let Russ cook, to give the offense over to Russell Wilson, which I think we've seen to a degree with C.J. Stroud and the Texans offense from time to time. And I get up there, and then people just kept on telling me all these interesting stories about him. I do think that Russell Wilson isn't a bad guy, but I also think that he goes out of his way to portray himself as this character that is very, very hollow. You talked about it when we were getting ready for the show, Reggie. Very politician-esque.
A whole pack of Badgers. It's the thing that sticks out with me. If you've watched Sunday Night Football where Russell Wilson is playing, when he says the school or whatever, some people decide to shout out the high school, some Balso Hart University or whatever, but most of the time people will shout out the college. He played at 2 places. Started at NC State. They ultimately took his job from him and he transferred to Wisconsin, where he finished. Which team do you think he would pick? Wrong. He did not pick one. He says a whole pack of Badgers because NC State is the Wolfpack, Wisconsin obviously the Badgers, and he's like, I must appease both of these constituencies in any given time because I cannot have anybody be mad at me.
Do you feel bad for people like this? Because to see Russell Wilson this week in response to Sean Payton, call out Sean Payton for his role in standing idly by while Bountygate happened with Greg Williams and the Saints, that's a little bit of authentic Russell Wilson that came out right there. And I wish athletes would feel more comfortable. The reasons I like Durant, Kevin Durant, before he even came here, a lot of people gave him crap because, oh, you're too online. I don't know. I think he's pretty funny when he comes back and claps back at all the haters, if you will. So, do you feel bad for guys like this that are always putting on that show? I mean, a little bit.
In a way, because it feels like you could tell they feel like they had to. Like, Kevin Durant is a great one because people think about him being on social media, the burners, or like that thought process. Before that, I remember Kevin Durant early in his game, right, early in his OKC time, where the one thing that he did that peeved me to no end, the coldest nickname was provided to him in Slim Reaper, right? That is one of the best nicknames I've ever seen given to an athlete, bar none. And he was like, no, thank you. I would prefer to be called the servant, because he felt like he needed to have this pious identity. You don't remember this, Paul?
I don't.
You don't remember the servant? This is this one offended.
Awful.
This one offended my sensibilities, if you can't tell.
Oh, that's terrible. I thought it was because he's like me. He's maybe a little bit self-conscious about being skinny, like the person who texted in 40 minutes ago about my runner arms. Son of a biscuit.
No, but I think that he was at a point in his career where he was just like, I need to be, good, wholesome. I don't want to offend anybody. And I think that he was boxed in because he felt like this is what you have to do. You have to have this polish in order to be, a star. And I think at some point when he was looking for that validation and eventually people didn't give it to him, especially after he moved to Golden State, he's like, all right, well then bleep y'all. I'm going to be myself fully. And what you find out is being yourself, you got a lot of people that will ride with you. Now, you weren't be able to get those folks. I do feel for Russ in this way, is it feels like this is a lot closer to him than I want to give him credit for. But then also, he can't escape it. Like although apparently he escaped it a little bit. You were mentioning, Russell Wilson.
A moment with Sean Payton, and Sean Payton took another shot at Russ, and Russ fired back.
Yeah, Russ fired back. We played the audio of Sean Payton earlier in the week. Basically talking about how he was hoping that the Jackson Dart switch would happen later on.
And by the way,
season.
Even Brian Daboll felt that way. Brian Daboll's like in the concussion tent. It was like, hey, Jackson, we need you back out there. I don't care if your brains are scrambled eggs. Get the hell out there. I don't want to see another throw of Russell Wilson.
He said, I'll get you some salt, some pepper, and some Cholula to make sure that the eggs are good. Get out here. Everybody's with this. I've said it openly. I actually do feel bad for someone who all your coworkers openly disdain you like this. Who else has to go through this?
They probably don't tell them to their face ever, too. It's a disdain.
The way that this is happening, they're kind of telling him to his face.
Now they finally are. I think when he was good, though, and I think that might have been one of the things in Seattle that was really interesting. There would be some players that spoke up about it, but there were a lot of players who didn't say anything about it, but did feel the same way that Richard Sherman felt about Russ.
Yeah, and Richard Sherman made it clear. Anyways, to finally pay off on this, Russell Wilson tweeted, classless, but not surprised. Didn't realize you're still bounty hunting 15 years later through the media. Smiling face emoji, laughing emoji, hashtag let's ride, which I thought he left in Denver, but okay. I am surprised that he actually felt the comfort to be able to later on the scale. Like his career is not going to go very much longer. Probably. I thought he would have found a little bit of this bravado earlier on.
Yeah, but you got to be good to actually do it, unless it's Sean Payton. For whatever reason, he and Sean Payton do not get along. Interesting nominations, Reggie. Someone says Dylan Brooks, not a villain. Is that fake?
I don't think it's fully fake. I just don't know if he embodies it as much, or if he embodies it as much as he could. I think he really does feel himself to be. He's an annoyance. Like he's a pest at the very least. He wants to be a full villain, and I don't know how much he can handle it. But there are some people that want to be the villain. Sorry to keep bringing up KD. Eventually, I'm going to be a subject of a tweet if I'm so lucky. But yeah, there was a point in time where, actually not KD, I'll take it to LeBron. Remember when LeBron went to Miami?
Tried hard.
And he was like, well, I'll be the villain if y'all want me. No, you don't. You clearly don't want this. You clearly want to be loved. And I think Dylan Brooks is somewhere in the middle of that spectrum where I don't think that he needs the love, but I also don't think he's willing to go full, I don't care what y'all think about me. I feel like there's somewhere in there for him there. Someone brought up, they said Laken Tomlinson. What makes Laken Tomlinson fake?
Well, he's not a starter.
Oh, okay.
Maybe it's that. I don't know.
Michael Jordan is actually a really interesting answer because I don't think he's fake at all. I think he's just a psychopath.
Right? We talked about that before the show. There are some of those stories I wonder about. Does he ham it up a little bit? Does he add a little tall tales to all the things that he talks about because of all the mythology that's behind him?
If any stuff where I think he's fake is when he like gets out here and actually gives us a little bit of like elder statesman, which is very, very rare and in small doses to the point where I'm like, well, we know what this is. We know he has to do this. Keep those coming in. 713-57 that was nasty. 713-572-4610. That's the number to text. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL. Where is the NFL finally going to get rid of this thing that they've been trying to get rid of? Let's talk about that and more next.
All right, Ability Trees.
sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the Loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We're about to go around the NFL. I'm Reginald Adatula. Paul Gallant in for the OG John Lopez on this Wednesday. How's it feel?
Now that we're an hour in,
yeah,
it feels like I've never left.
Oh, that's lovely. I'm glad I was able to do that for you.
No, seriously, this has been fun.
It really has been. Fig, you're the ombudsman for this show. Go ahead and play that. You can go ahead and play it. I know as soon as I said ombudsman, you wanted to play it.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that means. That's a word.
Yeah.
I've read it before. I've seen the word, so I know it's a real word, but I have no idea what that means.
Okay, you're not going to give me the Kevin Hart? All right, cool. No problem. Perfect.
I was trying to look for the damn drop.
No problem.
I can't
Good.
even find it.
Because, yeah,
You survived this one.
Unnecessarily big word. I understand. But how's the show been from your perspective over there?
It's another big word.
It's been good.
Perspective? No, you're not gonna get me on perspective. Ombudsman, 100%. I was being a jerk. I'm being flashy.
See, now that I know that this is, I might with you a little bit on this.
Please.
So apologies in advance.
That you would be fitting into the dynamics that the show has established very well. Because John Lopez, funny enough, a dude who probably does not have room to give me flack on that will give me flack on that. But fair enough. Feel free. I am an open book in that regard. We're about to go around the NFL. People are coming back to
book's a big word.
Coming back to coming back to the fake athletes, Deshaun Watson, which
yeah, not only was he fake because of the obvious stuff that kind of happened, he was hiding, but remember he wrote that book on how to be a leader and all this other stuff.
I didn't know that he did that.
Yeah, he actually wrote a book. Had a book that how to be a leader and all this stuff. He got baptized in the Lake of Jordan or something over in Israel and all this other stuff. And then now you see what you see.
I still am waiting for him to tell us his side of the story that he said during his press conference, where he just kept on repeating the same three things over and over again, where I never meant to hurt, disrespect, or offend any of those women. And being shut down by the Browns' Baghdad Bob at that press conference for Texans Browns back in the day is something that still triggers me. And I walked out of that.
Too.
Yeah, did you see me?
I was in there with you.
Yeah, because I walked down the hallway and I just started swearing like an absolute psychopath. And thankfully,
that PR guy was like, all right, we going to call the people we want to call.
We made eye contact. I wanted to yell at him. Sir, resign. Resign, sir.
He might have took one question from the Houston media.
It was just Mary Kay Cabot, and one Brian T. Smith question.
Yeah, that was the only one.
Shout out
to there. All right, let's go around the NFL now, and if you can help me out with a little bit of audio. NFL Network, apparently there's meetings with NFL owners right now, and if you know NFL owners and their mindset right now, there is one thing, at least when it comes to the actual play of football, that they have their mind on, and it is indeed the tush push.
Something really interesting that came up yesterday was the tush push. We talked to football operations executives yesterday, and Troy Vincent said they are having trouble officiating the tush push. This has been an issue all season. Are the Eagles jumping before they should be jumping? And he admitted the line judge, that's the judge that would be responsible for calling it, has trouble seeing if they are moving before the snap. And he said they are trying to get better at it. But look, we know that the league tried to get rid of this play in the offseason last year. They talked about the health and safety issues, the concerns about it. And certainly you would expect that as this goes forward, and we expect this to come up again in the offseason, whether they want the tush push to remain in the game, you would think, Ian, that their issues with officiating, the fact that they are having a tough time officiating it properly is going to enter the conversation.
That's Judy Bautista, NFL media, at the fall league meetings, and now we're bringing in having a difficulty officiating. The NFL's trying so hard to get rid of this.
Yeah, it's about to be over with for it.
You would think.
You know, I'm in the place, and I'm somewhere who the tush push does not offend my sensibilities as it does with some other people. I think they and there's some legalities. Obviously the NFL needs to officiate it properly, but now they're like, well, we can't. So if we can, it's not fair. And it just feels like the owners have been leaning so heavily into trying to get this gone that it's going to get gone.
Maybe it will be gone. I'm not holding my breath because it feels like changes are very hard to come by in this league when something has been allowed and has worked. I still think about some of the things that were leaked out of Jeffrey Lurie's speech that he gave to the NFL owners about being a teenage something, the idea of the tush push. But I guess if maybe there is a little smoke here, did you see, Reggie, a couple of weeks ago? I want to say that this was during the Eagles-Chiefs game, where it was clear that the Eagles had false started on a tush push, like very clear.
100%.
And videos were posted of this after the game, and the NFL copyright flagged all of them. And we're not just talking, hey, really good quality videos on the internet. We're talking people clearly using their phones to record it off the TV. They struck everything from the record. So that's a sign at the very least that they think the integrity of the game's being challenged. So that might be a sign that they get rid of it. But again, I'm not holding my breath. If people seem to like that this one move works, and the idea is, hey, it's football, stop them. It's just a rugby scrum.
Yeah, and I think that the coalition of people that have allowed this to stay legal, I do remain strong, because you mentioned that game. I believe it was that same Eagles-Chiefs game in which the Eagles had the audacity to get out here and run it 4 times in a row. And I'm like, if you have people on your side, do you at any point lose some of them? Because, again, when we talk about people, the people that are making this decision are team owners and their decision-making, whoever they appoint to make their decisions for them. And team owners generally, like, you would think that they're doing the best for the team, for the league. And a lot of times they're trying to do the best for themselves. And so there's a lot of teams that were, or a lot of owners that were annoyed by this. And there were some owners that were like, this is football play. When it starts coming around and hitting you, and then it also starts becoming a play thing that becomes more annoying in the way that it happens. And you talked about, obviously you have the league office who works at the behest of these owners, mind you, seemingly tipping their hands even further that they are making it a point to try and, de-emphasize this, move away from this. I feel like it only stands to reason that after some time, they'll be able to whip up the votes that'll get this gone, because there's enough pressure clearly being placed towards this being gone.
Couple whiny owners. Just need a couple more whiny owners.
But you've been in a room with 30 people. Eventually, that's how it's going to go. Is that eventually the loudest and the whiniest either are going to it's going to go one way or the other. They're going to get drowned out, or they're going to be able to overcome the room. And right now, there's enough of them that are loud and whiny.
Yeah, it seems like it's getting very loud now.
Who would be the best at being loud and whiny and getting rid of this?
Of team owners?
Of all team owners and league executives, general managers, head coaches. Is there anyone out there off the top? I've got one. John Harbaugh, because John Harbaugh is constantly crying about the rules whenever the Patriots play the Ravens.
That feels like a personal slight that you have there.
I've been holding on that one for 10 years. There's got to be someone, though, to what you were saying, Reggie, who can whip them all up. I want to know who. Who is that guy?
I wonder if he still has this, because Jerry Jones seemed to be losing his fastball in a lot of different regards. It feels like if there's anybody who's whipped up votes, if there's anyone who's whipped up votes amongst NFL owners, it's been Jerry Jones. I don't even remember where he stands on this. I need to go back and look at the last vote and see if he was pro or anti-tush push, although now thinking about it, in the NFC East, dealing with the Eagles, I imagine he probably wants to get that away from them as fast as possible.
I was going to say, everybody in the NFC East probably is like, nah, let's get that out of here.
Let me tell you what about the Philadelphia Eagles. They're doing things the right way. Yeah, I can't do it, Jerry. I need a cocktail glass and an ice cube rotating around.
Michael and Steven, and it's very limited. It's a very limited fake.
I can tell you've covered that man before.
I have covered that man. I would like to say some of the things that he said on actual live microphones, except I don't want my voice having said those on record. So we will continue to move on around the NFL here. And mind you, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Just visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. We continue around the NFL where here's a little bit of business that is getting done. You remember the ESPN acquiring the NFL media assets. Mm-hmm. Remember that story?
Yes.
Well, that has officially come to fruition. That deal has been made final, and obviously we know that allows ESPN to utilize a few of those trademarks, NFL Network, some NFL media. They will also, interestingly enough, I'm sure, fans of fantasy football will love this. NFL's fantasy and ESPN's fantasy platforms seem like they will have a level of merger. The digital rights to NFL Network, as I mentioned, including also Red Zone brand, will be owned by ESPN. But interestingly enough, I think that also because of this, ESPN taking ownership of NFL Network, this might in a roundabout way mean we are done with the ESPN Monday Night Football doubleheaders.
We should have been already. I don't understand either of them. I don't understand why you would start one game and then another game 45 minutes later, an hour later.
Because you're competing against yourself, right?
Exactly. And I've seen some reports about the ratings. It's the worst radio topic afterwards, and it's essentially, though, the same combined ratings that it would have been if it was just one game. And then you have the 6 p.m. start, and you got the 9 p.m. start that we just dealt with. It's 10 p.m. for people on the East Coast. That also I don't really understand either, especially when you're competing against baseball's playoffs at the same time. The NFL is always going to win, but there's definitely some people that were watching that game. Yeah, there's a lot that I don't get with what they're trying to do. I do not get any of the games in Europe. I don't.
Well, there's conversation about even more of those.
I saw.
You know what this is all from the Monday Night Football thing. I think it's isolated to ESPN, right? You want to have more of the inventory, and that's what happened. They ended up with an inventory of 23 games. There's 18 weeks. There's going to be some games that you need to have multiple. And so the reason why we might not have any more doubleheaders, if they now own NFL Network, do some of those games move to NFL Network?
I guess.
Those Thursday night games account in some of those types of things, account for their inventory. So we might be done with that. On the Europe, which again, part of league meetings, they're talking about expanding, including possibly Saudi Arabia. That's always fun. That's always fun for conversation.
Why
isn't
not?
It?
Let's do China too.
Money.
Yeah, let's do China while we're at it. It's ridiculous. These fields are never ready. They can't handle football players because it's always a small level of grass. It leads to injury. These games are at 8 a.m, and I'm sorry, this is going to sound like a really stupid take, but whatever. I'm standing by it.
I'm here for it.
My grandfather did not fight in World War II for us to be playing games in Germany.
He invoked his granddaddy?
He did not fight. He would have been a Philadelphia Eagles fan if he was still kicking today. He did not go to Germany for us to play games less than 100 years later against them, or in the country that we had to bail out because of the process of appeasement.
Look at proud to be American Paul.
Proud to be an American.
Go ahead and play that Lee Greenwood. Let it spin right quick. But you know what it is, man? Like more money. You have to this market. We have to admit the market of America. Like they have probably sapped out about as much money as they could, and they go, how can we increase growth?
Yeah.
Let's see. Can we get European markets?
I understand.
Can we get Saudi markets? And you said China, and I think you said that jokingly. However, the NFL would love to do China.
If you mentioned Saudi Arabia, I'm like, all right, well, if you're going to do Saudi Arabia, you're going to do everything. Like, it's
in time. In due time.
Like it. I'm just going to say I don't like it, but I know it's going to
be playing football in Cuba in a minute too.
Well, see, at least that would be in the same time zone. I think that would be a fun vacation. Like I could do Cuba.
I had the worst thought, which is,
what?
Does Cuba have the money that the NFL is looking for?
Well, the NFL. I mean, listen, what all of these
with all the sanctions and embargoes that they've had for the longest time.
Yeah, you know what? That's actually a fair point. But
sorry to bring geopolitics into this. I apologize.
Well, the NFL wants to be FIFA. The NFL wants to be the Olympic Committee, and I mean, you've seen what those organizations do when they come into specific cities like here and try to set up a event for the entire world. They're going to build a lot of things that cost everyone here a lot of money, and you're going to be told that it's going to make everybody in the city a whole lot of money after the fact, and then all those things are going to be abandoned 5 years later. That's what they do. So the NFL's next.
Politics.
Join them, baby.
Which is funny because the NFL has seemingly tried very much to avoid politics, but it'll come through.
Hey, that money talk, man.
Money talks bigger than anything
else
it's all about. Say. Really and truly. Looks like Roger Goodell is speaking live. I'm sure there's going to be some fun things that come out of that. At the fall league meetings. Real quick, around the NFL, a couple more notes. Starting quarterback notes. We do know who will be starting for a couple of teams in Week 8 of NFL play, including the Jets. Yes, Justin Field has officially lost his job as Tyrod Taylor is going to go for them.
How dare you ask about Justin Fields' job status going into last week's game where he was benched? How dare you? I like it. Glenn, when we did the TV show together back in the day, I think we had him on. I'm wishing him the best. He could not have handled this entire situation worse. Specifically, coming in to this media market that is just a bunch of hyenas.
Correct.
Antagonistically. I just don't think that it could possibly succeed unless you're going to win right away. And they had no chance with Justin Fields under center, who they signed to a 2-year deal. By the way, Daniel Jones, he didn't sign a 2-year deal. He didn't sign a 2-year
deal. I didn't realize that was a 2-year deal. I keep thinking that it's a 1-year.
2 years, 40, yeah.
I actually thought with the Jets, interestingly enough, when they had made that decision to sign Justin Fields, that it was a refreshing amount of self-awareness from them to know we're not actually competing this year. I really do hate it as old man as I can possibly get, where back in my day, the NFL, everybody used to try every year. And that's gone, right? And I've got to accept that. And the Jets know that they were not close to competing, so let's just get somebody who's going to hold off. However, I'm 7 weeks in, 8 weeks in now, and I'm looking at it like, oh, that was a bad idea, because now we have a legitimate conversation of, do you start Tyrod Taylor in year whatever, or do you start Justin Fields, who has proven to be downright incapable of playing the position? And that is a tough proposition to send NFL players out there to play the car crash sport with one of those two dudes leading the charge. Right? Like, that's a hard sell.
What's your favorite Tyrod Taylor memory? Was it with the Texans? Is it the time he got stabbed at the chest?
Yeah, it's the time that they had the ancient, the super old New York Giants trainer who had been working there since 1946 puncture his lung because apparently he was not familiar with the needle stuff.
Hey, could you sit still there, Tyrod? I'm going to put this needle in your chest. Oh, it was punctured your heart. I'm sorry.
I had this needle since 1942.
And remember, the reason why...
Took me to Germany.
It was a cast iron needle. The reason why he needed to puncture his lung he was trying to take fluid out of his lungs.
Yeah.
He was trying to take fluid out of his lungs. Also, the Vikings will start Carson Wentz. That J.J. McCarthy thing,
Vikings fans are thrilled.
That J.J. McCarthy thing. It can't have started worse.
No.
It cannot have started worse for him. Like, to the point where I'm like, are we done here? They seem to keep talking about liking him, but are we done here?
They're hiding him. And this injury has gone from 2 weeks or so to 2 to 4 weeks. And Adam Schefter is literally reporting against himself as far as how long he is supposed to be out. Yeah, it's not going great for him.
Yeah, definitely not good. All right, that's Around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, sometimes it's hard to remember it, but we are approaching the NFL trade deadline. November 4th is when that is. And considering the Texans are 2-4, do you need to consider being sellers of sorts? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss that next.
All right, guys, Underdog, let's get
Support and essential comforts to families in need. Learn more and give now at texaschildrens.org.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
From the 713, OMG, I was so confused when I heard Paul when I turned on 610. I missed when Paul had a late night nerd show with producer Josh.
Yeah,
is that a slight or is that actually...
No, it was nerdy, dude.
Okay, all right.
You had a segment called Nerd It Up.
Right. We would do as if we were talking about a Texans game on a Sunday. We would do deep dives into every single Game of Thrones episode when they came out. And we would talk about, like, what does this mean for the Lannister clan, you know?
Oh, so the off-air conversation.
Do they need to fire Tywin? It was stuff like that. We did this on the air because it was late at night and we kind of just screwed around.
Sure,
had a lot of freedom. So yeah, it was with Ryan, with Josh Beard for a bit. Then it was with Ryan Rocket for a little bit, and also Figgy would sub in from time to time too.
Yeah,
it was fun.
Why can't people trust me on this?
Yeah, I remember that. That was when I was advocating Flow's good, and you're all idiots. You can't see it. That take aged very well.
I was like, update. Where are you? Where do you stand at this moment, Paul Gallant?
I'm a lot more self-aware than I was
Where
back
the
then.
hell is he? Is he still with
Ain't he in Las
Rams?
Vegas?
Is he with the Rams?
Nah, ain't he with the Raiders?
I think he's with the Rams.
Or is he with the Rams?
I think there was a chance that if Matt Stafford didn't play week 1, that they would have
because Kenny Pickett with the Raiders.
That's right. That's right. Neither of those teams interchange. At least
damn shame what they did to that dog.
It is. All right. Let's talk about this Texas team, 2-4 now, and this 2-4 is a lot different than the 3-3 that was the possible if you would come out and frankly not shown your ass on that field at Lumen Field on Monday. But unfortunately, this is where you live in. This is the area that, in fact, we were talking about it yesterday, standings wise. You are 10th in the AFC, sandwiched nicely between. I believe it was the. Who was just ahead of you? I know the Cincinnati Bengals were right. Oh, yeah, right below the Cincinnati Bengals as currently held.
Have a pulse with Joe Flacco. Look at you. You're looking up at a team that actually seems like it has a chance towards the end of the year if they get Joe Burrow back and they're quarterbacked by Joe Flacco.
I don't want to go that far, but they got to win with Joe Flacco, so I can't talk too crazy about him. And then you're just ahead of the Las Vegas Raiders and Cleveland Browns who have the same record. Like, this is the territory that you exist in. In fact, we'll talk a little bit about that more in a different light later on in the program. However, the question has to come up. Has to. Especially in light of the way that they decided to operate on Monday, crazily. Is it time to consider selling, right? Again, you are, a week and a half away from the trade deadline, November 4th. And I know football is not baseball in this regard, where like you're full buyers or sellers. NFL trade deadline ends up being a little bit more nuanced. But do they have to consider like making moves that would then look forward as you're 2-4 and
seller kind of moves?
Yeah, seller
trading
type
for
moves.
picks.
Yeah.
So I think it's morally wrong in football to tank. I
strong agree. God bless you, Paul Gallant.
I can tell that you felt the same way.
God bless you.
It's ridiculous that it has been enabled. It's the Philadelphia 76ers-ification.
Trust the process.
They lit 4 years on fire. Sam Hinkie is a criminal to me. That you light 4 years on fire. Because also the sleight of hand is, well, we were planning on being bad. Mm-hmm. So this is all part of the process. All failures were just a part of what we were doing.
And it ferments loser juice, as I call it.
And what did that get them?
Because, hey, it's okay, Joel Embiid. You don't have to be in shape. You just have to be in shape when we're good. Hey, Ben Simmons, you don't really have to work on anything. Hell, go on a mental health break for 5 years. It's okay. And it ferments and it turns your operation into something that's not good. So I really hate the idea of tanking. I also don't like the idea that, hey, if I get a pick for a player, I'm going to nail that pick. And then I'm just going to look at it from the realistic perspective, Reggie. Right now, this team is certainly thinking about its job. Nick Caserio is, D'Amico Ryans to a lesser extent, but there are people in this building that if they're going to do anything, they're going to add and decide to make a move, given that they still seem hesitant to put some of the young players out there who I think have earned playing time. Specifically, I'd point to Jalen Noel. Jaden Higgins was open a bunch last night, or on Monday night as well. But if you like veterans, is it maybe that they need to go after a veteran player of some sorts on offense?
But at that point, what's the point of your acquisition? Because you did acquisition for these young players thinking that you would utilize them. I think like my mother would be, frankly, just appalled. You got food at home, right? Like you out here talking about McDonald's. I see that spaghetti in there. Get in there and eat it, right? That spaghetti being Jalen Noel, who you had to basically fall ass backwards into giving him the football, and he ended up being one of the few people that created separation. You were able to get the ball to. I don't know how much you consider the separation because I know you said that Jaden Higgins was open, and that was at the period of time that I have of the game rather that I have described as running out of plays when they were just out here like, all right, run deep. I got you.
Do you play NFL Blitz?
I actually kind of hate NFL Blitz.
Okay, fair enough.
I have played it for sure.
So there's a certain point if you're playing a sports video game and things aren't going well, you're just going to chuck it deep. So there's like the 4 verticals.
Oh, 100%.
I saw some people posting Madden plays online in the middle of Monday Night Football. But there's this play in NFL Blitz, and I just call it every single play. It was called Da Bomb. DA space BOMB. And that one 3-play sequence at the very end of the game, like it felt like C.J. Stroud was just like, screw it. I'm just going to chuck it deep, and maybe we'll get a Hail Mary or a pass interference or something like that.
They had vertical routes on like 4 straight plays, one of which was invalidated due to, was it a penalty or did they just not?
Remember that.
That is fair. But give us forget juice.
I'm looking at how they use the young players, and at a certain point, you got to trust him. You drafted him in the 2nd and 3rd round. Jalen Noel belongs on a football field. I think Higgins has shown promise when he's been given opportunities, and they're going away from it. And I wonder, I just, for the life of me, cannot understand why Braxton Berrios got more snaps after barely playing all year than Jalen Noel did on Monday night.
Especially when, because in theory, right, in a vacuum, you can sell me on the idea of this particular offense, which I'm sure people are sick of hearing me mention that specifically, but this particular offense, the slot receiver has options, and they have to make decisions where they read the field, they know the playbook incredibly well, and you might be inclined to believe that a veteran has a better grasp on how to make those decisions. And then I look at the actual play, and Braxton Berrios has at least one that I recall vividly where he's on the outside on the right side. I think there was a motion that made him the outside man on the right side. Still a pretty condensed split where he goes and he runs a hook and he does not create separation, and it seemed like CJ was expecting him to break out, and I'm like, well, then what's the bleeping point, right? Yeah. If you're not going to make the right decision as the veteran guy, which maybe you were not given the right foundation to make the right decision, seeing as you have been a healthy scratch for a few weeks here, then why did you go and do that? Why did you decide to have a lot of rotation at left guard? Why did you decide to have Braxton Berrios return punts? Like, why did you decide to do any of these things? Again, it all comes back to there's real questions on the way that they're implementing them, but at the very least, I don't get this unwillingness
either. And Noel should have played more. To what you were saying about Berrios, okay, like, you haven't been in the offense at all. Why are you on the field? Is it because Nick Caley was with the Patriots and Berrios started his career with the Patriots way back in the day, and Nick Caserio was back there? Like, it's weird favoritism that is also a D'Amico Ryans problem, but could be the Patriots part of this organization problem too.
I hadn't really brought it to the D'Amico Ryans favoritism issues as well.
Oh, I mean, that's the Derek Stingley thing going on right now. That's what this is. Him calling out Derek Stingley. I remember when D'Amico first came in here, it did not feel like D'Amico was the biggest Derek Stingley Jr. believer, and then he became one. But now, I don't know. Maybe he's fallen out of favor with them because D'Amico does have his guys, and all coaches have their guys. It's not an exclusive thing, but he would freeze people out, like a Steven Nelson, a C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Sure,
they're out very quickly. Definitely a little bit different with those guys versus a Stingley. But to bring it back to talking about maybe adding in some sort of offensive weapon,
100%, because that was what I was thinking. Is again, I hear you on the don't sell, but then where do you buy if you buy that's actually going to make a tangible impact, especially if we're talking about this being decision-making issues here?
Tyler Lockett. It seems like
you're
the Tennessee
sold on
Titans.
this.
Look, I at this point, screw it. Christian Kirk's, it's been a failure. The injury problem that he had in Jacksonville, it's happening again here. You need to have, if you feel as an offense that you got to have some sort of veteran guy in here, then a guy in Tyler Lockett, who's definitely not the Tyler Lockett of old.
No,
but a
not
guy.
at all.
But I mean, I'm not going to hold his numbers in Tennessee against him. That's a disastrous situation.
You usually like to hold his numbers in Seattle against him.
Look, I know. Believe me, I know he's going down. I do understand that. What I'm saying is that when Tyler Lockett was good, this is a guy that was a surprising deep threat considering his height, and was a guy that could get open in short range. If he's on waivers right now because the Titans are essentially just going to release him, you got to at the very least make a phone call. If you are a team that believes that you need to have veteran receivers out there. But I think that we both agree it is time to let Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel go do their thing. You got to – I'm tired of seeing the veteran players getting phased in there that don't seem to have a place in the NFL long term. Dario Gunbowale, Braxton Berrios. Come on. Put the young guys in. Let them cook.
I mean, his separation, his ability to get average separation has gone down and down. But I hear you in the context of you're not saying that he's great, but is this something that you can kick the tires and find somebody? The problem I have with it, though, is, again, that feels like it's somewhat in line with the Braxton Berrios. Well, you have someone who's a veteran, and that means that they'll be able to grab this offense. And right now, the offense, again, seems like it's unnecessarily complex while also not providing answers, right? Nothing is easy for C.J. Stroud, and not trying to absolve C.J. Stroud of his issues. Because you talked about Higgins being open, and maybe those were tough throws to make, but it's not like he got anywhere close to making those at that juncture.
He's missing them, and he's not seeing them.
But there's not easy answers here.
No.
And then dropping Tyler Lockett in doesn't feel like an opportunity for easy answers.
It's one of those things where if I'm trying to operate with their mindset.
Yeah, fair enough.
And if I'm operating with their mindset, try that. But I think everybody that follows this team, wait a second, so Jalen Noel looks good as a punt returner, and you're taking him out from being punt returner.
That's right.
Monday night, Braxton Berrios slips and falls on his face in one of the returns that he makes afterwards. It did happen. And you're also taking him off the field on offense. And still, despite having less snaps than Braxton Berrios, he has, 4 catches for nearly 80 yards or so? So how does that make any sense?
It doesn't. That's the answer.
Okay.
Like, we don't have to. It doesn't. It doesn't. Let's see if they can start making smart decisions this week. Who are they playing against? Is it anybody of any real repute? Oh, the San Francisco 49ers.
San Francisco 49ers. There's going to be a lot of Reddit anarchy.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including the NBA was back, but in a different way. Back on NBA on NBC. How did you appreciate the experience? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about that next.
Ready? The Texans are back at NRG Stadium for the 22. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And when it comes to Houston sports, there was one going last night. And, I mean, it had the biggest platform in all of sports last night, right? Like, without question. Because, I mean, World Series doesn't start till Friday. Obviously, Monday Night Football was behind us. You had opening night for the NBA, and it was the ring night portion of it where your Houston Rockets face off against the reigning champions. And so that was a fantastic opportunity, but even more so, it was a big celebration because it was the return of the NBA to NBC, this deeply nostalgic.
Give me the ball, because I'm going to dunk it, yeah!
A Saturday Night Live fan.
Basketball. Yeah.
Oh, and so before we even get into some more of like what was happening for the Rockets, like how did it feel to have NBA on NBC back, man?
First off, round ball rock rules. It's a shame that we ever went away from it. The NBA should have bought it from NBC.
What they said, 23 years?
Although we've heard it because remember Fox Sports acquired it
for Big East basketball.
It was the weirdest thing in the world.
That was so crazy. I'm like, what?
Here comes what Big East team?
It's Georgetown and Xavier next on FS1.
It was sick. It was disgusting. So it is good to see that back where it belonged. It felt like NBC did a great job of making this a big event.
They did. Tirico's voice, I think, also added to it. I forgot that he used to call NBA games because it's been 9 years since he left ESPN for NBC.
And I'm surprised that he's going to be the number one guy in addition to being their Sunday Night Football guy as well.
I am too, but listen, that guy, no one knows the rules in sports better than Mike Tirico. I think Tirico is fantastic. I'm a little biased. I'm a Syracuse guy. He's a Syracuse guy, but Tirico is really good. And in addition to having Round Ball Rock back and the majesty of a Mike Tirico voice on the call to add a little gravitas, you have Michael Jordan at halftime.
Okay, this is exactly what I wanted to talk about. So one of the big things that NBC has done in trying to make this a big deal is that Michael Jordan was made a special contributor. And for a long time, we were like, what the bleep does that mean, Kobe Bryant, right? And ultimately, the answer was it's a feature segment called MJ Insights to Excellence. We saw part 1 last night. It's an interview segment between Mike Tirico and MJ, and the series will continue throughout the season, right? Apparently, when they say series, they don't mean multiple sit-downs. This feels like one interview chopped up. And I'm like, Michael Jordan just absolutely stole from NBC, which honestly...
Are you surprised at this, though?
I am, but I'm not.
I was surprised he was even getting into this.
Yes.
I'm like, hey, Michael Jordan about to be a part of NBC doing this type of stuff?
No.
Like, who got him off the golf course?
Like, this is almost... Yeah, this might be a little aggressive. This is basically propaganda, man. Like this is. I want an opportunity to talk to the masses about things that I want to in hoop.
People forget about me because LeBron.
That's kind of what this is.
I see where you're going.
Be visible, and I'm not even doing like LeBron versus like this. Does feel like this is kind of vanity project, which to be fair, it should be. Like Michael Jordan, and if anybody in basketball carries that gravitas, so it's going to sell. However, I think this is going to be a largely useless thing that they do continuously.
Useless. Were you not intrigued at all?
I mean, in the general thought.
Did you find yourself actually focusing on the interview at halftime, unlike you normally would for a basketball game?
Well, I focused out of just pure curiosity of what is this thing going to be, and then when I figured out, at least what I believe that I figured out, because I'm not so presumptuous to say that I know exactly where this is all going to go, but when I believe that I figured out what this is going to be, I'm like, this is not going to add value to me.
I actually enjoyed this interview more than I thought, man.
You did?
I did too.
No, yeah. I'll be the curmudgeon here. That's fine.
Yeah. No, I don't know. Maybe it's because I don't really hear from Michael Jordan as much. And
that's exactly why I felt.
Don't really get the interviews like that.
You get a little bit of him. It's a lot. And now I think that Mike Tirico was going a little overboard with to everything that Michael Jordan was saying. But I liked hearing Michael Jordan talk about things. Because the last time
when he talked about him picking up a basketball and shooting a free
I don't know if I believe that story, but considering that's the see him speak to us, to you, to me, it was cool because the last time was the Last Dance documentary, which was the only thing that there was to watch during the early days of the pandemic.
Correct.
Yeah. Nah, I kind of enjoy it because I was thinking the same thing. Like, man, I don't want to hear from this fluff. But I'm like, damn, I left that interview, that little piece of an interview. I'm like, damn, I kind of want to know how you feel about the NBA now.
Yeah.
I kind of want to know
too.
what players he watch and all his other. I found myself wanting more.
And even if he is being a curmudgeon like Reggie is right here.
Yeah, 100%.
Even if he's being a curmudgeon, it'd be kind of awesome to hear finally Michael Jordan enter the fray and talk about how this generation is soft, which, let's be honest, he's going to do that.
Yeah.
I want Michael Jordan to do it, though. I want him to talk trash about this generation.
And they tease, he got to take on load management. That we gonna play
that's the next one.
I'm like, okay, I want to hear what he got to say about load management.
And this is where definitely I am now like editorializing or hoping that there's a level of editorial in this that I kind of am looking forward to if the possibility is that he goes left where we think he goes right? Like if he's like, actually, I understand
Unpredictable?
this,
yeah.
Right? If it is just, here comes old man yelling at cloud, which again, I understand it's just the nostalgia of it where we have not, you know what it is? Actually, I'm just going to go ahead and reverse course there. You know what this is? Y'all are literally thirsty. Well, actually not literally, figuratively thirsty in this. It is just.
Oh, I am.
We have not gotten a sip of Michael Jordan in a long time, and so whatever you give me, I will take happily. Which is why NBA ordered it basically a glorified podcast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, this is what this is. This is a glorified podcast that we're putting on NBA and on NBC.
I did not put that together, though, what you had said, that this is probably just one long interview that they're going to air clips from. And, I mean, to what you were saying, brilliant by Michael Jordan.
Great work if you can get it, man.
Do you think that it would be really funny if they get wise to this and they're like, hey, let's redo this, but like change your wardrobe so that this it doesn't look like we're just doing this over and over.
And then it's not him coming to a studio or anything. He at the crib. He at his house.
And to be fair, when you're a subject of the magnitude of Michael Jordan, you dictate the way that people meet you.
That's why he's Michael Jordan, man. That's why you never see him, man.
I do hope, though, that Tirico does kind of probe him into places where we get some real value. Because ultimately, I think that as much as I love the fun of Inside the NBA, and we'll get that on ESPN tonight and tomorrow before they go away for a very, very long time and the weirdest thing ever, if they can bring some substance to halftime, which I felt coming back to the NBA and NBC, they did a great job. Pre and post game, they felt big, and I wonder how much of that is just being broadcast television, but it felt big, and it felt like it focused on the game itself. I do appreciate the fun that, like I said, Inside the NBA brings, but it feels like sometimes they're a little light on substance. This felt substantive.
Yeah, it's better than what ESPN's been doing for a while. To have Michael Jordan or to have the Inside the NBA guys, I want one of those. ESPN had this, hey, everyone takes a turn talking. No one's actually talking to each other kind of deal where you'd go around the panel, everyone says their thing, and then I will watch a in the can Michael Jordan interview or the Inside the NBA guys talking about I don't know, globalism. Like I will take either,
I don't know. That was a little dicey.
Either or. I will take either of them over what we normally get. I definitely, to what you were saying, the one thing I maybe want a little bit more of, and this is one of my frustrations with NBC, I want a little more in the pregame. I want a little more. I feel like NBA's light in the pregame department ever since Dan Patrick moved on.
I wasn't feeling the pregame show. I ain't gonna lie to you. I like Maria Taylor, but for some reason I wasn't feeling Melo.
No, me neither.
Who was it? Vince Carter and Tracy McGrady. I kind of wasn't feeling it.
I think they need to find a little bit of like
it's early too,
right? Camaraderie and rapport. That because early on, Inside the NBA was fairly light as well. I think they developed it. And I also wonder how much of that is ring night, where you have so much of the ceremony that you have to broadcast that cuts into the way that you prep for this. One more thing on NBA on NBC before we move this along, and actually talk about the Rockets just a little bit here. I did feel like, because we will talk more about the Rockets, I actually have an interesting question about Tari Eason that I'd like to float by you, Paul. But I thought the way that they handled the broadcast booth made Reggie Miller tolerable, that is a credit. That is an absolute credit to basketball.
I'm not a Reggie Miller fan. Is anyone?
I have the same name as the dude.
I still wasn't a fan, to be honest.
And fair,
he was kind of irritating. It wasn't as bad as TNT, but I was still getting a little irritated.
Right. It felt like Tariq. I thought Joe Crawford was fantastic to pair with him to kind of, tether him to the game, to reality a little bit, and keeping it really fun. So I enjoyed the broadcast all the way around. I feel like you did as well.
I did too. It's good to have something new to get you through an NBA season, and also I like that it was on over-the-air TV. And I got an antenna.
That's the other thing too, man. That's the other thing. It's on regular TV, man. That's on NBC.
I was shocked when I saw that. I was like, oh, surely it's going to be on Peacock, like the NFL does with some of their games.
But that's one of the things with the part of their deal is that they're going to have some Peacock exclusives.
There's going to be some Peacock exclusives, but it was cool. Like, I can't remember the last time that I changed it to Channel 2 and I was watching a basketball game.
And for opening night too.
Yeah.
It wasn't just like a last game of the season type deal. This is opening night.
Opening night. It was a big deal.
Biggest takeaway from the court when it came to Rockets for you, Paul?
Alperen Şengün has taken a step forward. How big is that step? We will find out over the course of the year, but he's 5 of 8 from outside. He's doing all the things that we've seen him do to initiate the offense. I thought that he looked still like he had his legs underneath him in overtime, number 1 and number 2, which is pretty crazy considering he's probably had the most work this offseason of anyone on the Rockets, given that he took Turkey all the way to the Eurobasket final.
He sure did.
It's something to be very excited about to see him look the way that he did last night.
Half-court offense still a little sloppy, but understandable against a Thunder team. No point guard, but then understandable against a Thunder team with great defense and particularly ball pressure at point of attack.
Yeah.
The thing that I've been watching in the preseason, yes, I'm a sicko that watches preseason, is that zone. People were able to get into the middle of it, and especially once OKC found their way, like in the third quarter, they started figuring out how to attack it. I'm going to be watching very closely over the course of the early portions of the season just how solid defensively this Rockets team remains, especially when they have that jumbo sky lineup that they throw out there.
Yeah, look, they got the length and they got the mindset that Ime Udoka installed.
Yeah.
Should be good, but yeah, we'll see.
Fair enough. There you go. That's what's popping here in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I want to return to the Texans rather because you said something earlier, Paul, that really caught my attention, and I want to examine it further. What is DeMeco Ryans' ceiling as a head coach? 713-572-4610. That's the number to text. Let's discuss that next. Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Wednesday. I'm Reginald Atatula. And the star of this Wednesday show, sitting in for the OG John Lopez, returning back to 610. Appreciate rocking with me today, man.
I appreciate being in here. Hello to everybody. I am still alive and back for a couple of years.
Proof of life. A proof of life show. I like this.
It's one of those things. I can have some fun with it because you're in this industry long enough. Eventually, your time is going to come. And I've always found it funny when somebody's time comes to an end, when there's a, as the Astros would say, parting of ways.
That's right.
You just never hear about that person again at all. I was in Seattle for 2 years. I've been back here for nearly 4 years. These 4 years have flown by so quick. Hard to kind of process that I am almost back in H-Town for 4 years. But it's great to be back where it all started in a studio that hasn't changed all that much from where I left it.
Yeah. We wanted to make sure that you felt at home, like when you go home to your childhood bedroom. Want to make sure that it looks. To be honest,
I don't have mine anymore.
A good bit would have been putting a treadmill in here, as some people want to do.
A whole bunch of boxes and all that stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, we just throwing crap all in this room.
Someone on the YouTube page said, "Blink twice if you're under duress, Paul." So just like
I'm not under duress.
Okay,
I'm not under duress. I appreciate all of the smoochies from the text line.
Oh, yeah, people loving it right now.
It appeals to my massive ego as a narcissist. I love it. So please continue to kiss my just keep on smooching.
There
I
you
like
go.
the smooching.
I'm glad that you did not finish that sentence.
No, I'm like, wait, I'm not on the internet.
A sentence that I would like to, however, is one that you posed earlier in the program. And I think it's worthwhile, especially at this particular point in the season. Texans fall to 2-4. DeMeco Ryans is basically calling for the smoke if you indeed have some, right? Like I'm the head man. Decisions are mine, and all of this comes back to me. And so DeMeco Ryans, he's had some flaws. I think as a head coach, as a lot of head coaches do. And some of those, you wonder, are these just kind of the quirks of a particular coach, right? For a long period of time, Andy Reid had game management or time management particular issues, right? You could point to various different coaches in there. There are certain things. And with DeMeco Ryans, sometimes game management ended up looking like it got away from her or whatever. And there's certain things, favoritism is one of those things we talked about. Felt like it ballooned up in a way on Monday night, talking about the, rotation at guard, talking about the decision to make somebody who had been a healthy scratch take starting ops away from a rookie that seemed to be growing into his own, that you said was going to, get more reps with earning it, right? There was a number of things that happened that made me come back to the idea, or hey, even like going forward on fourth down, but doing the same thing that you did on third down somewhat. There's a lot of things that make you then come to the head coach nature of DeMeco Ryans and go, all right, but what is the actual ceiling here?
Right. And I asked this question 11 months ago. A lot of people got mad at me. I get it. He played for the team. He's still the new head coach. They were off to a pretty good start last year until things started to hit the fan, and you're talking about team meetings, players-only meetings weeks. But last year, we all got the sense, if you were paying close enough attention and if you were listening to DeMeco Ryans at these press conferences, where he was putting a lot of positive light on things that were very obviously not working, and it was just something that made you wonder, are they improving? Are they getting better anywhere? And then over the last couple of days, Reggie, there's been a couple of moments where you've heard DeMeco Ryans go back to some bad habits where he's pointing fingers at Kaimi Fairbairn. He's pointing fingers at Derek Stingley for not covering Jackson Smith-Njigba, but he's also babying the offense a little bit. And it's the press conference, it's the podium, it's not what's going on behind the scenes, but it does make you wonder if accountability is level for everybody on this team that he is trying to be more of a CEO type coach with. We know that this team defensively does the swarm mindset to a T, sometimes a little bit too swarmy with the personal fouls that come. But when you start hearing what DeMeco Ryans said about the offensive line right here, don't you start to wonder if there is a messaging problem?
what was the conversation like for you guys about things on the offensive line that were frustrating last night?
Yeah, I think the most frustrating thing for me is things we've covered, things we've worked in practice, and we get in the game, and it's not getting done. We're doing things that we're not coached to do. That's the most frustrating thing.
When you hear that, what do you think?
I mean, we're what I'm saying is right, and they're just not doing it. And
they're not listening, though.
They're not
That's what I'm hearing.
But here's the thing, right? Because the messaging point has been one that keeps coming up. You can go earlier on in the season where, you have other circumstances of, hey, there's clearly these are things that, we're wanting them to do and we just need to execute those types of things that we've all gotten common or gotten used to hearing. And you hear when these players are in front of microphones, in front of cameras, they will parrot the same messaging. So the messaging is still like the party line is still coming along, but the execution is not ending up on the field. And the question that I've continued to ask as you're finding the same issues pop up over and over is, why is this not translating? Mm-hmm. And when you say messaging, I'm like, but the messaging is getting through in various different ways, right? What they're saying is clearly being repeated by the player, so it's there, but why is that not then being enacted? And I think there's a couple of things you can point to. First and foremost is the talent in certain areas just isn't there, right? Some of this, when we're talking about the offensive line, they're actually better at recognizing some of the things that they need to. There is a lot less woeful than it was offensive line execution-wise. You're just not good enough. I'm seeing number 60 get pushed into the backfield on a number of plays. Shout out to Jake Andrews, right? Some of this is that. But then there's other instances where it does feel like they're making mistakes and you've got guys having dumb penalties and you've got Azeez Al-Shaair, all that he had his head
the whistle,
and there was a whistle. And to his credit, Sam Darnold also seemingly was like a little weirded out by that particular penalty.
I get it, but
yeah, you have enough of these things that keep happening over and over again with this team, and they're mistakes that happen over and over again. It does make you wonder, why can't this head coach get these things cleaned up in the ways that he says he wants to?
And I heard that quote about the offensive line, and I'm like, are people listening? And he, going back to the penalties you were talking about a moment ago, D'Amico will always say penalties are about technique. Okay, well, what if it's not about technique? What if your player just has a brain fart on the field and gets a little bit too swarmy out there, which we saw with Azeez Al-Shaair, and we saw with Tim Settle, and we saw with the Mario Edwards face mask. So there's that. Are they listening? And you mentioned the party line a moment ago, Reggie. Okay. One of the party lines during all the struggles for the Texans from D'Amico Ryans and from some other players was, quote, "We're close," end quote. He didn't quite go full gaslighting at yesterday's press conference and saying, "We're close," but he said something pretty damn similar.
And look, as bad as it seems, I tell guys at the end of the day, we're still one possession from getting that game, tied.
Excuse me, it did not feel that way. I do not care if the final score of difference between the Texans and Seahawks. I don't care. No one watching that game felt like the Texans were ever in it in a game where the Seahawks turned the ball over 4 times, were 2 for 14 on third down, had a field goal blocked. You never felt like it was close. And that is close to saying things were pretty close, though.
Yeah, that's a carrot for them. That's a carrot for the players. That's not a carrot for us. And I mean, I know D'Amico does not have a high level of regard for what we care about in the media.
Clearly not.
But at some point, and it's wild, like you're getting to a point where you're going to need to be a little bit more careful because that perception is what sinks the ships or the tenures of head coaches. And it feels wild to even say that with, the Texans' own son, D'Amico Ryans, at the top. But I think it is worth asking then, what is the ceiling for him? Because clearly he is a phenomenal defensive coordinator. The way that his defense operates, and obviously when given the talent, but even outside of like having a ton of talent, he is able to get guys to play with a level of vigor, sometimes too much, but to play incredibly well. The scheme works pretty damn well, and it is not the thing that we're dealing with in the coordinators that they've had, where it is the precursor, the it is a franchise of what some other coach had, and it's just the bare bones. No, he's made it his own. There's additional levels of it. He's clearly there. But as a head coach, the fact that, one, personnel is in your domain, and when your staff, and the way that this staff has operated, his time offensive coordinators that you've hired, but then on top of that, when you've hired a new offensive coordinator, you have not given him a full opportunity to bring in a staff that's going to implement a plan that he wants. So there's a piecemeal staff, and I do wonder how that comes together, right? Does that show up as a indictment of what this person is bringing in? Or is that a supreme belief in the people that you already have, at which point you ask the question, why do one of them not have the job? So it's odd. I'm not saying that it's inherently right or wrong, but I do think that is an odd portion of it. And then, you get down to it, and why is it, and I've said it again, I'm repeating myself, but why is it that the details that we know are so vital in these games, especially when you get to the upper echelons that the Texans were trying to break into, the details are the differentiating factor. And this team, when it comes to those big-time moments, they don't get details wrong. In fact, that's when the pressure bursts the pipes for this team on their details as opposed to making diamonds.
Yeah, and you wonder if he's going to get better when it comes to getting the messaging out for the little things to be more of a focal point. Because, yeah, sure, it's the players that are out there on the field. They're the ones that have to do it. But you're the head coach of this team. You have to pull it out of them. You can't be their friends. I think there are a variety of different approaches to being a coach these days. And it feels like the pendulum has swung in such a direction where you're supposed to be player friendly and all of that. And you know what? Good, especially for youth sports. But at level, well, listen, there's some Buddy Kilmers from Varsity Blues out there who are crazy, and Jack Riley from the Mighty Ducks, the coach of the Hawks, the better team. There's a lot of that going on. But at the NFL level, I wonder if there's going to be a pendulum swing back the other way, because some of these guys are maybe not listening here specifically in this organization. And as someone who played high school football at a very low level in Florida, I had two coaches. My head coach, love him. He was great to me. The guy who got the most out of me was the one who always was on my ass. Are they getting on these players enough to get them to get better with the little things? Because whatever they're doing right now, it's clearly not working. The messaging is being lost. To go back to D'Amico Ryan saying, hey, we told the offensive line to do all these things, and they didn't do them. To me, that's not necessarily just skill. That's the reason for what we saw on Monday night.
Do y'all feel like it's a disconnect between D'Amico and the offensive staff, though? I mean, because yes, it's on the head coach too, but we all know D'Amico ain't running the offensive scheme like that. That's kind of a that's the offensive coordinator. That's Nick Caserio and all that stuff.
But I think he's more hands-on now. And I think we started to see it in the joint practices against I think it was the Panthers, where afterwards D'Amico was asking about the defense, and he said, I was watching the offense the whole time. And you got Matt Burke now that's calling plays defensively. I think D'Amico is trying to be more of a CEO as a coach. That's good.
Agreed.
But I want the messaging to go to everything. So that's a thing.
And I think when you have the proof that he is more involved, because I do think the training camp thing was more of the head coach. The head coach of Dave Canales, right, being the offensive guy, wants to be over there with his offense. And D'Amico Ryans, I think, in trying to maybe be a little bit more open, decided to be over with the Texans offense, which, of course, would then be the Panthers defense. I think the stronger thing is handing the play calling duties to Matt Burke and wanting to be more involved. But then that makes it even wilder to me that you have 15 days off and that you offensively come out with a game plan that felt like you were running into the middle of the teeth of the defense, which is something that you acknowledged in your own press conference, a press availability, that's the strength of the defense. You're returning to Braxton Berrios. You're rotating guards. Like, it feels like you as the CEO should be able to corral, even if that's Nick Caley's inclination, to go, are we sure this is what we want to do? And so, I think that the buck does start with him, but ultimately, these are all things that need to be ironed out as a head coach because, again, all of this comes back to him, and I know that he is capable of putting together a good defense. I know that he's capable of, getting that messaging to the players, but there is something that remains if he wants to be a great coach and if he wants to ultimately get where this Texan team wants to go. There's still something that remains for him in developing, and maybe that's part of him only having a few weeks of having the full walk around experience and knowing what buttons to push to help the offense.
And maybe it's because he's starting to look at Nick Haley and thinking, I need to take the wheel here. He's doing a little extra backseat driving on that front. But to what you were saying, 15 days off, and Titus Howard is saying we were complacent on Monday Night Football.
Sick behavior.
National TV.
The second season that said that.
Yeah, it's crazy. Loud. It's crazy. They're not learning from their mistakes, which goes back to, hey, where does DeMeco Ryans ultimately end up ceiling-wise as a head coach? And I was rolling through it. Some coaches that are on a similar, I guess, timeline as him. Who would you rather have right now? And definitely an easy answer today with this team 6-1. But would you rather have Shane Steichen or would you rather have DeMeco Ryans?
Oh, I think it's Shane Steichen, which is crazy because he's had some really poor teams. But I've seen him.
They've won with Gardner Minshew. They've won with this.
Yeah.
And that's it. Like I've seen him absolutely elevate players, which to be fair, I've seen DeMeco do on his side of a specialty. But I also think I'm seeing, at least offensively, him bring a schematic advantage that's happening on offense, which I think has a little bit more value in what we're talking about right now.
I'm going to bring up some other coaches that are in the similar, I guess, tier as far as head coaches.
Which is probably unfair because, DeMeco Ryans has won. I'm trying to make sure I'm fair with this because DeMeco Ryans has won playoff games.
Right.
But see, the thing is, it's the offensive part, though, man. Like Shane Steichen, I'd rather have that offense right now.
Mm-hmm. And they've done a better job at hiring the counterpart on the other side, which is even more important when you have a defensive head coach right now.
So, unfair to put him in the same conversation as some of the top coaches in the game. So no Matt LaFleur or Kyle Shanahan or a Dan Campbell or a Sean McVay and Andy Reid. And there's some other ones that I'm not listing here. But how about in the perspective of NFL fans, is Sean McDermott, head coach of the Buffalo Bills, who has won playoff games, but also, I would say, has underachieved relative to expectations? Who would you rather have between those two guys in time? It's more of a toss-up, and we're biased because he played here.
Yeah.
And, this is one of the things that is going to always make us, a lot of us at least, look at DeMeco a little bit more favorably than the other guy. It's a tricky thing to have in your back pocket. I think there's a lot of coaches that you got to now ask, hey, ceiling-wise, who has a higher ceiling between these two guys? Is it Shane Steichen or DeMeco? Is it Sean McDermott or DeMeco? And I'm sure we can explore this exercise further if you want.
Yeah, I might need to, but I found that to be a very interesting question, and that's what you're going to be. That's what you're going to be kind of reckoning with for the remainder of the season, because depending on what they can do in this run of home games, it might be sooner rather than later where you're having to have real considerations about DeMeco, but then also the rest of the brain trust that is steering the ship for the Texans here. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's do some lunchtime confessions brought to you by the Men's Clinic. Paul, you excited for this? You ready?
I'm so ready.
All right, let's do that next.
Thirsty Thursday is coming to the Karam Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, let's do some confessions here with Paul Gallant sitting in for the OG John Lopez. Mind you, John Lopez weighing in. I'm guessing the root canal is already done or he has it later. I don't know. I'm guessing the root canal is already done. He said Paul is doing a hell of a job in that chair, and he hashtagged it Wally Pip. So I have a feeling that he will definitely be at work tomorrow after his root canal.
Unless he's on painkillers from the root canal. Ooh. And he is hearing something that's in his mind a lot better than it actually is for me. Could be that. Could be that. I might sound amazing because he might be tripping a little bit.
Speaking of things that sound amazing, I think I generally am a person who tries to appreciate greatness, and then in sports, and then also within sports, I try and really appreciate the human feelings in this. Try and meet the athletes where they are in a way that we're not always all that willing to do. However, it's one instance I just thoroughly enjoyed and ate up the sorrow that seemed to be happening here. I take you into the Mariners clubhouse after they lost Game 7 in the ALCS. A very fair and very introspective question being asked. And was this a Brian Wu, the pitcher?
Yeah.
Brian Wu at his locker being asked a question. And see if you can hear the pain and the emotion that I'm talking about.
But what ultimately do you feel like the legacy of this team is going to be, having gone as further than any other team in franchise history?
Legacy is no one's really satisfied or happy with this, I think.
Just someone in the clubhouse.
I relate.
Shrieking in. It's hilarious to me. Like, generally, I'm like, especially in baseball. Baseball is one of those sports that, like, you go through a grueling season and you have these moments, like, especially if a pitcher's doing really bad, there's just no one who can come and save you. There's no clock. Like, I think baseball is one of those places where I try and be real appreciative of the emotions of it. And I get it. Like, you just lost the ALCS, opportunity to go to the World Series for the first time in damn near forever. And in my mind, there's just someone in the shower, and they're just washing off of them the stink of the game, and they just thought about it one more time. And I should be someone, based on my history, that goes, damn, that sucks. And all I think is, that is hilarious. I almost cussed. That's how funny it is to me.
Well, and I mean, I wonder if afterwards that person went George Knox from Angels in the Outfield on the locker room and just started smashing things. That's my favorite baseball movie. My favorite sports movie, probably. I've watched that
one. Felt too guttural, though. That felt like they let it out.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if it was. See, if they tried to hold that in, then you start smashing stuff. I don't think a smasher screams like that.
Do you think that one scream got it all out?
That's a good question.
No, I don't.
That's fair.
I don't. That person, as someone who has the blind Irish rage, you need to go to a rage room, sir. And you might need to be going for weekly appointments to be up 3-2 in the American League Championship Series and to blow it and to have the lead as late as they did and then blow it. Listen, this is evil laugh right here, but I get it. Listen, this is, I guess, a brief confession. As someone who is really only a fan of baseball if the team that's in the town I'm working in is good. I have a half Astros, half Mariners shirt as a joke. It's hilarious. I think it's hilarious.
Shameless human being.
I bring everyone together in their hatred
Who made that shirt, man?
A tailor of mine, actually. I had it custom made because I thought it would be hilarious to go back to T-Mobile Park in Seattle for an Astros-Mariners game and just confuse everybody. I feel for Mariners fans to a degree, but I understand why everyone is piling on. And to any Mariners fan out there that might have cheered George Springer getting hurt, I hope that you are hearing that and knowing that scream.
Before I let this go, I just love the comedic timing of what do you think the legacy is? And then as Brian Wu is collecting himself
further than any other team in franchise history.
And then shout out to Brian Wu just going, that.
Yeah, well done.
These are my confessions.
Okay. This is probably going to piss off John sitting in his chair
Good.
for lunchtime confessions.
Excellent. Don't have bad teeth then.
I cannot stand Peter Herbstreit.
Oh, yeah.
I hate that
This is the
dog,
dog, right?
I hate that dog. And listen, a lot of people are
But he's a
thinking to
golden
themselves,
retriever.
Golden retrievers are very cute dogs. It is a cute dog. You're probably also thinking, Paul, you're a cat dad. That's true. I love cats.
Wait, you call yourself a cat dad?
Yeah, whatever. I am a father of a cat.
A father, huh?
Yeah, I'm a father. Basically.
I just want you to know there's a lot of judgment happening, but I will let you continue.
Yeah, I can tell. It's tough to be, a father of a cat. Like sometimes when you leave your cat by itself for a week and someone maybe checks in every 4 days or so, you wonder once, twice about the cat over the course of the week. But anyway, I'm bringing it back to Peter Herbstreit. So every single week, there is a clip of Peter Herbstreit being cute, and all the replies that I see to it on social media are, dogs, bro, aren't dogs the best? Well, one of the times where they're talking about Peter Herbstreit on College Game Day was in the midst of Kirk Herbstreit telling a story about cute Peter Herbstreit killed a baby squirrel. Another clip of Peter Herbstreit that I've seen online is where Kirk Herbstreit is being like a lot of dog owners out there where you are making the world your living room with complete disregard for everybody else, and a hotel room throwing a tennis ball down a hallway. Boing, boing. I'm trying to sleep potentially here. Nope. Kirk Herbstreit doesn't care. Peter Herbstreit doesn't care because he's a dog. And the thing that bothers me most about the Peter Herbstreit experience, Kirk brought his dog, Ben, the golden retriever, around with him because Ben was slowly dying. And I understand bringing around your dying dog everywhere that you go.
You do?
But now Peter Herbstreit, the replacement that he got like a week after Ben died, is going on national TV and taking a dump in front of everybody. This dog is a representative for all those people out there who have dogs, who feel the need to bring the dog everywhere if the dog's not well trained, because a lot of people who own dogs are bad dog trainers, and they're all over you. He never does that. He never does that, as the pit bull munches a toddler's arm off. Like, this is the stuff that drives me crazy with dog people that bring their dogs everywhere and expect you to be cool with it. Peter Herbstreit is a cute, beautiful dog, but F him. I hate him. That's my confession.
From the 346. So Paul is saying he fathered a cat. That is correct. Also, hate. You'd say it with your chest. My anger with Peter Herbstreit is less about Peter Herbstreit and entirely about Kirk. Like this is a shield. This is a perception shield for him. Just like, do you not like me? Well, how about a golden retriever? Do you like golden retriever? Look at all this cute stuff that I can do with this
never
golden
get
retriever.
fired because you're going to fire Peter too.
Oh, wow. So is this the midlife crisis?
This is a shield.
Convertible?
Oh, no, but a midlife crisis convertible is about you. This is him using it as a shield. This is like when after a terrible game, when a player comes to the podium with their kid, he brought his dog. That's all that happened. But I do hear you to some degree on like the people that use the world as their living room to some degree. I just did not see that when I saw Peter Herbstreit. I'm gonna be entirely honest. And by the way, it sounds like we are really counteracting all the goodwill that has been built by Paul.
I knew this would happen. Listen. There are cute dogs out there. Some pit bulls are really cute too, by the way. And this is not me generalizing.
Only some of them, though.
The entire, yes. But again, I would like people.
How do you feel about French bulldogs?
Disgusting abominations.
Very good. All right, continue.
Chihuahuas. They're always either whiny or angry. Bulldogs themselves, gross. Pugs, gross. Those are the 4 dogs that I'm dogsist against. But when it comes to Peter Herbstreit, I just don't like the people that bring their dogs everywhere and do not seem to have any awareness of social cues that people are like, hey, your dog's acting up. It's growling. It's barking. It's jumping all over the place. That dog does seem rather well behaved outside of the time he killed the baby squirrel and took a dump on national TV. But he ripped all of my, I guess, subconscious thoughts that I have about people that are bad dog owners.
I have the same thoughts about kids. When parents let their kids just run around, do everything, and don't stop them doing anything, It's just like, hey, put that, don't grab that cup, man. And their parents just,
he never does that.
Yeah.
If you will
like tell them to stop.
Yeah.
Like it's cool. Like tell them. I'm not sitting there saying beat their ass.
No.
But stop your kid.
Right.
Why do I got to stop your kid?
Exactly.
Why is your kid bothering these people in this restaurant?
But generally, that will get called out at least amongst people when that parent is gone. You'll talk about that. With dogs, it's weird. Like
people look the other way.
People do look the other way with the dogs, and you will hear this so often. If I ever go back to stand-up, I will do a bit on this. He never does that. He never does that. He never does that. Oh, sure. He's helping my leg right now.
I don't want to say anything else so that can be the final words of this segment.
Salute to all the dog owners out there.
Shout out to the dog owners.
That is Paul
Salute to the
Gallant.
dogs.
That is Paul Ebenezer Gallant.
For all the dogs.
And those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. It has been a fun show thus far. I did not anticipate the dog people getting out and hating us like this, and I appreciate it. Paul is not invited to any of Lopez's dog parties. That's quite literally a confession that Lopez had yesterday.
They just had
a dog quinceañera, and on the next day, here come you just dumping all over all the dog owners. I see it. All right, very good. Coming up next, by the way. Oh, wait, hold on. It's a Wednesday. So how about we give away a $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill Shop? Caller number 7 right now, 713-572-4610. Am I doing this to appease the dog owners? Maybe. Find out. Call in, 713-572-4610. Be caller number 7 and win that $50 gift card. All right, coming up next, it is a Wednesday where we typically do Judge John Lopez. I'll see John Lopez. So how about we turn the court over to Paul Gallant? Yes, that's right. Judge Paul Gallant is who will be presiding.
There are not many dogs in this court.
Yeah. We'll see how that goes next.
All right, Texas Star Grill Shop right now.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You hear the music. If you're watching us on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers live streams, either on YouTube, Sports Radio 610, or on Twitch, 610 Houston, you will see that we are in a court. Not quite the same court that you're used to. It is the court of the Honorable Paul Gallant. As we are spinning this up, Paul happened to be here while Lopez had a root canal. And so let's do a little Judge Paul Gallant here.
Okay.
As we try and litigate a few things in sports.
How much role playing can I do here? Do you want me to have an accent? Do you
Buddy,
want me to do
what you want.
It could be British. I could be Southern.
I would say pick one, because British and Southern at the same time.
This wig on my head makes me feel British, so I'm going to try to do British, and if I fall off, apologies in advance. And apologies in advance to our British audience, of which I know it's very big.
Problematic accent Pauly is what we're getting called on the
Problematic accent Pauly, that rolls right off of the tongue.
It is alliterative, and I appreciate that.
Ladies and gentlemen of this court.
Oh.
We are now going to determine whether or not we, those who follow the Houston Texans, are able to make fun of these situations, which are also, like our Texans, dubious in nature. Are we allowed to make fun of these situations? Because we are quite down bad. Yes, we are.
This is going to get annoying, I can tell, but go ahead.
I can pump the brakes if you want.
No, I want to see how much I can handle here, like in a way.
Texter, shut up, British Bulldog.
All right, so if you did not understand what was happening there, this edition of Judge Paul Gallant, is it fair to make fun of these particular situations as a Texas fan currently? 713-572-4610 if you want to play along. Myself and Figgy are the litigators. What we got on the first on the docket here?
Let's start with an old friend. Boston College head coach Bill O'Brien's Eagles are off to a rough start. They are 1-6.
Yeah.
Figgy, I copy and pasted this into the rundown. This is Bill O'Brien talking about the way things currently are at BC in a manner eerily similar to the way that one time I asked him about being 0-3, why teams, the coaches, why fans should trust you and everyone in charge. Here's B.O.B.
You kept saying that you were close to breaking through. What do you think has changed since that point?
I don't know, Trevor. If I knew, I'd be able to fix it. I can't fix it. I don't know what it is. I'm going to keep trying. I'm not anybody that knows me knows I'm a fighter. I'm not a quitter. I've never quit anything in my life. So I'm going to keep fighting. I've got to do a better job of trying to figure it out. Watch tape. We did that today. I thought some guys, we talked about Grayson already. I thought the O-line did a lot of good things today. A lot of youth on defense, they'll learn from it.
Okay, Bill, zip it.
I'm getting PTSD listening to that, man.
Me too. So, Reggie, Figgy, can we punch down at the BC Eagles, we who follow the Houston Texans, can we punch down our ex-head coach?
Your Honor, I think yes. I think we should be able to punch down on people, especially if they're on the same level as us. Because look, sometimes we understand the hurt. Sometimes we can relate very well to disappointment. And I think it's totally fine if you can punch down and say, ha ha, look at you. And it's totally fair if the other person say, ha ha, look at you. Who are you to talk? I think we're in a place where we shouldn't have to not say anything about this disaster in Bill O'Brien and what's going on in Boston College because we only got 2 wins. I think it's totally fair to laugh and point. I think it's totally fair, and we should not be judged for looking at somebody else pointing and laughing, even though our poop kind of stink too.
Yeah, Your Honor, I will actually take this a little bit less from like the current stance of the Texans right now being 2-4, and more from the idea that you had Bill O'Brien not only as the head coach of this team for longer than he has been the head coach. So you allowed him to usurp power and terrorize what was happening. Like, he traded away a few of your, team greats, or at least fan favorites, because he was allowed to usurp power here. I think that it ends up looking real bad if you allowed a man to terrorize your team in that way, go somewhere else, and then you laugh at them for him just being 1-6 at this point. Now, of course, 1-6 not good, but I think you look funny in the light doing that. So no, I do not believe Texans fans can laugh in this particular circumstance.
That's a gavel. Oh, cool. It's a gavel sound effect. Ladies and gentlemen of the court, I am ruling in favor of Reggie here. I don't think you speak ill of your exes. I'm a big believer in that. I think once things have hit the fan, and perhaps it's because I'm traumatized by my own parental's collapsed marriage, but I don't think you do that. So I'm going to side with Reggie over here. Okay, up next. We're down bad, those who follow the Houston Texans. We, all of us, collectively trying to figure out what we can make fun of to make ourselves feel a little bit better. The New York Jets are 0-6, and their owner, Woody Johnson, is now really throwing his starting quarterback, who he's paying $20 million this year and technically $20 million next year, under the bus. Here is Woody.
To turn it around.
Well, it looks like he's turning around parts of it. It's hard when you have a quarterback with, with a rating that he got. He has the ability, but he's driving. But if you look at any head coach with a quarterback like that, you're going to see similar results if you go across the league. You have to play consistently.
So that is Woody Johnson, owner of the New York Jets. As if you couldn't hear it, he said essentially along the way right there, our quarterback can't complete passes. This is a guy he is paying money. It's funny that he mentioned ratings, given that his son, Brick Johnson, might have vetoed a trade once because of Madden ratings when it comes to Jerry Jeudy. That's a real thing that happened. The Jets are a mess. Are we, those who follow the Houston Texans and cover the Houston Texans and root for the Houston Texans, are we allowed to make fun of the Jets and Woody Johnson? Reggie, we start with you.
We start with Figgy, actually.
We start with Figgy again. Okay. My bad.
Yeah, Your Honor, I think it's totally fair to make fun of the Jets. The Jets haven't been good in a very long time. They've been a mess. They've been a totally mess of a franchise. They whiffed on a lot of quarterbacks. I'm shocked their owner is actually here in the United States of America. I'm surprised he ain't overseas somewhere. But yeah, man, I think it's totally fair to point and laugh at the Jets, man. I think they are rough right now.
Your Honor, I have to argue as to why this is not fair. And I think that you have to I mentioned this earlier on the show, and I do believe this. I do respect the Jets. Hold on, let me finish, please. For a level of awareness that they had, which they have not had all the time, in that they actually did sign Justin Fields. This is not going to be a great season. This is also a level of awareness from the ownership all the way down. Like, this is we know what he is, right? Which you can't always say in every circumstance. So based off of an actual ability and awareness to look at where they are in the larger landscape, I will say no. You should not laugh at the Jets.
Delivered with the confidence of a public defender who was forced on the case
100%.
Last minute.
This is my pro bono work right here.
I'm ruling in favor of Figgy here.
How do you not laugh at that, though? How do you not? How do you not laugh? They ain't been to the playoffs since 2010.
It's so bad.
Reggie came in like, you know what? I know you did it. Just plead guilty.
Yeah.
Hey, just we can
speed
you
run
said we
through
know
this.
what he is. Imagine you're defending your client. We know what he is.
Yep.
Come on.
At least you can
sucks.
see. At least your mom can visit you.
All right. So I'm ruling in favor of Figgy here, but Reggie, no win scenario. Get a plea deal out of this one.
That was what I was looking for, man.
Okay. Can we punch down? This is going to be a difficult one to punch down, I think. Did anyone see what Brian Daboll said, head coach of the New York Giants, yesterday after his defense, which allowed 33 points in the fourth quarter, to the Denver Broncos stunk to the point where Brian Burns was shouting going into the locker room, "We can't run cover 8 every effing play." Brian Daboll, when asked about making changes to his coaching staff, said he's not considering any changes. And get this, he all starts with me. Can we, following the Houston Texans saying a lot of things that sound eerily familiar, make fun of the New York Giants? Figgy?
Your Honor, I say yes again. I think you should make fun of the New York Giants, man. I think they're not as bad as the Jets, and I know they got a couple Super Bowls in this, in this kind of era a little bit, but no, I think you should, man. That's a laughable case of giving up 33 points in the fourth quarter, man. They had this game won, and I think New York would have kind of been on fire a little bit with Jackson Dart and all this other stuff. And you give up 33 points in the fourth quarter to the Denver Broncos, and I don't think their offense is that shiny like that. I think they're a good team, but I don't think their offense is that shiny like that. I think you should be the laughing stock, at least of the week, for the New York Giants. I know the Jets are the laughing stock, the whole year, but we should point and laugh a little bit this week for giving up 33 points in the fourth quarter.
It's hard to laugh when you take off the names and it sounds somewhat familiar to what the Texans are dealing with right now, where DeMeco Ryans yesterday said that, we're going with what we got, which honestly, funny enough, not the most most glowing kind of vote of confidence for the offensive staff at this point, but that is where DeMeco Ryans is, and that sounds a lot like Daboll saying, no, I will not be getting rid of this defense. Even if the players seem to be upset about it. So, I don't know if at this point in time, at this current juncture, it would be wise for Texans fans to be laughing at the Giants in this particular way for Daboll, sticking besides a defensive coordinator that it seems like maybe the players, but definitely the fans have lost faith in.
Okay, it's time to make a ruling. So, I know that I should rule in favor of Reggie here.
Okay.
Because everything Reggie said is factual, and it would be insanely hypocritical to make fun of the New York Giants doing exactly what DeMeco Ryans is doing this week. However, what's this? Oh, it's an envelope. Well, that's $5,000. Well, Figgy just passed me a check for $5,000, and I'm ruling in favor of Figgy. Here's why I'm doing it, though, on a serious note.
Like, you can't announce the bribe.
Screw the Giants. Screw them. They made me upset because the Patriots should have been undefeated in 2008. And they made me upset because they also beat the Patriots in another Super Bowl.
It's true.
So,
I think Reggie going to appeal for this one, try to get another judge.
100%.
You definitely should.
You should have recused yourself from
I
this
should have
one.
recused myself.
100%. From the 713, no, we can't make fun of the Giants. They're better than the Texans, and they have a better quarterback and a better head coach than the Titans. Texans, that is, I can't go with
so
you.
You rather have Brian Daboll over DeMeco?
I don't think that by any means. Hell, just off of the strength of Brian Daboll, remember, offensive guy. Why does Daniel Jones look so much better over in Indianapolis than he was over there? Like, I understand Jackson Dart is out here just dealing with reckless abandon, but I don't know that I can give Daboll all that.
Patriot guy, right? Is he technically part of the Patriot staff?
He's more of, I was with Josh Allen when Josh Allen became Josh Allen.
That's right.
Guy.
And I think
Brian Callahan with Burrow.
I thought that was a lot more with about them bringing in Emmanuel Sanders so that he could actually attack the intermediate routes. Because it felt like early on, Josh Allen was either big arm or just we got these low things, and then obviously terrible decision making. When they brought in Emmanuel Sanders, it just felt like, okay, now he knows how to hit the middle of the field, especially at a time where teams are starting to cap the top, and then he was off to the races. In addition to finally becoming accurate out of nowhere. But there you go, little Judge Paul Gallant. Let us know how you liked it. 713-572-4610. Appreciate you hanging out. And if you hear that. That means that we got some tickets to give away, a 4-pack of tickets to see the University of Houston Cougars take on West Virginia. There you go. Sound effects and everything. Be caller number 5 right now, 713-572-4610. Win that 4-pack of tickets to see a Cougars team that is really vying for a place in the Big 12 championship. So, again, caller number 5, 713-572-4610. Win you those tickets. We'll be giving those away all week long. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We saw the Rockets start their season. I'd like to start a conversation here. And there's a little negative Nancy, but I think that you can also abstain in a way. 713-572-4610. Who had the worst night? Was it Tari Eason or was it Reed Shepherd? I need to talk about both of these players. Let's do it next.
The Drive is Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. I'm Reginald Atatula alongside Paul Gallant.
Oi.
Sitting in for the OG John Lopez. Don't worry or do for John Lopez, who had a root canal today, which is the reason why he missed the show today. He seems to be well because he has texted the program. He is still alive, as far as I can tell. And so, yeah.
You sound very confident.
I mean, look, I'm reporting what I can, and that is that he is alive as far as I can tell. Beyond that, I don't know. We'll find out tomorrow where he should be returning to the program. But for the time being, Paul, it has been fun to this point.
I've had a good time, man.
I wonder how fun it'll be for you here but again, the Rockets started their season yesterday. Unfortunately, a loss, 125-124 in double overtime.
Yeah.
Versus the reigning champion Oklahoma City Thunder. A fantastic, fun game. A lot of things that you were hoping to see looked really good. Kevin Durant gets to his spots in a way that's gorgeous to see, especially with him wearing that red. Jabari looks very confident when he's taking, and I've been very encouraged by his ability to turn corners, like as a playmaker himself, and do some of those things. Men handled ball pressure about as well as I could have expected early on. Who's fantastic. I think he's well on his way to an All-Pro. Shot the ball well. However, there were some guys that didn't have their best games, and I'm interested who you think had the worst day. Not to say that they're going to be worse players or whatever, but I think the context is you're looking at this team trying to figure out what you have and, what are the things that you're going to be looking forward to when you get to, the middle of the season, and as your now expectations are higher for this team. And I think the two guys I looked at as having not so great nights, Reed Shepherd, who interestingly enough was playing deep into the overtime of this game because Amen Thompson had some cramps that took him out of the game. And then Tari Eason, interestingly enough, who his deadline for a rookie extension came up on Monday, and they didn't come to terms with it. In fact, we got a little bit of information on their deals, but I want to start with the game itself. Who of those two did you feel had the worst night, Paul?
I'm going to give you a two-part answer.
No problem.
Really quickly. First part, who had the worst night? Based off of public perception, easily Reed Shepherd. Just look at the internet. He was trending at the end of that game on X, and I imagine everybody who was watching the game on their couch, you were wondering, why is this guy still on the court? He's so small. Why is he sometimes looking off Kevin Durant? What is going on here? I'll say with Reed Shepherd, I think you got to be patient. More reps, the better the chances are that he improves. It's early in the season. It's an 82-game season. We got 81 more. But I think deep down, if you were to ask which guy's feeling worse coming out of this game, Tari Eason followed up a 7-game series against the Golden State Warriors where he really struggled, and of course, already has a target blocking that he has done with the Golden State Warriors. He throws the towel in the middle of that series as well.
I had forgotten about the towel throw. My goodness.
I asked him about the towel throw at the press conference afterwards. Jalen Green started laughing. Then you have this game to open up right after you bet on yourself. He's going to feel like crap probably until Friday. So I think everyone is probably in agreement that watching Reed Shepherd is frustrating because you're wondering if he's ever going to amount to anything more than a role player. But we know what Tari Eason is, and he has to simply be a more consistent player, not a player who looks apprehensive out there, and especially if you're in a contract year.
Yeah, Tari Eason, I still love his defense. I saw him get one of those,
great.
in-game blocks, or obviously all the blocks are in-game, but like one of those blocks that keeps the ball in possession and you're able to go the other way with it.
His athleticism, it's pretty impressive.
That's still there, and that's still going to be very important for this team. I was a little frustrated by his decision-making, especially when you have guys on the floor that you can get the ball to. Now, admittedly, not as confident, right, because you saw some of the shaky ball handling that happened.
They're all nervous out there. It's a weird spot. You have a guy in Fred VanVleet who was the leader of your team, and he tears his ACL weeks before the start of the season.
Yeah, and it's rough. But Tari Eason had a few turnovers because he got caught in a place and did not get rid of the ball. You could kind of feel him, I think, pressing in some ways because of the news that I imagine that we saw that this is now a final year of his restricted free agency. In fact, Brian Windhurst reported that Tari Eason was offered over $100 million on his rookie extension.
Wow.
it wouldn't have been guaranteed, and I do wonder if that would have been the point that he hinged on, the idea of, I know that I've had injury issues, but you're really not going to guarantee my money, right? I do wonder if that's speculation by me.
But based off of track record, Reggie, I mean, the Rockets had that deal with Jalen Green where it was, I guess, based off of what he was going to do, and obviously made it very easy for them to move on from him with the trade.
Yeah, so I do think he had a poor night. I am still going to come back to Reed Sheppard. I think it solidified a thought that I had, which is that dude's a bench guy right now. And even with that, he's going to still need to figure out how to play with the guys that he has, namely Kevin Durant. I know a lot of people were making a lot of him looking off Kevin Durant. I think we might be doing a little much. However, there is something to be said about it. Kevin Durant in the mid-range, gorgeous. Take it. Reed Sheppard, when he's getting downhill, and I like that he's taking confidently because I do think that's something necessary as a shooter. 3 of 11, 2 of 7, not the greatest night, but it will get better. But there's some instances where you're taking a mid-range jumper in a time where you might want to move that one, young fella.
Yeah, and
time and place, buddy. Time and place.
I don't want to compare myself to an NBA player who's a couple inches taller than me, but, as a white guy who has, while on the pickup courts, every now and then dribbled to my right and then shot a fadeaway thinking I'm Allen Iverson or Kobe Bryant, there is a time and place for all of that. Overtime is definitely not that. Against the defending champs is definitely not that too.
Sticking point in saying that Reed Sheppard had the worst night compared to Tari Eason is I can feel the thing that you have Tari Eason on the floor, the thing that keeps Tari Eason on the floor is his defense. I don't think those turnovers will be as bad. Again, this is a team that has the best ball pressure that you'll see in the Oklahoma City Thunder. You will play teams that are not going to be nearly as tough for Tari to move the ball, or maybe even if he decides to freelance a little bit, for him to get into his bag a little bit. There are a lot of teams that will dribble past you, and Reed Sheppard had really, really poor point of attack defense in this. And for an Ime Udoka team, this is a necessity to be on the floor, especially if they're going to do a lot of this zone. If you're at the top of that zone, you're going to need to at least provide a little bit of resistance defensively.
And that's supposed to be a strength of his.
Being able to move his feet.
Defensively, his hands are so active. He steals, he blocks. But to what you're saying, is there more to it than the hands?
Oh, yeah, it always is. It's one of the things that frustrates me as, gosh, I'm going to sound like such a jerk, as someone who's always loved watching basketball and sometimes sees people that maybe not as adept in it will look at, the stocks, the steals and blocks and be like, oh, well, that's good defense. I'm like, not inherently. Yes, steals and blocks are part of good defense. But you'll see defenders that, gamble for steals. And so they'll get steals, but then they're, ruining the integrity of the defense. You can think about it in football, right?
Rondo got really bad with that towards the end of
his he sure did.
Yeah.
Because he's the type of player that's too smart for his own good. But you can even see this in football and defense. If you have that safety that is willing to gamble for that interception, but then allows big play.
Yeah, so
right?
Yeah.
And so I think that, not to say that that's inherently what Reed is, but the point is steals don't inherently mean great defense, even though he's really adept at using his hands. What you need to be able to do is stay in front of folks. And right now, that is, at least in game one, not to overreact too much, but to point to a thing that has been an issue for him, and that if it continues will be an issue with him staying on the floor. They were smooth. It was like he wasn't on the floor at times, the ways that they were driving by him. And that applies more defense to a zone defense or more pressure rather to a zone defense that I already am kind of interested in seeing how well it holds up in this second year of utilizing it.
All fair points. You've actually, I think, swayed me because I think, Tari Eason definitely feeling bad maybe after the extension. But between what he's getting online from people and on top of that, with what you're laying with the defensive side of things where maybe he's not as good as everyone's wanting him to be because he has those steals and block numbers. Yeah, how do you get better at that in over the course of his season? That might be just this is what he is issue.
And that's what gets uncomfortable if that's the case. I'm not sure if that's the case. I think that he can be maybe more attuned on moving his feet, staying in front. And maybe that requires a little bit less of a inclination to try and get steals. But if you can have the good integrity, especially with all the guys that you have around him, right? You have a lot of length and defensive prowess. You just need to not be a sieve. And I think that's the starting point. Unfortunately, the starting point, though, we saw here was him being a little bit of a sieve here. I think for me, it made it even more important that he come back healthy as soon as possible. Miss your big fella, because I think the defense that he will be able to provide in some instances will be there. But I'm not ready to like get rid of Reed. That'd be asinine. I do think though that as much of the Reed point guard experiment, I'm losing faith. I think that he needs to be more of a movement shooter, a la JJ Redick, maybe more of a spot up shooter, somebody that you put over there as opposed to being on ball.
Yeah.
Which maybe that creates more opportunity for Aaron Holiday to play at times, which I don't know what appeal people have for that.
No, they don't, but I think you're going to have to play him a little bit more than ideally we would all like to see.
But other than, those feel like the real downsides in this, and maybe Josh Okogie don't want a ton of his minutes. But there was a lot of good in this game, was it not?
I came away from this game very happy. It was an enjoyable watch, first off. We haven't had much of those in Houston sports of late. And on top of that, you went to 2 overtimes against a team in the Thunder that's the defending champions, and you did it on a night where you didn't shoot well from outside. You shot 28% from the game. I came away from this game rather encouraged, because to what you've been saying too, Reggie, this is a elite defensive team. There are very few teams, if any, that can play as well defensively as them.
Did you have, like me, I'm a little bit of a hater as I'm watching this Rockets team recently, and I've realized that, and I'm working through it. I want you to acknowledge.
Specifically what?
I've talked about in men, and I was like, I want to wait and see this. At one point last year, I asked the question, is Alperen Sengun really baby Jokic, or is it more baby Domantas Sabonis, right? Like, I recognize there's been some instances where I've been a little bit of a lot of for this Rockets team. Did you watch this game at all and see, man, the Thunder are getting a lot of open shots that they're just missing from 3, and if a team is knocking down threes, which they started doing in the second half, which allowed them to push to overtime, is this team equipped to cut out the 3 ball, especially from that wing that is something that teams like going to?
That's the problem when you got 2 big guys. You just have a little bit less flexibility all around the court. But now they hope that it makes up for it, given that they got Amen Thompson and they got Durant and they have Jabari Smith Jr. You have so much length that's potentially patrolling the outside, and if you want to do a zone and all that stuff. But yeah, that's certainly something to be concerned about. There's going to be some games where you go up against a team like Boston, they're going to shoot it 60 times. Can you stop that? I hate that style, by the way.
The style of basketball.
That's my favorite team, and I hate how they play. I really do. I like how they play defensively, and I like the passing, but God, every possession's a 3.
Okay, so since you brought up style of play, you down for this Rocket style of play? Obviously we haven't seen it reformed. But
the defensive side of it, I like a little football in my basketball, I always say. So, if Amen Thompson's like throwing people down to the ground and stuff, I'm all for that. I'm all for that.
That is an interesting thing that you brought up, because I've been watching this with a man, and I think that his particular brand of spicy when it gets there is important. I did see Kevin Durant doing a little bit of pointing on defense, because Fred is one of those guys that talks on defense, and I think that's undervalued. I'm still looking forward to who kind of helps organize defense as they continue to go.
Yeah, and look, he's going to have to. There's no Fred VanVleet. Someone has to fill that void. You would hope that it would be Thompson at some point. To what we've been talking about, your concerns that you have with this defense, it's not going to be Sengun. Sengun, I think, is going to be a little bit more capable defensively, because I think I think last night he showed his conditioning's better, his endurance is better,
yes,
and all of a sudden his range is better. But it's got to be Thompson eventually that's going to take the lead here.
Overtime helped, 39, 11, and 7 for Alperen. Are we going to start doing triple-double watch a little bit with him? Because I'm super excited for his season if I haven't already led
Maybe. I don't know. That's off to a good start, though.
That'll be so fun if we're – and again, 39 and 11, right? So it's not like this is 23 and 11 and 7. Now, of course, double overtime helps again. But I'm very excited for this. It's still very good game. Game 1, unfortunately, it goes down as a loss. Nobody's going to qualitatively go, well, that was such a good game. But it makes me even more excited for what we stand to see from this Rockets team. And of course, it's worth remembering they get home and you get a Thompson duel as All-Star and the Pistons come.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
To Toyota Center on Friday night at 7 p.m. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us here. Coming up next, it's about that time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. Fig, what you got for us, man?
Yeah, so what is something people do in this day and age that you would never get on board with? 713-572-4610. I got a couple things where I'm just kind of old man with it, so I want to know yours. Plus, which is more embarrassing between 2 inventions? Is it genius or embarrassing?
Okay, genius or embarrassing. Okay. A little bit of that. Let's do that next.
Ready? The Texans are back in NRG's 3 straight.
comforts to families in need. Learn more and give now at texaschildren's.org.
Focus on the show. Stop focusing on the on Twitter. Oh, can't say that. My bad.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. So what's something people do in this day and age that you'll never get on board with? 713-357. This is in honor of my guy Reggie, who will not get on board with AI. Paul,
generative AI.
How you feel about AI? Just in AI, Chat GPT, and all that stuff. How do you feel about that?
I've seen Terminator and I've seen The Matrix, so I should know better. However, I have found that since my stupid blue checkmark that I now have to pay for on X/Twitter is $40 a month, I am now using
$40.
It's insane. I don't know how it turned to that. This is the only way I can live stream my podcast. I have to pay this amount of money to do it. It's a write-off, I guess. But
what's the name of the podcast?
The Gallant Says Podcast, everybody. Subscribe, rate, review. But there's something about Grok that I have found very useful, specifically when it comes to finding specific clips, making bullet point lists of things that have happened. So I'm coming around on it. But to what you're saying, Reggie, I don't want to, and I feel guilty.
You should.
So I still abuse my Alexa as a result. And as I was talking with Reggie during the commercial break, I don't know. I think that that technology has screwed me over somehow, and then I'll yell at the artificial intelligence concierge that gets you to actually talk to customer service like we used to be able to.
That's right.
Yeah. So it made me think about all the stuff that we just dug into that we ain't gonna give a chance in honor of Reggie. So I got a couple things that I'm kind of just old man about that I no matter what happened, I'm not giving this a shot.
Fig, before you get there, I'm doing the worst thing, breaking up your segment, but can I tell you something that I feel like you would like?
Yeah.
Yesterday, I think, asked me a question that I was like, this is a basic question. Can't you Google it? And it was the perfect response was like, what? So I can go through that hellscape? You know you don't want me to. Just give me the answer. You know you got to know it. And I was like, damn it, he's right. He's right. That I don't want you to use Google and use the AI because I'll think about the water usage, and I already know the answer. So I am now opening myself up to my friends just asking me simple questions that I know is going to drive me insane. I know it.
Yeah, we just got to get you used to just going to AI instead of Google, man.
Just accept
not going to happen
that we're all going to get replaced by robots someday. And once you do, it makes it a lot easier to use them until we die.
At least if you get on board, you can work with the robots.
Oh,
no, you won't be replaced by the robots.
Snitch and Figgy.
I'm going to be, to bring this full circle to something we talked about earlier, I'm going to be Will Smith in the early parts of iRobot. I'm going to be very very skeptical, thank you, of the robots up until the very end.
Yeah, so that kind of got me thinking of random stuff in life that I'm just not getting on board with. So, I think it was yesterday I was watching, might have been watching the game or something like that, and the Starbucks commercial came on. And they showed the little kid, I guess they promoting this protein coffee, and they showed the little kid drinking the protein coffee or the drink, whatever it was.
Protein coffee.
And I'm like, what is that kid doing drinking coffee? And I just grew up in an era where no kids are supposed to drink coffee at all. I don't know why, but my first thought was coffee. I think I'm sticking to my guns with that one. Weird to say because you see a lot of kids going to Starbucks now, and I never really drunk coffee until a grown man.
Do you remember what the stigma was? Is it like stunts growth? Was that the caffeine?
Yes, that was it.
The caffeine?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It didn't work for me.
But we let them have sodas, though, huh?
Yeah. Right? That's a funny one.
Yeah.
Such a good point.
Why are we like this?
Big sugar.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Fair.
Big sugar.
I have no idea.
The new big tobacco.
Yeah. Another one for me is I still got to cut the car off whenever I'm pumping gas.
Strong agree.
I can't just sit there with the car running and decide to pump the gas.
Wait, people do that? They leave the car running?
The man for whom you are filling in does that.
What? That's psychotic.
That's
right.
Doesn't the car almost blow up?
Exactly. I've seen enough movies where it does.
Yes.
And then the tank would blow up too.
Yeah. That to me, that is still silly.
That's not even how it works, but I don't care. Like I'm still I'm afraid of it. Why would we dare fate when we could just turn it off?
May as well light up a cigarette while you're out.
Right,
there.
Exactly.
Right, you're not saving your starter that much by one more turn on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, what you got to cut the car off, get out the car. You got to touch some metal so you won't blow everybody up and then pump the gas.
Oh, I forgot about the static electric. That's a good. Let me write that down so I can
just
remember.
tap the car a little bit, man. Just make sure everybody's safe.
I refuse to be in a Zoolander situation. You know
Tragic gasoline fight mishap.
Yeah. Another thing that I got, I can't get on board with it. First with the backup cams and all that stuff, and now you got the rear view mirror, which is just a video, just a camera now.
That's become a video in some cars now.
Yeah, my wife just got a new car, and they got the option where you could use the mirror, the regular mirror, or video in the rear view mirror. I gotta go with the old school mirror, man. I just don't like it. Every time I look up, I'm like, it's just a video. In the review, I'm like, nah, I can't do it, man. I'm old school when it comes to that. I still check my blind spots by looking over my head, over my shoulder.
Got to.
Yeah, I use my mirrors right, and I'm starting to come around to the backup camera. That's in the middle of the console.
I'm glad about the backup.
Man, see, I still got to turn around.
I turn around too. You have to.
Sometimes I don't trust the backup camera for some reason.
But you're in a grocery store parking lot for sure.
Yeah, but most of the time I'm just looking behind my shoulder, old school. Just throw the arm behind the other headrest and just look behind me like that.
I will say, because again, I'm with you guys on the backup camera for sure is where I embrace modernity. However, sometimes when we embrace modernity, we lose some of the cooler things. Because that move when you're backing up, throwing that hand over the rear view or over the rather passenger side, that's cool as hell. You can't tell me no different.
Yeah, man, people that do that know how to drive.
It looks cool in movies, especially in getaways and things like that. But I'm thankful that I had it. Did you know that on the Florida driver's license test, which is where I got my license, you do not have to learn how to parallel park for that? Also, did you know that I definitely failed the driver's license test and they added up the score wrong, and they gave me a license? So I'm a menace behind the wheel.
So what'd you say you drive again?
I grew up in St. Pete, Florida.
No, not where.
Oh.
What car do you drive?
Right now, I'm driving a Volkswagen Taos.
Okay, so look out for some Volkswagen Taos out there on the streets of Houston.
On Westheimer, like Fast and Furious,
That's
baby.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah, text them in 713-572-4610. What's something that people do nowadays that you still just can't get on board with?
Oh, all right. So we got people saying it's against the law in Texas to refuel without turning the car off. Save all this for
save this for tomorrow.
Everybody that's saying that, I don't even need you to listen to the whole show tomorrow. Please do. I hope you enjoy it.
Just text in around
just text in right about that time so that John Lopez sees it. I just need. I don't know why it's quixotic at this point. The mission to civilize to get him to stop leaving the car.
He tried to do it, so we drove the Radio Road last year, and he tried to do it by stopping to get some gas and leaving the car on. I can't remember.
He left us in the car.
Yeah, I think Reggie. I think you might have cut the car off.
Of course I did. What, you just gonna leave us to die,
man?
That's a setup.
So someone should. I mean, we're Halloween's around the corner. Maybe as you guys do this segment, somebody comes in wearing a police uniform and knocks on the door.
Yeah.
And I think you'll be able to tell when they come in and say they're arresting him for leaving his car on.
we should get a real cop to do that.
What's the statute of limitations?
Isn't that like a fine?
You could probably get camera evidence of it. All these gas stations have cameras there.
That's a good point.
Lopez, you got to be careful, bro.
Yeah. All right. As we continue, Sports Radio 610, I want to know which one is this? Is this invention genius, or is this a little bit embarrassing? So a Japanese company unveiled a human washer of the future is what they calling it.
Wait, you said human?
Yep, human washer. Let me get to this.
Oh, like a human. I thought like a. Okay, never mind. Sorry, my bad.
So it's a giant pod that washes people automatically with no scrubbing needed. So users sit in the tub while it fills up and sprays them clean using microscopic bubbles to remove the dirt.
Out.
Microscopic is what did it?
Yeah. No, I was out from the start.
Okay.
This is the machine that
He's like, the bubbles are too small.
When Skynet goes online, this is the machine that they're going to use to slowly cut off the oxygen into that little chamber and kill us all. It's the easiest thing to get us all with.
Yeah. So also, if you a little more interested in this, they also have like a projector in there so people can watch calming videos while they're washing.
What are they trying to calm you for?
With the microscopic,
so that they can insert chips into your forehead.
Yeah.
Open your third eye, Figgy.
Yeah.
5G in no time.
Yeah. So is this genius or embarrassing?
Oh, this is embarrassing, man.
Yeah.
Why are you so lazy? Yeah. Although to be fair, I think one thing I got to remember, and whenever you have like some of these innovations, it is easy to see like the people who are able and going, this is lazy. There is probably like a disability aspect of this that I'm sure would be huge. Like the idea of sponge baths or whatever gets a lot different if you can just put somebody in the wash machine. Right?
But you got to have a lot of money to get this damn thing.
Right. Like I'm thinking hospitals maybe for this ever, maybe disability, there's insurance kind of type things. But just like for the layman, I bet not find out you got the people washer in there.
So
you gotta get you a washcloth and wash your ass.
So this thing been ordered for hotels and leisure facilities. So they probably gonna be in hotels and all that stuff across the country.
5-star hotels.
Yeah.
So when your bill at the Ritz-Carlton goes up even more, like that's what you're paying. That's the tack on there.
This is not at a Motel 6. Imagine one of these at a Motel 6.
Yeah. Yeah. So
you probably shouldn't get in that. It's got a quarter slot on the side.
It's got more than that.
It's like I didn't put enough quarters. I'm only half clean.
Yeah. Yeah. So let me get to this one. Is this embarrassing or is this genius? A new $600 toilet camera that watches you go poop and analyze the results. So I forgot the name of this company, but they just debuted a $600 toilet camera. And it pretty much analyzed the poop.
Don't people go to jail for having cameras in toilets?
Yes.
Yeah.
There's someone with Buc-ee's.
Like, how would you even justify this?
Yeah. So this would be in your home, though. This would be in your home.
Right.
And this thing called Dakota.
You can't let nobody else use your toilet then, because then immediately that's like spy software.
Yeah, exactly. You're liable.
So this thing fits on the side of most toilet bowls and uses some little sensors to scan your waste, and then it spits the stats out on your phone.
I'm sorry.
Is this genius?
So this is just to determine whether or not you're fat?
So it kind of determine if you're. I mean, I guess you can see a lot through your poop.
Yeah, no, stool samples are a thing, right? There is a lot of studies.
So I guess they analyze to see if there's blood in there, and if you drink it enough, if you're hydrated.
What is this? Are you pitching this to us?
No,
are you intrigued?
Is it genius or is this embarrassing?
It's embarrassing.
It is very embarrassing. I would like to say, I am interested in what stats you got. You know what I mean? I'm very interested in what kind of stats come through here.
Hey, I don't want to hear any
Just
stats.
go to the doctor, man, and let them handle all that. We ain't got to do this at the crib. And I damn sure don't want to see it.
Ugh.
Nah, I ain't trying.
Is this gonna be like doorbell cameras where you got the app on your phone and you can go back to the video? You can get instant replay.
Wait a minute.
Oh God. Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry. You know what? You're right.
Wait a minute. I had something last week. Let me go back and see.
Let me open up my notes app and go ahead and type up the apology, because that one. I'm sorry. I made a very insensitive joke.
It's not insensitive. It's just nasty, bro.
Hey, my poop looked a little different from when I ate these chicken wings this week. Let me go back last week.
I don't have enough fiber in my diet.
From the 713, when the hell did this turn into the drive?
Yeah. This is definitely a topic for the drive. I'm sure one of them will buy that camera. I can see Clint getting this camera. I can see him getting this camera. And I will move on quickly.
Please.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. When was the last time y'all stepped foot into a library and checked the book out?
Ooh, I stepped foot into a library relatively recently. I did not act.
When was the last time you checked the book out?
It's been years.
Yeah, I don't remember. There's one right near me that I could theoretically use. I will say the library, Houston Library Online's got some pretty
incredible,
great resources to use.
Right. I
like to go back in time and see like old newspaper headlines talking about like Houston sports from like the Clutch City days.
Yeah. Like the resources of the library is huge. I made sure to get a library card as soon as I got into town. But I usually will use an app and try and get
It's better online. Yeah, you don't want to go in there. It's kind of
the libraries are nice. I just for some reason the books that I'm looking for are usually newer or a little bit more specialized. But I guess I need to. You know what? It's on me.
Just go look and see what they got.
I need to go look, and then I need to go in and like ask for, can y'all get this book? Because your library will do that for you. You know?
Yeah. So y'all probably don't know this, but most libraries stopped doing the late fees. Remember the late fees back in the day for the books?
Yeah.
And apparently this person must have found out and decided to turn their book. Let's go to San Antonio with this little quick story.
To San Antonio, Texas now, where the public library says someone has returned a book, get this, nearly 82 years overdue. It was checked out in July of 1943. Fortunately, the library stopped charging late fees 4 years ago.
Why would you return it?
Like, who the hell was that? Who the hell was that? Anne Frank?
Wow.
Returning the book.
Well, there's a particular reason why that would not go over, the returning of that book. But
like, who was returning? Who
they burn those books? I don't know why you would ever return it. Just keep it at this point. It's vintage.
It's yours.
It probably looks cool because like books from back in the day, they got like the hardbound covers and stuff. You like to have some of those in your bookshelf.
They actually had the little card on the back and all that stuff too, with dates and everything.
Yeah, take it off.
They took good care of this book.
Just take it off. Just you've stolen it. Just stay stealing.
It's
technically they didn't steal it because they returned it. They just borrowed it for a
There's so many kids over the 83 years that wanted that book.
Very long time.
What book
they got another book. For sure, right? The library just got another copy.
I would think so, yeah.
I was like, the way that you're saying it, they were just like, well, we can never get that book again.
Unless it's a book that no one ever gets, and maybe it's...
I wonder how long they were billed for it. Or do you think it was a point the library just like, screw it?
Does the library add interest, or is it just generally day by day?
Good question.
Either way, it's a big old number, but...
Who would want to find out? Like, what if they were like, actually, you got this when that wasn't a thing, and we're not going to honor your return unless you pay us $8 billion.
You got to put your finger to the corner of your mouth when you say that. There you go. Figgy's Mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig if you have something mixtape worthy. Some things, by the way, that people said they're not getting with texting and driving. Good for you. Somebody said, thanks but no thanks on podcasts, which is hilarious. They were just like, I refuse to do podcasts. Again, the Gallant Says podcast.
Hey, Gallant Says podcast.
Hey, salute to you listening to AM radio.
Yeah, baby.
Because you ain't doing no podcast.
Right. And one of the many places that you can get us, YouTube, Twitch, Odyssey app, iHeartRadio, tune in, a lot of different places. Your smart speaker, just let it know that you want to listen to Sports Radio 610. All right. Coming up next, let's get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. Paul, I don't want to have you do homework for nothing. We were talking a little bit about what the ceiling is for D'Amico Ryans, and you kind of put up a list.
Yeah, where did I put that list?
Okay, well, we'll see. We'll see if you still have the list, because I do want to look through that next.
Who wants a new car? Let's get you that new car.
or a free welcome bonus and daily logins with a shot at some serious prizes every time you play. Get in the game and visit ChumbaCasino.com today. Let's Chumba. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Oh, shut up. It's Galata Night. Stay put.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Thank you, Mr. Big Voice Man, but you got the name wrong. That is Paul Gallant sitting in for the OG today. Much appreciation to Paul for hanging out.
Thanks for inviting me. Please invite me back. I live under a bridge with my cat now. I'm kidding. I do a podcast, though. So.
Oh, I know you're kidding because there's no way that a cat would live with you under a bridge.
No.
Those little jerks.
They'd go off and find rats and bats somewhere else until I die and then come back.
Cats are gold diggers. Mm-hmm. Cats are like, oh, you ain't got nothing for me? Well,
for sure.
I'm out of here.
For sure. I still
Unlike dogs. The dog would have stayed up.
It would have been very heartbreaking. Very heartbreaking. Indeed.
It would. It would as well. But, yeah. I would like to let you know it's not up to me whether or not you show up again on Sports Radio 610. However, I have a feeling that you will.
I'm just gonna land the plane.
Are you going to mess it up? That is the question of this segment. Will Paul Gallant mess it up in the final few minutes before we hand things off to the fellas of the drive here on a Wednesday? No, earlier we were asking the question, what is DeMeco Ryans' ceiling? And we were talking more about the current where he is right now. I think there's still a question that I'm living with, which is, can he turn this thing around? But I think the ceiling question is really interesting. We're not at that point yet where the season is all gone and you have to start looking forward as to what you're going to do. It feels like you're a lot closer than you should be. However, I do want to kind of do this experiment because it felt like you went through and you wanted to kind of judge DeMeco and how you feel his ceiling or who you would prefer versus him and some of these other coaches in the league.
Well, just take a look at who are the best coaches in the league right now. Let's just go top to bottom. Who's considered towards the top or at the top? Mike Tomlin's been around long enough. They've never had a losing season. He's won a Super Bowl. John Harbaugh's won a Super Bowl with the Baltimore Ravens.
You know what's funny? You mentioned Tomlin, and Tomlin might be an interesting comparison. Defensive guy comes in.
Could be.
He's never been great at picking offensive coaches.
That is also true.
Todd Haley's of the world. Right now, Arthur Smith, although it feels like Arthur Smith has fixed some of this. And now that I think about it, I wonder how much of that is Aaron Rodgers just deciding that he's the offensive coordinator, because I'm pretty sure Arthur Smith isn't good at this earlier.
Yeah. He was good with Ryan Tannehill back in the day, but I'm with you. Well, I always wonder how much input Rodgers has. These are the guys at the top tier. DeMeco's definitely not here. Jim Harbaugh got to a Super Bowl. Andy Reid has the most Super Bowls that are in the league right now. Nick Sirianni. He's the defending Super Bowl champion.
I
feel you. I understand
Figgy knows. I am fighting to try and give Nick Sirianni credit. I just don't want to.
He had to shut up this past season. But
I was quiet a little bit, but I'm talking again. I'm talking. How is it that you keep hiring these offense coordinators as an offensive guy, and for some reason y'all keep forgetting what y'all do well?
It's a good question. And just to wrap it up, these are the coaches probably at the top. These are top shelf. Matt LaFleur in Green Bay. I mean, look at the win-loss record. You can't deny it. And then in the NFC West, you've got Kyle Shanahan and you've got Sean McVay. So those are all the guys that you have to say are better than DeMeco Ryans just based off of the pelts on the wall to this point. But if we compare to coaches who are either in the game for a couple of years or who have proved some things but maybe never gotten all the way, I'm wondering if you think DeMeco Ryans has a higher ceiling than these guys. Want me to just run through them real quick?
Let's do it.
Okay. Mike Vrabel. Higher ceiling, lower ceiling. He seems to have stumbled into a great quarterback.
He feels like a really interesting kind of comparison with DeMeco.
One with Tannehill. Leader of men. Played at a very high level. Players earned coaches go.
The ceiling in theory feels like it's similar, but right now I'm trying to fight recency bias. But right now the recency bias feels like it leans Vrabel.
Next, Sean McDermott, Buffalo Bills, who might be at his ceiling right now, which is why the Bills, who are always everyone's preseason darling and have never done bleep with it.
But that ceiling is AFC Championship. Now, how much of that is quarterback driven? And I I can't neglect the fact that as much as McDermott is walk-around coach, that defense is not good right now.
No, it's not. And I don't care what kind of random historical reference he brings up in a motivational speech. I don't feel great. Don't feel great about him there.
The one thing I will say with him, though, is I give him a lot of credit because I gave him a lot of bleep at that point. When they fired Ken Dorsey as offensive coordinator, when you looked at the statistics and it was like, oh, this looks pretty good. Why are you firing that guy? And all of a sudden, middle of the season, you get Joe Brady come in and that offense gets a lot better.
And then win. Okay. Kevin Stefanski, he's a 2-time coach of the year.
Stefanski's weird.
It is, right? It seems like he's in a no-win scenario right now.
Hey, there's a lot of times where I keep coming to him and I'm like, man, he's a pretty good coach, isn't he? And then I just keep seeing the team be bad. Admittedly, is the Browns, though, so who knows?
Dan Quinn, Commanders. He has been to a Super Bowl, and then he blew it.
He has been to a Super Bowl. For some reason, those guys love him, though. I don't know. I'm in a weird place there, but I think Dan Quinn might have a higher ceiling at this point, proven-wise.
Brian Daboll.
You can't get me there.
They're saying the exact same things as D'Amico Ryans this week in New York.
Yeah, you can't get me there.
Ben Johnson. No, he's not. Look at the Bucks.
Yeah. Top Bowl, the level of experience that exists there.
He's been there around. He's really been a long time, and around a long time. And you take a look at him where he's at right now. He still does have a losing record as a head coach. And then we'll just wrap it up. Mike McDonald, the guy you just saw Monday night.
Mike McDonald feels like he has a high ceiling,
right?
Feels like he has a really high ceiling.
Very high.
Especially because it's very clear the game plan that he comes with. It feels like he is very particular in what he's doing. Now, of course, it's easy to feel very clear when you're early on in your career as a head coach, right? Like that's what you're going for. That's how we probably felt that way about D'Amico in year one, and honestly, even early on in year two. It's always about how you are able to navigate the adversity. Those are the things that make people champions in whatever you do in life, right?
Sure.
People who are great but can't handle adversity ultimately aren't going to make it there. This is the adversity that D'Amico Ryans has, like the offensive coordinator, the continued issues. I mean, and when you talk about a season overall, even last year, the adversity did not take you to a place where you still didn't win 10 games. Like this is the real adversity.
Yeah.
The coach needs to find a way to navigate. So I think actually when we talk about what the ceiling is, these next few weeks will probably be incredibly illustrative in what the ceiling of D'Amico Ryans
there it is. Another word.
Gosh, I'm such a jerk, aren't I? All right, you know what?
I don't know what that was.
Enough of this. Enough of this. Enough of me. Enough of this. It's time to bring in
the fellas shot caller or something like that.
That might be a bit that needs to happen at some point, and I say that much to my own chagrin. I can't stop myself.
Chagrin.
Dean of Auto Leasing brings us.
Stop reading these books.
The fellas of the drive.
That's your point, man. I didn't know.
It is fellas time, man.
Not much, man. What's going on, fellas? Paulie Kitten's in the building,
You see him,
y'all.
don't you?
Come on, man.
You see him, don't you?
What's good? No, it ain't weird. Hell, it's good to see you, man. You're a good-looking man. Take care of yourself.
You see the hair all coiffed and everything? I was like, who is that for?
That sunbuck is always cleaning the Board of Health now.
Takes too long. It's kind of girly how long it takes.
Somebody get Paulie Kittens a damn a deal on one of these soup marts or something because he lives the part now. That boy's cleaning the Board of Health now.
I said, I know that does not sound like Luke. I said, who is that? I said,
White guy with good hair, though.
Good hair, yeah. But he shows his.
Who, Paul?
Yeah.
Luke like hiding it under a hat.
Luke is like Tyler. Luke and Tyler got that good-ass hair. Becky with that good hair, and they just hide it.
Always hats?
Yes, it's always hats. It's weird.
Do you know what's underneath?
Like Tyler.
Hats off?
Tyler pisses. Well, Tyler pisses.
He must have just got it done.
Well, he did just get a cut.
Well, he pisses me off for his barber. Or the young lady who cuts his hair. He goes in there and gets his hair cut and then throws a hat on after he gets his hair
before he gets in the car.
That is
disrespectful.
Wait, what? Not even the day you get a cut, you got to let that flow. Yes. You got to run some errands so somebody sees it.
She says,
I think he puts it on as he's in the chair.
Can I make it even worse for you?
Damn shit.
I don't know how the black barber typically does it, but she asked before. You won't, especially when you walk in with a hat. You may put some product in your hair. And it's clear Tyler says yes to the product and uses her product and then puts the hat on top of it before he leaves. So not only is he
false.
There's product in that hair, Tyler. You can't tell me you ain't got some wax or something.
I do. This is because I have anxiety, okay? It helps me a little bit to know everything's in place.
That's a great chunk.
Everything's where I know it should
That's
be.
That's not going to stop me, dog. No, it's just your anxiety is disrespectful. It's disrespectful to her for the work she does.
I agree.
And you have good hair. Look at that part.
That money I get for spins the same.
Look at that part, and you ain't going to show it. Well,
he's showing it right now for you.
They ought to take you off.
It's a little.
They ought to
flat,
take
T.
you off the front of that Marconi Award nomination.
Oh, that's not going to happen.
They lost.
T, it's a little flat because you
Sure
put that
did.
hat on it, T.
I mean,
Mike Valenti.
the thing is, I just like knowing everything is where I know it should be and where it is, and I'm not having to readjust and think
that was what the gel was for, though. Like it is where it's supposed to be.
I'm not saying it makes sense. It's just how my brain works.
KD ain't wearing hats. And
he should be.
And he looks like in his head.
Him and George Springer both.
And he looks like
Oh, yeah, George Springer, the roof is opening up, ain't it?
Oh, he's lost it.
Someone he's got to bring it home. Nah, don't cheat, man. Just go ahead and bring it home.
dude, listen, I'm telling you, you should. When I went up to Seattle, receding hairline like crazy.
Don't tell me you cheated. Paul, we had such a good show. Don't tell me you cheated.
It's back, baby.
Here's my question, Paul, though. Has George waited too late to do it? Like, when it becomes so noticeable, like, to me, is if when you're starting to feel it and you're starting to go, then hit it. And it's like, oh, okay. His hair's good. Now when you, like when Deion, we all knew Deion was bald, and then all of a sudden, we know him and Brian Urlacher, they just got full heads of hair.
Well,
like,
I do love that Urlacher was like, I can't keep doing this. I can't keep fooling this.
Deal, Ron. Here's like over Advanced Hair Sale all the time. Pills and lotions that come with these subscriptions, they're okay to help you retain what you got. George Springer's beyond that. He needs advanced hair.
I know it. I just think
advanced hair restoration.
You know what? He's probably
George should have found him
full
about
treatment
6-8 months ago.
Well,
now we wouldn't. Now we wouldn't. Like, there's something about like that's not his.
But why not throw the Hail Mary? Why not?
I mean,
you can at least try it.
You listen. I throw it. I just think.
Fix your wig, man.
I just think once you start to feel it going, you make the commitment there.
Right.
And now we don't look at it like, come on, dog. We know that ain't your hair. You don't come back from that.
I totally get what you're saying. I do think, though, that we as guys should be comfortable with just admitting, hey, screw it. I'm bringing it back. I'm going all above and beyond.
You don't have much of a choice.
Well, I'd rather him do that than what he's doing right now.
That's fair.
Yeah, this middle ground ain't it. Right, like
and Kevin just doesn't give a damn, and it's a shame. He did that at Taylor Rook's wedding, and just didn't care what he said. He looks like a globe.
I will say though, it is a nice
land and water,
mountain
right
topography.
That's hilarious. I like it though. It works as kind of like a little bit of a signal for me. I was talking with a friend, and he was like, man. He showed me a picture of Kevin with the nice fresh lineup, and I was like, actually, I would hate this because then I know he's lost his love for the game. Because Kevin Durant uses 100% of his being on hoop, and I believe that is why his hair looks that way. Because all of his being is in hoop, and as soon as I see that,
time to go to the barber?
As soon as I see that hair looking right, I'm gonna be like, oh no.
He out there just making women settle.
There's nothing that
he don't put
pisses
lotion
Ron
on
off.
consistently. You see, I know y'all seen that photo of that
with the scales
that came and snuck between his socks.
Yeah.
My God!
But you know what? He can look just like that if he keeps knocking down these jumpers the way he is, buddy.
Nothing makes Ron get real serious quicker than a bad hair. LeBron and Durant.
Well,
boy,
LeBron,
when he gets talking about their hair, boy, he gets really.
They're in different boats.
I mean, it's about the only thing I've seen you just get disgusted.
Well, LeBron is in denial and delusions, and everyone's talked to him. I know Savannah has. I know Maverick has. I know Dwayne has. I know Carmelo in his jumpsuit has. They all talk to him. He just is in delusions. Kevin doesn't give a damn.
No.
He can see that. Mm-hmm. He doesn't care.
Oh, and he
doesn't care.
He's responded to the jokes on the Twitter and everything. He knows. This is how he decides to be.
He probably the type of guy say, I don't even put lotion on because every time I wash my hands, I get ashy. So why not do it?
Insane decision-making process. All right. Fellas, excited for Wednesday and seeing how you guys break down all of this that's happening. Paul, again, appreciate you sitting in.
Thanks, man.
For the OG John Lopez.
Good to see you, brother.
Good to see you, too. Good to see all of you guys. You have a great rest of your afternoon.
Thank you, man. And it'll be great as long as you continue listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. D&M Auto Leasing brought you that crosstalk. And all I got left to say now is that the drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live. You are on YouTube and Twitch. You can see Clint right there. He's going ahead and really letting that be. Tyler Milner in the building. You can see him on YouTube and Twitch. It is a nipple showing Wednesday, so there it is. Tyler, God. Tyler, you have got to go home and shave. Like now,
I'm overdue.
Now you put yourself in a situation where you got it. You got to.
I hadn't shown the nips in a while.
Man. You can't let it get that long, and now razors aren't going to work. Then you got in that situation. You're trying to use that Nair, and
never again.
And you were on the IL for 20 days. Like, don't.
My nipples will never forget that.
You have got to go every 3 weeks.
No, you're right here. I'm not even going to argue with you. I'm long past due on some manscaping.
Is where he is. It's ridiculous.
That's why Manscaped commit.
Like not Blue Bloods time, but Magnum
when you
PI
commit
time.
to Manscaped, man, it's you got to commit, man.
I try. It's just so time consuming.
It's bad. You're like KD. You're only doing it when you go to. Oh, I'm going out of town, or I'm going to water. I'm going to beach. Oh, let me get it. Now you got to.
We're getting the winter now. We're getting out of the summer and into the fall and winter. It's gonna get hurry.
That is wild.
Winter coat.
You ain't wrong.
All right, it is a Wednesday, a busy day. We'll hear from our guy Cecil Shorts III. He had been in such a good place with this team the last couple of weeks. We'll see where he is after that performance. And Brandon Scott has already informed me that he'd rather do a Rockets report, but he understands the job, so it is a Texans report. His text to me, Clint, was they have proven to me that they're very unserious over there. So we'll hear from him coming up in a bit. We'll also hear from D'Amico Ryan, CJ Stroud. We'll carry that live. And fellas, before we get to the Rockets, I just want to say I would buckle up around 3 o'clock. We thinking, Tyler, for D'Amico?
Yes, sir. Hopefully he's not as grumpy as yesterday.
Oh, boy. Listen, if you think about it now, this is 3 straight days he's got to go talk with these same people. He talked after the game Monday night, and he clearly was not fired up.
3 minutes, a little over 3 minutes.
And then he went and did the Zoom call yesterday, which we heard that many people jumped off a cliff on the text line and YouTube and Twitch yesterday. And now he's got to come back for the trifecta 3 in a row. So this ought to be interesting for D'Amico.
It's my decision.
Because it feels like, hey, there's only so many questions that you got in 3 straight days. So some of them are going to sound similar.
2 and 4, we got plenty. 2 and 4, we got plenty. I guarantee you, Landry said it on that deal. Hey man, this format here on Zoom makes it hard for my follow-up. So here's my follow-up to that question you answered 3 questions ago. So yeah, that Zoom made it a little more difficult. Y'all think today's gonna be Zoom, or you think today's gonna be in person?
Live.
Today's live in person. Okay.
Today's live. Yesterday, midway through, clearly he was annoyed and he hit us with if you watch the game.
Yeah.
So I'm really weak from the head coach today and CJ Stroud as well. So a lot going on today right here live on the drive. So stay with us as we will get you ready for everything that you need to know around here. Clint, last night the Rockets got their season started. They were the first game of the NBA season, and it was a disappointing ending to the game because the Rockets did lose in double overtime, 125-124. The MVP, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, he came alive in late in the fourth quarter and in overtime.
Found that old duck, didn't he?
And it seemed to be at the same point in time that the duck had to come on the floor because the best defender on the team had some sort of a leg issue. It looks like cramps with Amen Thompson. But he came alive, and Durant had some uncharacteristic moments where he missed a free throw late, had some turnovers late. They turned the ball over late. But, Clint, for me, I thought it was a good night for the Rockets and potentially a great night for the future for the Rockets. I thought being in that game at no point, and 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, if you differ, that's fine. At no point did I think, boy, these two teams ain't on the same level. Now, I know Williams wasn't there, their second best player, and he was an All-NBA player last year, but clearly, it was like these two teams, these look like maybe the best teams in the West, and Golden State play later on, but they may be the best teams in the West. They look like they're on the same level. We'll get to Şengün in a bit because there was no answer there in any way. They tried everything they could. No answer there. They looked like they belong. So I think it was a good night for the Rockets, and I think a great night for the future because I don't think Reed Sheppard looked real great, especially late. There was some moments, as you said, the Duck, they were finding him and trying to get switches on him. He had some turnovers. He had some issues trying to get Durant the ball, missed some shots. But I think, one, he's got to get those experiences, those minutes, so then in May when he's going to be playing, he'll get better if he gets those opportunities. I hope Udoka looks at that and says, all right, we just got to keep getting him these reps. He's going to be better. I love that he's not scared. He will take shots, maybe some shots he probably shouldn't have. He'll take some shots, but I'd rather, as you would say, I'd rather do that than have somebody I got to push and shove to. So I thought it overall was a good moment and good experience, especially for a guy like Reed Sheppard.
Look, for me, a great experience, obviously. Primetime, great showing. You push the champs to the brink, and it's first rattle out of the box of live action. So a great showing. Again, especially when you're in that primetime window right there to kick the NBA season off. But the Reed Sheppard point you made, Ron, I made this point last week and when you were out, and maybe he had a great ending. That fourth preseason game, he lit it up and did some things that made me lean a little bit towards maybe having pulled the trigger a little early. I really don't at this point. Now, I mean, obviously, it'd be great if he did all things, if he just passed the test on all things. But I really am not looking at box score, points, turnovers. I'm not looking at that right now with Reed Sheppard. I'm at a point with Reed to where, are you aggressive? Do you look like you believe that you belong in that position? And to your point, last night,
moments.
Yeah. Like in last night, look, again, I would like you to knock down some of those shots. But the fact that you're taking them, the fact that you're aggressive, the fact that you're at least in the moment and don't seem to be intimidated or overwhelmed, that in itself
definitely wasn't that.
That in itself is a step in the right direction for me personally with Reed Sheppard. Again, now in those moments, I'd like to win the game. I'd like for you to play a little bit better, knock some shots down. But I mean, just looking like you believe in yourself is a big step.
Now, March and April, you hope he's not making these same mistakes. But my biggest thing is, like, what makes me nervous is a veteran coach like Udoka who knows what he wants says himself to hell with that. All right, no more of that. All right, hey, I'll go get somebody that I feel like I know a little bit more than to go in there because I don't know those mistakes. But I think to me right now, Reed Sheppard has to be a part of this team, whether he's starting, whatever. He's got to be a part.
He's got to get run, right?
And you can see it, man. He spaced the floor. There were drives for Thompson early in the game when they were able to space the floor like that. So that was to me one of the big things is getting him those opportunities. And I think he'll just get better.
Can I tell you early on, Ron, just the simple part of this thing?
I think we're thinking the same.
Well, it was so nice. It was so nice to watch a Rockets squad that you got a guy, obviously in Kevin Durant, that essentially can have somebody in his jersey with him, and he shoots over the top of him, makes it look effortless.
Yeah, Lou Dort's out there playing football.
Oh, I mean, at one point it looked
Jalen
like I'm watching just kind of from a distance, right, dealing with the kids, and I'm watching, and I'm like, pass it, man, pass it, man. Pass it. And all of a sudden, I realize it's Kevin Durant, and he raises up over the top of him and knocks down one of them jumper from the elbow. And like you said, Reed Sheppard was standing there wide open to his left. You had, I think it was Amen Thompson over to his right. And I'm like, oh, we got that guy now. Right? Used to, you look at it and you're like, hey, man, you're trying too hard, man. It just looks like it's so difficult for anybody else to get oh, that's KD. Never mind. And he just knocks it down. It's so beautiful to be a fan of the Rockets. And when every night you turn the TV on, you're going to have, maybe not every night, but for the most part, you're going to have that guy right there in a uniform that can go get a bucket. Boy, it is a beautiful sight to see.
Yeah, from the text line, Kevin Durant has never been a closer, never been a takeover into the game, and died in the world killer player. Reed Sheppard can't shoot. Tyree Eason sucks under big lights. I think every one of those were just lies. Reed Sheppard can't shoot. I think there's enough big lights for him to determine if he sucks under him. And Kevin Durant is one of the best players in the history of the game and is a two-time Finals MVP. I think he has taken over games.
Yeah, he's closed a few
before. I think he I could still see that three that he hit right over LeBron as he closed that game out. And again, people would talk about with Durant and how that game ended. I told you this before. Like, there's a lot of things that you worry about, like if they're going to really roll with that big lineup and are they going to be able to defend and all these things. There's some questions. The point guard situation. Yes, I agree with somebody texting a match. We had Fred. Yeah, I think Fred probably get you to the winner's circle today. Mm-hmm. Yeah, if he was out there with some of the decisions that he would make as a point guard. But one thing I'm not worried about is Kevin Durant hitting free throws late. And he's a career 90% free throw shooter, I believe. I don't have concerns about that. Or Durant late in games, I don't have concerns. I think they will figure out a way to be able to get him the ball. I think they had a couple of turnovers because they were trying to get him the ball and didn't run good enough action. So I don't have much concern for that. But to me, like I said, it was a good night. Now, one thing I will say, Tyler and Clint, I feel like I owe Alfred Şengün an apology. I have put a ceiling on his on where he is, right? Like I remember last week or week before last thinking, boy, I saw FS1 and had him as a top 15 player going into the season. Yeah. I thought, well, that seems aggressive.
That's rich. That's rich.
But my God, he's not Jokic, and I've said that a lot. Last night, that was Jokic. 39, 11, and 7, 5 of 8 from 3. Now, you're going to have to do that a few more times for me to believe that's what you're bringing to the table. But maybe, I'm sorry, I put a ceiling on him. This is a 2. He clearly was the guy they were hunting. I'm telling you, it got me basketball horny, basketball boner, wherever you want to go. When he said, y'all going to disrespect me and put Caruso's bald ass on me? Sorry, Tyler. And he just backed his ass repeatedly and just killed him in that matchup. I loved it. Şengün, if this what he's bringing to the table, if his game is picked up like this, and obviously he's benefiting from the space that's around there too to work in the lane, he was getting 3 and 4 dribbles in the post, which he hadn't been accustomed to seeing. Hey, now that looked like a 1 right there.
Well, the 5 of 8 from beyond the arc is the part that, and maybe it's not 5 for 8, obviously, but is it can he be a consistent threat from depth? If that's the case, yeah. I mean, look, it's definitely a bad day for me because I put a lower ceiling than you did on when I heard top 15. I thought, boy, who in the hell's making that list? But it's a bad day for me on the Şengün front too. That was impressive.
I mean, and like let's be honest. Like they brought KD in, and I think late in games, and for him to go get shots, that's not who they were trying to get the ball to. Yeah, and he was delivering. Right, he gave them the lead multiple times at the end of regulation to go up and tied the game to get him to the second overtime. He was special last night. That is something to watch. I mean, we knew, as we said, Tyler and you stole money last night on that 5.5. Especially, he got 2 more periods to go with it. 5.5 assists. He had 7 last night. That was nasty. So shout out to Alfred Şengün, who was special last night. Someone texted in, Ron, if they're that bad, tell that caller to find a new team. Yeah, I'm certain he's got to be trolling, right? I mean, when you fix it, and that's on me. I shouldn't even have read it. Kevin Durant, never been somebody that can close up the game.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I don't know how you type that one out.
Hell, you arrived.
I mean, you cannot be a KD fan. That's cool, but I mean, and he is a bit passive. Which I'll be honest with you, in this with this setup with what Şengün was able to do last night, and with Amin Thompson being so ball dominant. I mean, I watching the game last night. I was happy that your superstar player that's going to take this thing to the whole next level was a guy that was willing to come down the floor and stand in the corner and let Amin Thompson work a little bit, let Şengün work a little bit.
had it.
Play was not a guy that has to have his hands on the ball or has to be involved all the damn time.
He's so efficient.
Now it's week
9
one.
of 16.
Yeah,
he's so efficient. 9 of 16, and no, he doesn't.
I mean, it's week one. We'll see what happens down the road, but it was refreshing to watch a guy like that comes in and is just part of what's going on instead of being a guy that's demanding to be the center of attention all the damn time.
All right, we'll let you know the latest on the injury front from the Texans, and with that, it kind of leads us into a conversation of some potential positive keys moving forward. That's right, positive keys moving forward with the Texans. We'll do that next.
Well, you need to get a set of keys moving forward. Whether it has anything to do with the Texans or not is up to you. Damn sure it needs to involve Tom.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
The lollygagging. Y'all got to be ready to go, man.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
D'Amico Ryan's coming up, hopefully around 3 o'clock. C.J. Stroud a little bit later on today as well, coming up in about 15 minutes. You'll hear from Cecil Shorts III as we'll get his thoughts on where the Texans are right now. And look, it was an awful performance in so many ways, and maybe even more disappointing than awful. On Monday night. But as we've talked a lot about some of the struggles in that game, there were some positive keys, and I think it's even a bigger deal, Clint, because the injury, we'll get the full injury report as it comes out today, but thus far what we've seen, according to reports, is that Nico Collins is out of practice today with a concussion, and Christian Kirk, who had the hamstring that caused him to miss the game against the Seahawks, he is also not practicing as well today. So Nico Collins, Christian Kirk, your two highest paid receivers, your top two receivers, they are not practicing today, and it is Wednesday. We'll see what that means for the rest of the week. It would not be a surprise at all, Clint, if either one of them didn't play. When you look at a hamstring issue caused him to miss 2 games already this year, and that's usually something you don't just come back from in less than 10 days. And then the concussion, you just never know with that. But with that, I think 2 positive things that have come out of the game against Seattle, and even I think weeks leading up to this, are 2 other pass catchers. Let's start with the young guy, Jalen Noel. This was D'Amico on Texans All Access last night, talking about his rookie wide receiver.
Yeah, he's definitely continued to make more and more plays for us. We needed a big play and a big moment there at the end of the half. Yeah. I mean, what an outstanding catch by him to catch it over the defender to put us in field goal range. Big play by him. 4th down, another huge moment in the game. We needed it. CJ found him on the sideline, so he's continued to make big plays after the big play. Leaning in on that, right? Keep leaning in, find a way to get him the ball even more.
All right, that's D'Amico talking about Jalen Noel. Jalen was 4 catches, 77 yards, 2 big plays. That one he talked about at the end of the half, and then the other one to set him up in a goal-to-goal situation there in the 4th quarter. If there's not going to be Christian Kirk, if there's not going to be Nico Collins, and that's a real possibility against the 49ers, Clint, he has to be have a bigger impact, or at least be given an opportunity if they're not going to have those guys.
Well, hell, he's got to be given an opportunity just from sheer numbers. But I think it's probably a tad bit unfair, unreasonable expectations to think that he and Higgins and Dalton Schultz are all of a sudden going to be guys that are going to give your offense a chance to score points, move the football, and score points against good defenses in this league. Given that they couldn't do it consistently with Nico Collins and for the short period of time that they had Christian Kirk. But I do think it is a very, very big positive to take away from this game is that you've got a guy. Now, what they do with it is yet to be seen. But they've got a guy in Jalen Noel. We watched him in training camp, Ron. We watched him in OTAs, and there's no doubt about it. He is a very quarterback-friendly wide receiver. He is a guy that can create a little bit of separation. He is a guy that if you just throw the ball his direction, he is going to make plays. I think he is a volume guy. He's a guy that you could look up and have 7 or 8 catches at all different levels of the field and have a solid day. I don't think that's a stretch for him at all. But now what we know is we saw it on Monday, I'm sorry, in the latter critical moments and go up over an NFL defensive back, even though he's shorter in stature, can go up over a defensive back and high point of football and make big-time catches. And so, there's a lot of negative in this game, but one of the positives you can take away is that you've got a receiver that you drafted in the 2025 draft that is going to help this football team to some degree long term. I'm convinced of that for several reasons, but definitely from him putting it all on stage when the lights were bright on Monday. He just needs opportunities. Can Nick Caley get him opportunities?
Whoa.
Can D'Amico Ryans?
That's what I meant about opportunity. He's got to get more. Not opportunity. We know he's going to play, but he's got to get opportunities. Like there's got to be screens. They don't do that for Nico.
Yes.
There's got to be intention
yes.
to get him and Schultz the ball. Schultz is another one. 9 catches, 98 yards. Both of those guys.
To your point, though, Ron, he is a guy. Schultz is going to have to get the football within the structure of the system. I think clearly to kind of the point I was making was that Jalen Noel has been a guy that you could say gadget guy. Do you need to have a package for him? Sure. But within the system, can he go make plays? Clearly he can. Again, we've seen it in OTAs. We've seen it in training camp. We've seen it consistently. Every time we've laid our eyes on the Houston Texans offense, when he was on the field, all you got to do is follow the ball. It finds him, right? And so he has earned every bit of the opportunity to go out there and be a starting receiver for this team. And, I believe it's beyond just a package. Now, I'll say this. I think he is a receiver that he can run over the slot, outside, whatever you want to do with him. At this point in time, you're down so many numbers it doesn't matter. Put him wherever you want. He can run the route tree, and the ball is going to find him. Now, he's also a guy, to your point, that is going to be really good in the screen game, right? He's going to be really good in the jet sweep game. Hell, you can put him in the backfield and toss it to him. You can put him in the backfield and possibly do some stuff between the tackles with him if you need to, if you want to get real creative and throw a wrinkle out there. He is a guy that, again, if Nick Caley chooses to, can really put some pressure on a defense if he's deployed the right way.
I just think before every game, and this is kind of what we were told, I would imagine in any, whether it's your OC at Arkansas, whether it's Nick Caley, Bobby Slowick, Andy Reid, Sean McVay, whoever, Bill Walsh. All right, these are our playmakers. All right, whatever my offense is, I got to find a way to make sure I get these guys involved to get touches.
No question.
And if Nico Collins and Christian Kirk aren't going to be there, Jalen Noel and Dalton Schultz have to move up that list. And Dalton Schultz is probably already in his space, but Jalen Noel has to be on there if the weapons are Woody Marks, Nick Chubb, Higgins, and Hutchins.
Well, there's never been a bigger need to get creative with that guy simply because you just don't have the firepower elsewhere, right? But you look at this, Ron, you've got Dalton Schultz at the tight end position. I think you plug Higgins into that boundary receiver where Nico was playing, and then you plug Noel into where Christian Kirk would typically play and do some things. Now you can put 19 out. You can trust him. You know if the ball goes his way and he's open, he's going to catch it. He's going to be where he's supposed to be. So look, when you look at on paper, there's still a group of wide receivers that you can throw out there with the emergence, I think, in a game of the guy we're talking about, Jalen Noel. I think that there is a, on paper, stylistically, what these guys, the skill set they bring to the table, you can put a group out there that should be able to make some plays. What Bobby Slowick does with it, I'm going to keep going back to that. What Bobby Slowick does with it, what D'Amico Ryans,
Nick Caley, what Nick Caley does with it.
Bobby Slowick? Yeah. Gosh dang it, you got me in mind. You're right. What does Nick Caley do with it? What does D'Amico Ryans demand that Nick Caley do? It'd be real easy for D'Amico Ryans to go in there and say, hey, man, you got to get some creative runs in this thing. We got to have a good screen game in this thing. We got to use Jalen Noel and get him as many touches as we can because we're down playmakers, man. And that's it's not too much or out of bounds to expect D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caley to figure that out.
All right, coming up, let's get with Cecil Shorts III, former Texan. And if you're out at NRG game day, you see him out there hosting every single Sunday. We'll talk to him, get his thoughts on this, at least where the Texans are right now as they sit 2-4 coming off that loss on Monday night. That's next.
Power outages they can have.
Call 281-441-4179, 281-441-4179. It's Ability Trees. Ability Trees, Houston's, say it, leading tree care professional.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back into the Drive Power Packed hour number 3. D'Amico Ryans in the 3 o'clock hour. We'll hear from him. Hopefully, we'll hear from C.J. Stroud in the 3 o'clock hour. A lot to get to. And Cecil Shorts III, we'll get to him as we talk to him each and every Wednesday at this time. Before we get to Cecil, remember Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com to get started today. All right, Cecil, we've talked to you each week, and you have – I feel like you have been level-headed. Not too high when they've played well in the last, couple of weeks, and then, not too low when they've struggled. They struggled again on Monday night against Seattle. Everything you watched, were you surprised by that performance, in particular by the offense?
Surprised? Oh, well, first of all, Ron, good to hear from you, brother. Surprised? I wouldn't say surprised. I would say disappointed.
Yeah.
Like, we waited 15 days to see that. We waited 15 days. It's supposed to be a new offensive coordinator. It's supposed to be all this new stuff going on. And it's the same stuff we saw the last 2 years with Slowick. Like, there's no identity. What is the identity of the offense? Like, tell me the identity. What do you want to do in the running game? What do you want to do in the pass game? If you look at good offenses, right? If you look at Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco, who they have this upcoming week, it doesn't matter who the thing on quarterback is. They have an identity. Matter of fact, it don't matter who the running back is. Look at last year's team. The year before that, they had injury after injury after injury. It didn't matter because they had an identity on offense. They knew what they wanted to do. And when you watch the Texans Monday night, there was no identity. They looked like it was confusion. I mean, it's third and short multiple times. You have no idea what you want to do. One time, Woody Marks and CJ weren't on the same page on third and short. You're trying to go outside stretch on the goal line. It's just a lot of questions like, okay, did we really end for this? This is what you came up with your 15 days off, right? The bye week is supposed to be used as a moment to reevaluate who you are as a team, reevaluate who you are on your particular side of the ball, and then you get out there and you digress. Like you don't even get better. You don't even show potential in different areas. And it was so frustrating to see. So I would say I was very disappointed with the performance Monday night.
Cecil, what do you – because I think a lot of times stats are misleading, right? Like right now, if you look at – I saw a stat that was posted on social media that was about the percentage of, I believe, pass attempts that were going at a specific receiver. And Nico Collins with the Texans was I think number 10 on the list in terms – 20-some-odd% of the passes are going to Nico Collins. Right, and I think people see that and go, well, what the hell are y'all talking about? They need to use Nico Collins more. They need to get Nico Collins the ball. And I guess my question to you is do you view that as just, hey, the volume number of just how many balls is going his way is really all you need? Or my line of thinking is the fact that he didn't catch one ball behind the line of scrimmage in the screen game at all, or touch the ball in some kind of exotic run type of play. I think that is a major problem with this offense and ultimately the Nico usage. I think it's bigger than that with the whole offense, but as Nico pertains, do you see it that way, or do you say, hell, man, 20-something% is plenty?
No, you got to scheme people open. Like, you can't tell me there's other ways. Like, say, to me, if he's getting 20% of the balls, great. And all that means to me is the ball's near him. Like, he was the closest person near the ball, right? He was targeted. Okay, great. Doesn't mean it was a good target. Doesn't mean like one of the balls last night or Monday night got knocked down and was hit him in the thigh. Like, okay, so I get that. They're trying to get him the ball. But it's about how you're doing it. Because there's easy ways to get him the ball. It's easy ways to get your guys touches, right? You mentioned screens. There's so many ways to do different screens. There's so many ways to have a motion and give him the ball, let him run. Like, there's so many ways to be able to scheme guys open. I just don't see it happening. Like, I don't see separation in different routes. You can't run the same things over and over and over again. You can't, and I'm going to say this again. I talked about this with y'all maybe 3-4 weeks ago. These condensed formations, when you continue to have these condensed formations, it makes it easy for the defense. They can cover a space. One guy can cover two different people. They're not if the spacing is not correctly. Like, it's just too much. It makes it hard for the quarterback to see what's going on. So for me, it's about the scheme. It's not about the targets. You got to find ways to get your playmakers the ball and be creative. And I don't see the creativity out there right now.
Cecil Shorts III, former Texan, joins us, and I'd love to hear both of y'all's response to this, and I'm just sitting here thinking, listening to both of you talk about the offense, and all of this falls under the person who is running the show. And you've mentioned this a little bit, Cecil, and it is what now, week 7. They had a bye week. It is week 7, but as you said, 15 days, and this is the game plan. At what point, and maybe it already has occurred, at what point do you think guys on the roster, guys on the offense are looking over there like, the guy at the top, the guy running the show, I don't know if he's got it.
Oh, it's happening. Well, it's happening. With 7 games, and there's enough games to see. There was enough struggles these 7-8 weeks to see, like, okay, we got the guy at the top is not where he needs to be yet. And maybe he can be there, right? I'm not totally out on him, but what I'm saying is, as of right now, he ain't it. Like, he ain't there. And if this continues, you're going to be an average or below average team. That's just what it is. So now the question would be, do we keep him another year, or do we go out and get a veteran? Because to me, this doesn't just fall on Nick Caley. This falls on D'Amico and Nick Caserio some as well. Like, you, instead of going out and hire an experienced guy, you get a guy that has never done this before, has never been challenged in this way before, to a team that you're trying to compete for a Super Bowl, go deep in the playoffs. That just doesn't add up, right? So I definitely think it's something that's already being talked about. Now, can it get better? It can. It can, and I'm hopeful that it will. But right now, this looks like a trash offense.
Do you see? You mentioned it there, because I'm out. I'm, for the record, Cecil, just so you know, like I'm out. I'm out. I don't. I mean, like, when you go into a game against Seattle and you don't have, and you're after the game, your head coach is talking about, we got to go back to the basics and we got a technique and mechanic. Like, if you don't have. And I'm gonna use a very simple radio-friendly, approach. Like, if your run game, if part of your approach to running the football versus a front like Seattle is not leverage and use some level of deception with jet sweeps or exotic formations, like, if that is football 101. If you're not doing those things, then you have no hope.
They want to run it right.
You have no chance. I mean, Cecil, am I crazy? Like, because it's one thing to constantly preach basics, technique, mechanic. There's only so many different run schemes you can run from tight end to tight end. There's only so much you can do, right? Mm-hmm. But the good ones are going to create flow by the linebackers, because you've got Nico Collins or you've got Jalen Knoll that are faking the jet sweep, and it's a legitimate threat, not just a ghost motion. Like, to not even implement those very basic things 3 months into this install is that is just one example for me, Cecil, of where I'm out. I'm done. I don't think this offense has a chance.
I tell you what, if the defensive line and Clint, you know this, like, any defense line is getting a lot of pressure, right? Why wouldn't you screen them to death? Like, why wouldn't you find a way? They're gonna get up the field. Okay, come on up the field. And I'll dump it right over your head. I'll dump it to Nico. I'll dump it to Noel. I'll dump it to Woody. I'll dump it to Chubb. I'm going to find different ways to slow that guy down. To me, that's basic as well. That's simple. Simple football 101 that you see in middle school. But for whatever the reason, I'm just not sure. I'm not totally out on Caley yet. I still have a glimmer of hope. Like, all right, maybe the athletes around him can do something. But I'm just confused on what is the identity and the goal of the offense right now. Well, I mean, when your defense is scoring more touchdowns or just as many touchdowns in the game.
Cecil, you got to. I'm not putting words in your mouth, but for me personally, this is about D'Amico. I mean, like, this is about D'Amico and D'Amico's future as a head coach in this league. It's at some point it has to become D'Amico's offense, and I'm not saying he's calling the plays. I'm not saying that he's deciding what, like we've talked about, what exactly the identity is. But at some point, D'Amico's got to demand his offensive coordinator to understand those and be able to apply and coach up those very basic things like I just talked about. Like, if you're so far behind a 2025 offense, if you can't, at the very least, the physicality aspect of it, like, that's got to be a D'Amico Ryans staple. Mm-hmm. If you're going to play offense under D'Amico Ryans, you're going to be a physical SOB.
No, I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that, because that made me, not to cut you off, that made me think about the Detroit Lions right away. Like, Dan Campbell doesn't call a play, but his mindset, and he has his stamp on what that offense is going to look like, right? He has his stamp on, we're going to be physical, we're going to go for it on fourth down, we're going to be aggressive. This is what it's going to be, and that's the basis of their offense. So I totally agree. D'Amico has to step up in that way and make that happen for the I'm with you on that.
All right, Cecil. They've got a big stretch coming up. 3 in a row at home. I know you'll be out there against winning teams, and it starts with San Francisco. And if they have any hope sitting here at 2-4, this 3-game homestand, they gotta get going. They gotta get it going, and hopefully we're talking to you next Wednesday about a win against the Niners.
Yes, sir.
That's Cecil Shorts the third. We just learned Clint is out on Nick Caley. Clint is.
My eyebrows raised up. I was like, oh, okay.
I mean, the more I watch it, the more we talk about it, the more it's just like it is. And as I sit here and watch, like I'm sitting here watching up on this CBS Sports. It's obviously a replay of the Giants and the Broncos. And I've peeked up, Ron, at 5 different plays that should be a part of every offense that we have not seen in 6 games with the Texans. And we've seen it in an effort where they were held scoreless for 3 quarters.
This guy stinks.
This would be considered the worst film that Denver's put on film all year long. Worst offensive film they put, and they're attempting more, and they're more difficult to defend. In the worst 3 quarters of football they played all year, they're more difficult to defend than the Texans have been all year at any point in time.
Yeah, Cornbread's out. Multiple people have said they're out.
Yeah,
Ray is halfway out. Multiple people said they were out on Nick Caley.
And I'm gonna be clear. It's twofold. I'm out on Nick Caley in this offense ever coming around, and the main reason, what's influenced me the most is hearing D'Amico Ryans talk about what this offense needs and what this offense needs to do.
Well, let's hear from D'Amico again, and someone who is not out on Nick Caley, and maybe the most important person who he needs not to be out on him. D'Amico Ryans, we'll hear from him coming up next.
Well, before we do that, I tell you what, your hair may be out on you, but here's the deal. I got good news, baby.
diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. As we promised, you will hear from the head coach, D'Amico Ryans. Let's head to NRG now to hear him speaking to the media.
One of the most difficult players to deal with in the NFL.
Christian McCaffrey is by far one of the best players in the NFL. Like what he's done in the game, I think, and I know for sure he has the respect of every player that's played against him, and also just respect from the offensive players. He's a tremendous athlete. I mean, he's physically gifted, a talented player in all respects, not just running the football, but also as a receiving running back. He's one of the best that we've seen. So, and that'll be their main focus, and that's their main game plan, rightfully so, because he's such a dynamic. He changes the game for them offensively, and not just what he does, but where he's able to align. And Kyle has done a really nice job of moving him around in a lot of different spots where he's not just aligning in the running back position. He can line up at receiver. He can line up all over the place. So, the game plan is we have to have eyes for Christian McCaffrey, knowing that he's going to get the bulk of the touches because he's their top playmaker.
Do you think having him has helped Mac Jones be successful despite Purdy's injury?
For sure. Anytime you have Christian McCaffrey, he helps any quarterback, right? Because he's a friendly target in the passing game. He has really great hands, catches the ball well, and he's also a really dynamic runner. He runs the ball tremendously hard. He understands the scheme. He understands how to press blocks. He knows how to set it up. He knows when to cut back. Just all around, really one of the smartest players I've been around, and that's one of the most reliable guys as well.
D'Amico, when it comes to the receiver position with Nico and Christian still sidelined, what do you think of the other guys and kind of their opportunities?
And whoever gets opportunity at receiver, it's got to step up and play. That's what the NFL is about. Unfortunately, injuries happen all throughout the league. Whoever gets that opportunity, step up and make the most of it. And, you go out and you excel by just doing what you're supposed to do. So whoever is called to do that and, to take that role, they'll do a tremendous job.
What did you learn from Robert Saleh when you worked with him there?
Working with Saleh was truly a blessing. Just, from the standpoint of coming in coaching, you think you know a lot about playing ball, and you think you know a lot about coaching, but working with Robert, he truly showed me what it takes to coach in the detail, the fine details, the small things that it takes as a coach, how you have to be deliberate in your preparation, how are you saying things to players, not just relaying a lot of information to them, but how are you truly teaching it? How do you understand each guy in your room? How do you teach it different? Some guys may need more walkthrough, or some guys you can tell them one time, some guys need to write it down. So Robert Saleh, he taught me all of that, of what it takes to be a good coach, and I'm so blessed and thankful to have learned under him, because he's such a meticulous, detailed person, not just in coaching, but just in life. And I've learned a lot from him, and I'm thankful for all the things that he's taught me, right? And it's the reason why I'm here right now, because he spent the time to teach me those things. And not just Robert Saleh, him being a D coordinator, but I can't mention him without mentioning Johnny Holland, a linebacker coach there who allowed me to teach in the room. He gave me the leeway to lead, and he taught me, allowed me to make mistakes along the way, allowed me to grow and develop under him. So I'm thankful for both of those guys, and then would be remiss not to mention Kyle Shanahan, for what he's done for me in my career. I remember sitting down in his office one day, and he told me, dude, you can be a head coach in this league, right? And I was kind of shocked by it, because no one had ever said that to me before. But Kyle is such a great person, love him and his wife. They're great friends of ours. They do it the right way. Ton of respect for Kyle and what he's done, what he's taught me throughout my career. I can't thank him enough for that, and just believing in me All right, when nobody else knew about me and coaching, Kyle was the guy who believed in me. And it just shows, like, man, you speak life into people. Like, your words mean a lot, and what he said to me, and to see it come true now, it means a lot to me. And just always, for me, that's what I'm always doing, just trying to speak life into people, speak life into others, be positive about attacking each and every day.
You're listening to D'Amico Ryan's Live on the Drive.
Did he elaborate really on what he loved about you at that time? And aside from being shocked, do you remember what was going on through your head as he's telling you this?
When he told me, I was just like, okay, you think he's just saying it just to say it, but he truly meant it. I guess he was encouraged by the way that I worked and how I went about my business. And that's just, for me, I like to work behind the scenes, and I was just trying to find a way to make sure my linebackers played the best in the NFL. That was all I was concerned about. I wasn't concerned about climbing a ladder or accolades or money. I wasn't concerned about that. I was just concerned that owning the little things that I had control over, and that was just coaching my small group, making sure they knew what to do, making sure they did it the best in the league.
You watch the Niners offense now on film. Have they evolved from when you were there?
Yeah, the Niners, they consistently evolve. That's why Kyle is such a good play caller. Right? He can do multiple plays or similar plays that other people around the league do, and they run, but nobody's going to put the spin on it like Kyle does, the way he motions McCaffrey or the way he motions Juice as the fullback position, who can line up anywhere as well. He really stresses defenses. He stresses your communication, and you really have to be on it. Right? If not, the guy's motion so fast in a blink of an eye, if you're not on it and you're not sound in what you're doing, you can get exposed very quickly. So he has continued to evolve, and you see that on tape this year as well. And no matter who he has, at that receiver position, tight end, back, he finds a way. Right, and even the quarterback position, now seeing Mac Jones there, Mac is doing a great job of just running the offense, being disciplined with his reads, going exactly where the ball is supposed to go.
Now that you talked about Robert Saleh, talk about what challenges his defense presents. I know you faced him since you've been here, but just what they're doing with the 49ers defensively.
The 49ers, what Robert has brought to that defense, he's brought some consistency. Even though he has a really young group, he has those guys playing the right way. They're going to play hard. They're going to finish. They're attacking the ball. They're all about the right stuff. Right? They're going to play with tremendous effort. And you see a young group on tape who's consistently gotten better from the first game of the season to now. You see just his stamp on it. And that's about being on the details and the small things. They're getting better. They're supposed to be. It won't be many surprises. You're going to have to outwork them. They're going to try to eliminate explosive plays, and we got to do a great job of just driving the field on them.
When it comes to all elements of the protection, not just the O-line, but everything, how much of it is before the snap and making sure everything's right before the snap versus just executing once the ball is snapped?
When it comes to protection, right, it is an all-11 thing. Of course, it's pre-snap communication, but things change post-snap. That's what football is about. It's about how do you adapt and adjust when you have, as I call, moving pictures. Guys are going to move around. You're not just going to always line up and show the offense what you're running, per se, on defense. So the communication is set. Now you just have adjustments, and there may be, communication before the snap, but it's just about adjusting, adapting fast, and making sure everybody's on the same page, and also making sure the quarterback receivers are on the same page as well. I know a lot where protection goes to the O-line, and that's what, everybody who sees it is the O-line, but it's everybody. Like, if we have to get the ball out because we're hot, we got to get the ball out. We got to find our hot answers. If we have a hot route, we got to make sure we're running the route the right way. So it's all encompassing. It's easy to just say, oh, the O-line didn't pick this up, but everybody has to be on the details.
To that point, CJ's taken a lot more responsibility, or was given to him, at least at the line, to identify that pressure. How do you think he's doing pre-snap and identifying pressures and audibles and stuff?
Yeah, it's not from a matter of identifying what we're doing with the pressure. I think we're identifying, are we executing after the ball is snapped? That's the main thing.
You mentioned that you're seeing things in games that you're not practicing, and do you understand why that's happening and how to get this fixed?
Yeah, I'm figuring out why things are happening. It's always baffling as a coach when you go through and you practice a certain thing and you work it a certain way, and guys get in the game and do something completely different. Well, that's being disjointed. Like, we got to be on the same page, and not on the same page like we don't know what we're doing. We just got to do what we called. We got to run what we call. Right? The techniques we work, the things we established throughout training camp, we got to do that. Right? And when we do that, you'll see we operate efficiently. We are able to be in the right spot defensively, special teams-wise. We're able to get our blocks done the right way when we just execute what we practice all week. Right? You can't get in a game. So I told our guys today, you can't get in a game and overcomplicate football. I know football can be a complex game within a game, but to me, football is simple. And you make it simple, you keep it simple, and allow guys to go play fast. All right, and that's what we've done, but we don't need to make things up. We don't need to try to do something or press and make a play. Just be like, we just have to stay with what we've been coached to do it the right way every single time. When I say it's one snap at a time, that's what I truly mean. It's not, I need to make this big play. You need to focus in one snap at a time, do exactly what you're coached to do. When we do that, we play well. When we get outside of that and we try to do more, it's not complicated to play this game. We don't need to make it that way. Let's play fast and let's play fun.
You're listening to head coach D'Amico Ryans live on The Drive.
How important will these next 3 games be just to kind of get you guys back on the track that you guys want to go?
Yeah, for me, I really don't care about the 3 games. Like, it's all about the Niners. And it's not about getting on track. It's about the Niners and playing how we need to play to go play well versus the Niners. I really don't care about the home stretch and all. Like, can we focus on one play at a time? I really don't even care about the game versus one play at a time. Be locked in, do what you're supposed to do.
You said a few times that you're one possession away. What can you do? What can you change in order to close that gap? And considering that the trade deadline is less than 2 weeks away, where do you stand as far as maybe making a move or moves that could help you get over that hump?
Yeah, all games in the NFL, or most of the games, are one-possession games, 8 points or less. And you look back at the history of it, since I've been here, we've been in, I think it's over like 25 of those games in the past 3 years. So it's truly one-possession games that we've been in. We're close a lot in games. Games are close. That's why the NFL is a fun league, because the games are close. Now, you have to go back to what I said earlier. It's just do your job. One play is not just because it's a one-possession game, I need to make something up and do something different than I'm coached to do. You just got to execute one play. It gets boring. You hear execute it, and I get it. Everybody don't want to hear it, but that's what the game comes down. Advantage of guys who don't execute, when you take advantage of them, guys in a bad spot, that's when you make a play, but you don't make things up.
Specifically about Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel, if they have to have increased roles, what do you want and hope to see from them?
I just want to see Higgins and Knowles do what they've done, and that's just be the guys they are. They don't have to do anything extra, right? If their roles are increased, great. It means more opportunities for those guys to make plays, but they don't have to go out and be someone else. They just need to be themselves and be the guys who we saw at Iowa State make play after play after play, just because they did it the right way. So that's what they have to go do.
How much of what happens up front, let's say in the line of scrimmage, one side is controlling the line of scrimmage, how much of that is technique versus talent?
Oh, that's a great question, Cam. A ton of it, I believe, truly a ton of it up front has to do with technique, right? And of course you want to be the most talented group. You want to have the most talented guy possible. But I've seen guys of all who came in the offensive line from all different, whether it's undrafted all the way to first rounder. It's just about really, that group is really about the details and the communication and being tied together, playing together. That is the bulk of it, whoever steps out there. And I've seen people win games with backup offensive linemen, seen them win with starter, but it doesn't change. You're working in a small space. You got to be on it. Things happen quickly. You got to be able to react very quickly up front. You're supposed to be putting your hat in the right place, shooting your hands when you need to shoot your hands, like playing with great footwork, good knee bend. When you play with low pads, you have a chance to be successful up front. If you do something erratic and you're out of position or you're playing too wide, now you're just susceptible to a lot of inside movements, which we can do a better job of here, just protecting more inside out.
We'll go Christy to Will on Southern.
Obviously, Will Anderson came in for you guys and had an immediate impact. What have you seen from him that has allowed him to keep growing and keep developing, week after week, despite that early success?
For Will Anderson, the thing that sets him apart from most guys I've been around is, when I talk about a relentless intensity and pursuit for your goals, like, he is the epitome of that. It's like, I don't see anyone working as hard as this guy. I don't see anyone who it means so much to him, like, to see not himself only just succeed, but to see our team succeed. Like, it means a lot to him. He's very passionate about it, and he's not just passionate on Sunday. Like, he's out there today in our walkthrough, passionate about what he's doing. So when you have that type of mindset that Will operates with, and he's out there early working with Coach Rod on working on techniques on how he can improve in every single facet of his game, when you put that much attention to what you're doing and you want to get better, you'll get better.
When you look at your offense, how do you define its identity? What is it to you?
The identity of our offense is, at the end of the day, to me, offensive football is move the ball. It doesn't matter. People want, you're run first, pass first. It doesn't matter. Like, if you get 4 yards, you get 4 yards. It's just throwing the ball, passing the ball, and offense just has to be efficient. And that's what it has to be. Right? When we played versus the Titans and versus the Ravens, what was our identity? We moved the football because we were efficient. We stayed on track. It didn't matter if we ran the ball or we threw the ball. Short passes, it didn't matter. Like, that's what offensive football is about, right? And that's what, the team we're playing this week and watching these guys on tape, what's their identity, right? They move the football. Like, they find ways to get the ball out. They run the ball well. They throw the ball quick, get it out of the quarterback's hands very well, and they're efficient with what they're doing.
What makes George Kittle a difference maker for the 49ers, and what are the different ways that he can kind of affect the game?
George is a difference maker because when it comes to tight ends, you think about him in the passing game, and he is an explosive pass player, but what he does at the line of scrimmage, like, he's very tough, physical at the line of scrimmage, does a really good job of blocking. That's what makes George a really good player, being able to do both and do both really well.
Last one.
Coach, it looked like the last game that when you all had some mistakes, it was because on the offensive side of the ball that the play clock kept running down. It looked like that CJ was rushing the play. How do you as an offense execute getting to the line quicker, running the play faster, being more efficient?
Up against clock versus Seattle. I didn't feel like that was the issue. I felt like we got the plays in and we were at the line of scrimmage. We had a lot of tempo plays. So I didn't feel that we were up against the clock per se. It's allowed plays to play and, I felt like we communicated well in that environment. It wasn't getting to the line and it wasn't getting the calls in or calling it. That wasn't the issue offensively, right? Our issues were post-snap, doing what we were supposed to do post-snap, right? All right, thank you, guys.
All right, that was head coach D'Amico Ryans for the third straight day with the media. I see a lot of people giving their thoughts on YouTube, Twitch, the text line. Please continue to send those in as we continue. CJ Stroud a little bit later on. We've got a little stock up, stock down. You can send in your stock up, stock down. I feel like a lot of people may have changed their stock down following the last couple of days, but we'll do that coming up next.
All right, check it out. Football season is in full swing, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all the action. That's Underdog Fantasy, y'all. I'm telling you, get on board now. This is good times to be had. You make the picks, you win the money right now. You can do it. Download it right now in the great state of Texas, baby. Playing on Underdog is easy. So get you, your friends, your mom, your girlfriend, your wife, whoever it may be. All you got to do is pick whether your favorite players go higher or lower. Stats like rushing yards, receptions, touchdowns, etc., right? You get your picks right, you can win up to 5,000 times your money. Now, Underdog is fun year-round. I love it year-round.
it's key. Come on.
Every football season brings highs.
Yes! Rock and roll!
And lows.
Every week, though. There's no excuse for that. Oh, no.
It's time to buy or sell.
And tell them to sell!
It's Texans Stock Up, Stock Down on the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I gotta pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
That's right, and it is a Week 8 Houston Texans edition of Stock Up, Stock Down right here live on the Drive. Do it every hump day. Clint Stoerner, we're on the show Hughley, live with you here in H-Town. And the Texans, they got the 49ers coming to town. We just heard from head coach DeMeco Ryans as he held his Wednesday presser last segment. We'll be covering more of that later on. But stock up, stock down for these Texans. Got to imagine it's going to be hard to find some stock ups in my mind.
I damn near changed mine after that 18 minutes.
Almost called an audible, huh? But I want to start with you right there. Real raw on the show, Hughley. I'm very curious about these stock ups. So stock up for you, Ron, for these Texans right now.
All right, stock up. And whose stock is going through the roof? Gerard Johnson. That is my stock up. The quarterback coach for the Houston Texans, because everyone is so down on. Now, I want to be clear. I don't know that his stock up is deserved, but everybody is so down on Nick Caley. I saw a petition to fire Nick Caley that had several hundred signatures on it. Many people are talking about he is, along with others, but he has been maybe the number one person, especially coming out of the Seattle game, that people are having issue with, and it's understandable with the way that offense has been. And Gerard Johnson's been here a couple of years. There were issues with Bobby Slowick, and he became popular to maybe change things over with him. And now many people want to see a change, and I think, as Clint said, he's out. Multiple people said they're out. And the next logical person to take that role, if that would have happened, would be Gerard Johnson. So right now, people love them some Gerard Johnson, and if something were to happen as a change, DeMeco's a defensive coach, so he would start calling plays. I think it would be Gerard Johnson. So I go stock up Gerard Johnson.
I like it. Look, to your point, anybody below Nick Caley on this staff that may or may not be a good play caller, their stock is through the roof right now because Nick's is so low. So look, I don't disagree with you one bit, man. I think it's a good play, good call.
Former Aggie, whose job was stolen by Ryan Tannehill. That is Ron the Show stock up for the Texans in Week 8. Over to you, Clint Stoerner. Texans Week 8 preparing for the 49ers. Things are not looking great. What's your stock up for these Houston Texans, Clint?
My stock up is Jalen Noel, the wide receiver out of Iowa State, drafted this year, and to me clearly has been the best draft pick this year. He was the third player picked in this year's draft for the Texans. But I think he is the best draft pick for the Texans this year, at least right now. Look, he had a nice little outing with a couple of catches and a touchdown against Baltimore when they were just spreading the ball around to everybody. And other than Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz, he's the one guy that I think this thing carried over into a game against a better defense in the Seattle Seahawks. He was able to go out there and get 4 catches for 77 yards. One of them was in a huge moment at the end of the first half to flip. After the blocked field goal, Seattle was fixing to extend their lead. We get the ball back, and we got a puncher's chance to get in field goal range. And who does it? Jalen Noel. He climbs the ladder, climbs up a defensive back, and goes and makes a catch. And so and he ended up with 4 for 77. I think this is real. I'll be honest with you. If these guys really want to win football games and not try to be the smartest guy in the room every week, Jalen Noel will be returning punts next week, and Jalen Noel will have an extended role on this offense next week as well, because he's not only productive, he was clutch. He was one of very few guys that have got this year that have gone up and made catches that weren't perfect throws that you would put in the boy. That was a great catch. The probability of the ball left his hand, right, and the guy went up there and climbed the ladder and got it. So yeah, the stock is up. It's never been higher for Jalen Noel than it is right now.
Now the fun part, we got them stock ups done with. This is The Drive, Stoerner and Hughley doing a little stock up, stock down, as we do every Wednesday right around 3:25 p.m. Back to you, Ron. I want to know your stock down for these Houston Texans.
I'm keeping a theme from the first one. Tyler and Clint, my stock down is Cole Popovich. We were sold. I didn't believe it for 1 second, and you can go back and find the tape. I was skeptical the whole way of, hey, let's turn it over to the guy who was here last year when our offensive line sucked ass. Oh, let's turn it over to him and give him less talent as well. Let's do this. Let's give him a young left tackle, the 7th pick in the draft, 7th tackle in the draft. Let's put him at left tackle. But coming into the year, fellas, we were told how nasty he was, and his team was nasty from an offensive line perspective. And they were going to be more physical, and they're going to do the things that suit them well. And they got their ass kicked repeatedly by the Seattle Seahawks. They couldn't get a yard multiple times. They couldn't protect anybody. They ran the ball 15 times with running back. C.J. Stroud led the team in rushing with 25 yards. There was constant pressure. Anytime they played a team worth a damn, they get their ass kicked up front. And Cole Popovich, which I never thought would work, Cole Popovich is the guy that everybody be the man. This offensive line at this point feels worse than it was last year. So stock down to Cole Popovich.
More than fair. More than fair.
I'm still waiting. I mean, they've told us it's fixable. Maybe it just takes a few more weeks. We'll see. Okay. Over to you, Clint. Put a cap on this thing for us. Your stock down for the Houston Texans heading into Week 8 against the 49ers.
Well, this one's easy for me, man. I think, as Ron said, there's plenty of choices, but I got to go with Derek Stingley Jr., man. There's look, I mean, he got smoked out of the gate by the Arroyo, the young tight end. For Seattle, and it was exactly what we've heard DeMeco Ryans talk about, his eye discipline. He had his eyes in the backfield, and the tight end ran right by him vertically, which really he played a big role in Seattle's ability to go up 14-0, which puts us in a position of bad offense where you now got to play catch up versus a really good defensive front. So that was an absolute killer early, and Derek Stingley Jr. had a big part of that. And then just overall, I think he was in shadow coverage throughout the game on a few occasions, and for Jackson Smith and Jigba to really be the only, I like Cooper Kupp, but I think the name means more than the player right now, Jackson Smith and Jigba to go off 8 for 23 and 1 touchdown, and for being honest, they threw it to him whenever the hell they wanted to. It was never difficult for Jackson Smith and Jigba. And so right now, you talk about games like Seattle, your superstars have to be superstars, and you can't afford Derek Stingley Jr. on the defensive side of the football to play the way he played, particularly early in that game, but really, if we're being honest, it wasn't a good game for him throughout. The interception late was one of those, again, what the hell are we doing kind of deals for Seattle's offense. But
even on that, then he gets a 15-yard penalty for his helmet off. Yeah. I don't know what's going on with him lately. That's a good one. All right, let's go to C.J. Stroud. When we return, we will hear from the quarterback as he has his Wednesday press conference. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out, man. If you're looking to build a dream home, if you're looking to
irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain Scent Boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back to The Drive. Let's head back out to Echo Ranch earlier today at 3 o'clock. Let's head out now and hear from the quarterback, C.J. Stroud, coming off the Monday night game as they get ready to play the 49ers. Here's C.J.
On track as an offense and doing that week in and week out, what do you think it's going to take to be able to get to that point?
Just practicing better, having hard conversations, being better by each individual, just doing our job and making sure, we're just all on the same page. I think the effort's there, but now just execution needs to pick up.
How valuable is it for you to have a veteran like Dalton Schultz to rely on and to be on the field with you?
Yeah, he's super reliable, not only just on the field, but off the field. Somebody that I talk to about a lot of different things. And he's been great. He's been a brother to me and somebody that I'm, just very grateful to have a teammate like him. And I think, he had a great game on Monday, but he's, looking good every week. And just got to keep finding ways to give him the ball. But, yeah, it's been very helpful.
CJ, Jalen Noel and Jaden Higgins might have to be counted on a little bit more this week. What do you hope to see from them if they are used more?
Just really what they've been doing, continue to show up and, run great routes like they've been doing. I think whatever they're doing in practice, which has been really good, is, get it done in the game. So just taking the practice to the game, the meetings to the practice, and I think that'll be a key recipe for them to have success on Sunday. But, yeah, I'm in full faith with them, and I think, they're ready, and, I'm excited to see them roll.
What's your identity? How do you define what your identity is on offense?
There's a lot of different ways you can say our identity is. I would say as a mindset thing, it's more physical, point A to point B, going as fast as you can, relentless swarm, everything coach talks about schematically, I think, we're finding our area there where, we're leaning somewhat on, the run game, being RPOs, where, then we can go big personnel. So it's a little bit of everything. But I think we're still finding that as time goes on. And I think it could always adjust, but I think, we're finding it as weeks go on.
D'Amico intimated that some of the pressure could be alleviated with better operation execution of some of the hot routes, guys running the hot route, knowing when to throw the hot route. Do you kind of feel the same way?
Yes, and there's certain times where that is true, and then there's other times where, we got to just stay with the mic and things like that. So it's both areas.
TJ, you found some success with maybe a little bit of misdirection and then rolling out away from that. What do you like about that, and what does that do to defenses?
Yes, just literally misdirection, trying to get them to think we're going this way and going the other. And it's just good, to have a little bit of balance from, running to the strong side every time or just running the ball. So it's a good spin-off.
What have you seen from the 49ers defense on film?
I know they've had some injuries, but they still, great team. Their back end is really good. Their secondary is doing a really good job. I think up front, they have a good D-line, and then, the backers are, it's hard to fill that role of Fred, but I think they're doing a good job of it, so we got to be on our game.
Since the Niners have a pretty similar scheme to D'Amico Salah work together, how much is the fact that you've gone against D'Amico's scheme a bunch of times in practice, et cetera, how much does that help you guys going into a week like this where the scheme might be a little similar?
Yeah, I think it's very helpful, especially, a short week. I think, Salah does a good job, and him and D'Amico, like you said, work together. So there's some similarities there. So I think it'll be helpful.
CJ, you talked about this being a process for the offense, kind of getting better each week. When you look at that and you look at yourself, is there something that, without giving away any game plan, that you say, this is an area that I still I am still trying to really conquer?
Yeah, there's a bunch of different things. I think, like Monday for me, of course, wasn't my best outing. I don't think I played well, but to me, like, it really starts with preparation. I thought I prepared as best as I could for that game, and sometimes you go out there and lay an egg, but my confidence is high as ever. I have the most confidence not only in my team but in myself. And I'm just going to continue to show up every game. And, I think as time goes on, you start clicking more and more and more. You can see when we were playing against Tennessee and Baltimore and then had the bye, came out. We had a really good week of practice, but sometimes that just happens. And so I think the focus for me is just my preparation and myself, So I'm going to continue to do that, and I'm going to continue to get better in areas I need to get better in. But, yeah, there's things schematically as well, or footwork and different things like that I can always get better in as well.
You talked about this. Go ahead, Sam.
You've talked about how this offense kind of lives on death by 1,000 cuts, being efficient on first and second down. When that doesn't work out, are there ways for this offense to succeed and kind of make up for that?
Yeah, we have to figure out, hopefully that's the game plan. I think for every team, you ask them to do well on first, second down. And then that's where I think some of the playmaking abilities, has to come out. And that's the thing in this offense is like every play just doing your job, even if it means gain of 2. It's like that's what we're being asked to do. That's what we're asked of. So that's something I'm still getting used to. But, yeah, I think, like when that time comes, we got to find answers. And that's where, when the ball is getting out for 2 yards, that's when I trust Hutch or one of the guys on the outside to make somebody miss and get 8, So that's the type of offense we're living in. I think it's a good thing. But, those type of situations, kind of test those rules. But the more you can stay on track is the better, what we have when we play on Sundays.
You got time for a few more, sorry.
CJ, we know that the NFL is a copycat league, and a lot of teams like to run the same thing as far as defense against you all when they try to run the delayed stunts and delayed blitzes and things like that. From an offensive standpoint, especially from a quarterback standpoint, is there anything that you could do to maybe help alleviate, as far as you and the offensive line is concerned, to be able to maybe identify that earlier?
Yeah, there's a lot of different things, cadence, motion, and then sometimes they just hit you and they get you. So that's where you have the hots and you have built-ins to combat those as well. So, I think we have all those things in. It's just sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. And I think the process is right. We got to continue to move forward and, learn from our mistakes. But I definitely think we have those things in, and now it's just executing them.
All good?
When it comes to, sorry, when you were mentioning the ways in which you guys can execute better, and D'Amico was saying that the post-snap has been something that you guys have been trying to focus in on and be a lot more clean with. What are you seeing that maybe is not ways in which you guys are executing post-snap that you want to clean up moving forward?
Just there's multiple things I could say. Probably the main thing, just communication pre-snap. Like, I think everything starts pre-snap. When the ball snaps, can take that communication and pushing it forward to post-snap and making it, work. And that's execution in a nutshell. So I think that's what we need to do.
All right, that was C.J. Stroud getting ready for the 49ers as they return home. A huge game for the Texans. Anything jump out to you from CJ? A couple things for me.
Yeah, plenty jumped out. Right there at the very end. There's multiple times that it happened at the very end, but it happened one time in the middle of he just completely disagrees with his head coach. It's not about, it is. He just simply said it right there. It is pre-snap communication. It is communication and then carrying that communication over. It's not all post-snap. And D'Amico matter-of-factly said, no, it's not about the communication. It's about executing what you're coached to do and after the snap. And so, again, this is a bad offense. The head coach who is yes, he's a play caller by nature, but he has been overseeing this offense and the offensive side of the football since OTAs. And he's still not on the same page with your quarterback as it pertains to the very basic general football 101 communications when you're talking.
And has no, and not even afraid to try to act like it's not.
Yeah. The questions are framed in a way of like your head coach said this. You could very easily say, yeah, he's right, and just keep it moving. But CJ clearly has no problem saying, well, no, I disagree with that. That's not necessarily what I'm seeing. So, yeah, it's I think that is not surprising. Not the first time we've heard it.
Yeah, it's been something we've been hearing lately.
I do think it is a peek behind the curtain of really what's going on in that building over there. CJ can't hide the frustration that exists right now, and he shouldn't be able to. As the quarterback that's got to go out there and take a beating every week, and then you got to hear the players just got to execute better approaches after being parts of offenses that were successful. I would imagine it's very, very, very frustrating, no doubt.
Yeah. A couple of times there, it seemed like they were out the year on different pages of things.
Yeah. Like, it's not good.
It's right. Like we heard D'Amico and CJ say they watch film every week together, and they come out of watching film every week together, and they're on different pages.
Well, we've all been, and I'm not saying this is the case, but we've all been in relationships with bosses, with coaches, with teammates, where you're in that meeting. But are you really in that meeting? Like, are we in this meeting to get something accomplished, to make progress, to get on the same page, to figure things out? Or are we in that meeting because somebody called that meeting?
Have at it, boss.
Yeah, boss, I'm here. Yes, sir, I'm awake. Yep, I got you. Yep, you betcha. Yeah, I mean, so I like if that is going on, which, by the way, it doesn't seem like it's going on. If it is going on, it doesn't seem like it is a group effort, a collaborative effort that all parties are bought in.
Yep. Let's see, Nick Cayley. Let's see if he can give us the offensive identity tomorrow.
Well, it's getting rough,
today.
boys.
All right, what you got coming up?
All right, kind of on that same note, right? This is precisely where and why I think the Texans are in trouble, and I am out on this offense. From D'Amico Ryan's mouth, that is next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Jiffy Lube. Let me get your ears one time, man. You don't want to miss this. Jiffy Lube has a huge customer appreciation event going on right now, and it's Saturday, October the 25th, the Fry Road location in Cypress, Texas, y'all. The first 20 windshield. They got gift cards. They got merch. They got items for the kids. They got free food all day long for everybody. Get down to Jiffy Lube on Fry Road in Cypress this Saturday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Now, Jiffy Lube in general, there's 60 locations around the city, right? It's quick in-and-out service. They've been dominating that fast oil change industry since 1979. I'm telling you, they're always going to use a premium oil, too. You can get that premium stuff at Jiffy Lube. Make sure that you check that sticker up in that top left corner. Check that odometer. If you need an oil change, Jiffy Lube is where it's at, y'all. Like I said, they've been dominating that fast oil change industry since 1979.
Thirsty Thursday is coming to the west side of town. Tomorrow afternoon from 2 to 6. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley at Buffalo Wild Wings on Park Row in Katy with our friends from Bud Light. Stop by for some great wings, cold drinks, prizes on site, and the best sports conversation in town. Start your sports weekend a little early with us on a Thirsty Thursday. We'll see you there.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Desk, 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by Metro. It's backed up on I-45, the Gulf Freeway outbound, starting inside the loop. Next time, avoid delays by taking the Metro Park and Ride at El Dorado and riding the HOV lane. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Attention shoppers! Introducing new FDA-approved twice-daily Metro, the advanced treatment for rush hour anxiety. Caution, choosing Metro may become habit forming at metro.org for more details.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain. I never understood any trade deadline rumors regarding Matt Crosby this year. If it didn't happen last deadline, and then Crosby signed an extension this past offseason, why would he force a trade from the Silver and Black now, or why would the Raiders comply? So Tom Pelissero and Jane Slater from the NFL Network both reporting that there's no interest by the Raiders and Crosby to part ways by the deadline is, well, common sense. I'm Zach Gelb.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation.
WoundedWareProject.org/combat stigma.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
That was an asinine move.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Dirty's Daily brought to you by Blue Diamond Almonds, lightly salted. Even Ron Hughley's had a few today, and that's right. That's right. Ron tasted some of my nuts. It was tremendous. It was absolutely tremendous. They are good, ain't they, Ron? A little salty.
Great nuts.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Look here. This is
great sweaty. nuts.
No, they weren't sweaty. They don't sweat. They're in this bag. Even though I did leave them in the car last night, this morning, and they were a little hot in that seat over there. But
it's almost the holiday season. Get them sweaty balls.
The almonds.
Exactly
You done took my almonds to nuts to balls. See, Tyler, you are
Sweaty balls.
you're real creepy.
We know you've never seen that episode.
It's a
of
holiday
Saturday Night
edible.
Live.
I'm not. I'm not.
Me and Ron were simpatico.
One of the real upsets when you told me I've never seen an episode of Saturday Night Live.
No, I mean I've seen highlights and I've had somebody tell me to tune in, and I've watched it for a couple minutes. Never seen a full episode. Zero chance.
That's an old Baldwin skit.
There it is.
Oh, I loved that one in Canteen
skit.
No, it's not.
What's not a skit is what's going on over there at NRG Stadium, and it's become hard to stomach, boys.
You wish it was a skit at times.
I wish it was. I wish I would wake up and it was an episode of Saturday Night Live or Monday Night Live. That's what I wish it was.
It's a nightmare.
I am officially, boys. I am absolutely out on the Houston Texans offense, which to be completely honest with you, means that I'm out with I'm out on the Houston Texans in general in 2025. For the once, I am very thankful that D'Amico and Nick believe that it's a year-to-year league and your team changes every year, and it's completely different. It's week 8, and I'm out, boys. And the crazy thing is, the one that's pushed me off the cliff is the head coach. The one that's pushed me off the cliff over there is D'Amico Ryans.
It's my decision.
Oh, not Nick Caley.
No, it's not. Well, I mean, look, no. The product is a result of Nick Caley and some of those that are around him. But when I lose hope is when I know the head coach, I've watched it with my own eyes. The head coach was overseeing what was going on offense in OTAs, turning his back on special teams, turning his back on the defense, and literally being on the side of the 50-yard line, watching the offensive line coach do work, watching the offense work in walkthroughs all the way through training camp, all the way through the season. He hands over play calling duties on the defensive side of the football. D'Amico Ryans is as involved in this offense as he will ever need to be and have to be, and it still stinks. And more importantly, boys, he doesn't have answers. And what the Seattle game did was bring several things to light, and I highlighted several of those yesterday. In what in the world was this coaching staff thinking with the plan that they had in Seattle? And now at that point in time yesterday when we talked about it, I was thinking, just based off my reaction to the game of what I saw, right? I mentioned it. Dare Gumbawale is your third down back again for some reason. We're rotating left guards again for some reason. We have 0 screens, 0 exotic runs in the game, and we think we're just going to line up and run into the teeth of this defense. And I'll be damned if I didn't listen to Texans All Access last night. I'll be damned if I didn't listen to Texans All Access last night, and I didn't hear D'Amico Ryans literally saying what I hoped I would never hear. When asked about the offense lacking physicality versus Seattle, this was D'Amico's answer.
Yeah, that's the main thing. We knew all week. We talked about their front and how they're strong. The strongest part of their team was their front, and we had to be able to control their front on our double team blocks where we didn't. We got split on some of the double team blocks where you're not expecting that to happen. So we just got to be able to strain better. We got to be able to play with better technique. And if that's the key to winning a game, we have to execute that and get it done.
You can't tell me going into a game, you all year long, all offseason long, you know who you brought in here, you know who you paid, you know what's going on your offensive line. You cannot tell me that you game plan for 15 days and your thought was the key to this game is we got to control the line of scrimmage versus the best run defense. And so, by the way, not just the best run defense. They got dudes over there that are monsters that you know are monsters that you know are going to be able to split double teams. And you're going to go up there and you're going to, with 15 runs in between the tackle for the most part, you're going to run into the teeth of that defense And then you're going to literally talk about your guys not being able to control the line of scrimmage. You did not expect that defensive line to split any double teams.
They saw Leonard Williams and thought,
we're going to control his ass.
Ed and Andrews got him. And Lakin and Juice, whoever. Like, they saw Jaron Reed.
They got Jaron Reed, got him.
Nailed him.
We're going. In fact, it ain't even Lakin. It's Lakin and Juice, and then whoever gets to join him.
We'll bring in Blake Fisher. He's got DeMarcus.
I mean, you got to be kidding me. Like that could not be. You couple that with the fact that they had zero in the game plan to keep them honest from a run game perspective. They did a couple of little boots that were nice that got Dalton Schultz open. But I'm talking about run game.
Yeah.
I'm talking about run game. Nothing in the lineup. And you like to hear D'Amico say, we thought the key to winning this game was controlling the line of scrimmage. Like these guys, I mean, they're delusional of the guys that they have. All right, rushes from running backs, and it never got going. It was in critical situations. You literally got manhandled up front, which, by the way, most people would expect with your offensive line versus that defensive line that was there. Here's D'Amico Ryans again on Texans All Access talking about what they need to do in the run game to get it right.
Yeah, you just get back to the basics and the fundamentals, right? You don't try to reinvent the wheel. You get back to the things that we have done well, and you try to lean in on those things. And you just making sure that we're clean on our blocking assignment, who we're going to, making sure we're IDing the proper people and going to them and actually finishing on the correct people. They're all fixable.
Yeah, this is, I mean, if the answer to, and I know D'Amico Ryans has to say the very vanilla things in with Texans All Access. I get it. I get it. It's the only time we hear from the coach on the radio outside of a press conference perspective, and I get it. It's going to be vanilla. I don't expect him to throw anybody on the bus. But right now, 7 weeks into this season, 6 ball games into this season, if you're asked about this particular offense and this run game and what was just put on display of getting absolutely dominated in the trenches, and your response is get back to the basics, get back to the fundamentals. I mean, this offense is shot. This run game is shot. They have zero chance based on what we watched Monday night and what we're hearing from, again, a defensive-minded head coach that is overseeing. This run is precisely why I'm out. After 7 weeks in the middle of week 8, I've decided I am completely out.
We're back to execute.
Yeah, we're back to execute. We're back to fundamentals and technique.
Doing what we do well. If they could get that Ravens defense back in here.
Let me tell you what you can do when that guy across the ball from you is as good as some of them cats you had on that Seattle defensive line. You can take your techniques and your mechanics and throw them out the window. You can put a double team. You can put 2 guys.
Yeah,
you can put 2 of the offensive linemen that you had. I mean, you had months to go fix your offensive line. These are the guys you pick. You can put 2 of them together with great technique and mechanics, and it's out the window. They're gonna split that. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. And then you have no answers.
It's so simple, Clint.
You have no answers whatsoever beyond running those guys downhill. Look, I don't have a problem with you running the football. By the way, I don't have a problem with you running the football. It's not about running versus passing. It's about doing absolutely nothing to offset how good these guys are up front. You tell us these guys are that there was a strength of their team, and you think you are a team with this offensive line that could go in there and control that group. With that mindset moving forward in this season, they're going to beat Tennessee again.
They're going to get the Raiders.
They're going to get the Raiders. But hey, some of these other squads, like this week, if you think you're going to go control the line of scrimmage versus a solid front, you have no chance. You're going to get dominated once again. And then the icing on the cake. Here's the icing on the cake. And by the way, for those of y'all that'll take a shot and say, hey man, well, if you're Mr. Know-It-All, once you go over, hey man, I ain't getting paid millions of dollars to run offense. I'm getting paid to evaluate and analyze and bring it to the people. So here we are.
Getting paid millions of dollars to do radio.
Yeah, that's right. Millions, my ass. Here we go. How about this? And this is the worst one of all. And this is where it gets real scary. This is the head coach of the Houston Texans who's overseeing the offense for this team. And the question is, what is your offensive identity here in Houston?
The identity of our offense is, at the end of the day, to me, identity of offensive football is move the ball. It doesn't matter. People want, we'll run first, pass first. It doesn't matter. Like, if you get 4 yards, you get 4 yards. It's just throwing the ball, passing the ball, and offense just has to be efficient. And that's what it has to be, right? When we played versus the Titans and versus the Ravens, what was our identity? We moved the football because we were efficient. We stayed on track. We stayed. It didn't matter if we ran the ball or we threw the ball. Short passes, it didn't matter. Like, that's what offensive football is about, right? And that's what, the team we're playing this week and watching these guys on tape, what's their identity, right? They move the football, right? They find ways to get the ball out. They run the ball well. They throw the ball quick, getting out of the quarterback's hands very well, and they're efficient with what they're doing.
Biggest takeaway there, boys, is he was completely out of answers. Like, he was completely lost. Completely, like, literally had to repeat identity to gather his thoughts to answer that question. And here's the deal. It's clear that they're struggling offensively. Ooh. Right? But for you to not even have an idea of what you're trying to be good at, forget about being good at something, to not have an idea of what you're trying to be good at. Like, we can take a couple of their phrases, low-hanging fruit. If somebody came to me and said, hey, Clint, what's the identity of the Texans offense? I'd say, look, I don't know what the identity really is, but I can tell you what they're trying to create from an identity perspective. They are trying to create, let's use one of their phrases, death by 1,000 cuts, right? Minimize the risk, right? Minimize the risk. Stay efficient, stay ahead of the chains, right? Let's take another one of their phrases. Let's say, hey, how about a game plan offense? We're going to be multiple. We're going to try. We're going to do what the defense present. Whatever. We're going to be multiple. We're going to be wide ranging, and whatever the defense gives us, whatever opportunities they present us, we're going to try to attack there. We're a game plan offense. That would be an identity. Now, I would argue that identity requires your players to be more cerebral than anybody else in the league. And that's one of the problems here is you're not that. So you're not fitting your players. But it's very easy to answer that question with phrases that they've used before from a death by 1,000 cuts or the game plan offense. And to not have an answer is the scariest part of this thing for me. You could lean into the football 101s of being more physical and being because you look at San Francisco. What's San Francisco's offense? Well, they're a run first football team. They're more physical than anybody in the league. They're going to play action you to death, and they're going to have a great screen game and a quick game to protect their quarterback. That's their identity, right? I mean that's who they are. Regardless of who's quarterbacking, that's who they are. Right now, you can get into the outside zone stuff because that's a Kubiak and that's McVay and that's all these guys. You can get into a dominant whatever they're trying to do from a run game perspective. You can get into that as well. But the fact that by the way, did I say CJ tried to answer that question too and didn't do much better? I don't. My point yesterday was I don't believe they know who they are, and Ron, today I'm telling you I don't know that they believe who they want to be.
Mm. You don't even think they know it. They have any idea who they.
I don't think they have an idea of
that. Didn't sound great. I'll be honest.
Well, I don't, and that's the guy that's overseeing a first year play caller.
Because there are times we heard Dusty would do this. Dusty would just be cagey and just you could tell on purpose, acting like I don't know, because he just didn't want you to know. Like, right. I don't get the sense that was what that was.
I don't think he can answer the question.
Yeah.
But the most concerning thing about that, Ron, is like you've sat in a meeting room with Nick Caley. Like you sat in a meeting room for Nick Caley for 3 or 4 months. Like what did Nick Caley tell you that his offense is?
Mm-hmm. You know, you said it was his decision,
moving the ball.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, but whatever the term, like the whatever the terminology is, what did y'all discuss? We know you're struggling, so it doesn't necessarily have to be what we're seeing. But what did y'all discuss? We're gonna be a great X, Y, and Z. We are busting our ass to be really good at X, Y, and Z. and we get just move the ball. And I believe my fear is that's coming from the head coach. And ultimately, if he can't answer that question any better, then we can't expect Nick Caley to answer that.
Well, we got him tomorrow, so he'll answer.
We'll find out. That'll be great.
Play that live.
The other fear of that, Ron, is that it sounds like it's never been discussed.
Holy mother of God.
Someone texted and said Slowick couldn't answer that question. I don't know about that. I think Slowick was like, hey, man, we're trying to get the ball down the field last year.
And explosive.
Yeah, I mean, last year, I think it changed last year. But, yeah, I mean, they were definitely an outside zone team, wide zone to outside zone team.
Explosives down the field. Then it came quick game.
Aggressive stretch the field, yes. Then you find out you can't protect your quarterback, so you throw a little quick game. But you to your point, let's say it is true that Bobby couldn't do it. Guess what? Bobby got fired. I mean, that's the point. Is like it's one thing to go out there and struggle on either side of the ball and me not be able to see an identity. Like, what are these guys trying to get accomplished? It's another thing when asked about it, just not have an answer.
Maybe Nick will tell you what his offense is. If I could be a fly at the end of that game,
I'm out.
When ABC caught it, if I could be a fly at the end of the game where Nick Caley walks up to CJ and they're about to go across the field to shake hands, he said something to CJ, and CJ like tapped him on his back, and then they kept on going. Like, in my mind, I meant, man, sorry, man, just sorry we couldn't come through for you. It's all right. I just really want to know what that conversation.
God bless, brother.
CJ, because CJ looked at him like, man, it ain't your fault. That's the way. That's the look. That's the look in his eyes. All right, coming up to a team that lost last night, but the Rockets, you got to feel good in a double overtime thriller against the champs on ring night. What'd you think about KD's debut? Kevin Durant, he debuted 47 minutes. He fouled out with 23 points. Sorry, Tyler. And 9 rebounds, 3 assists. What did you think about Kevin Durant's debut? We'll talk about that and much more coming up next.
But if you want to grill this weekend.
You're damn right if you want to grill this weekend. Hell with this weekend, Tyler. Hell, if you want to grill tonight. Going to Texas Start.
The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and The Drive on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 6, The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. The Texans are struggling, but the Rockets, they got off the start of their season last night, opening night. They were the opening game, and it was a great game, straight up, double OT, and the Rockets, they did lose 125-124, but a really, really fun game. And first of all, with the Rockets, we talked about it a bit earlier. I didn't get to this, and we said it before. Like, some of those games last year, even though they were really good, they were tough watches. Like like even last night, their first game, you could just see that they score easier.
Oh yeah,
it's like, and you know, and they can still defend, but you know they can get up and down. You can see the athleticism. They shoot. Even though they didn't shoot it great, you can see like there's so much more space on the floor. It is just a more enjoyable watch.
Right. There's so many different ways. I mean, you can already tell. Obviously, you probably knew this when you get Kevin Durant. You probably know this, assume this, but to see it, like there's so many different ways this team can win. Last year, it was you got to muck this thing up, man. Physical as you possibly can, muck it up, take them out of their comfort zone, and hopefully you can get some shots late to win a game, right? And they were really good at it, obviously. But now, just I mean, I look up there and KD is doing his thing like at the left elbow, and it's clearly blanketed. I don't know who was covering him, but clearly blanketed. And he just stands straight up and shoots a jumper from the elbow and knocks it down. To have a guy that can score that easily, doesn't have to be wide open or doesn't have to be at the rack to score, that just opens up so much more to you know, ways that the Rockets can win. Obviously through KD. As you saw last night, they ran it through Şengün, and he was lights out. We saw that plenty of times last year, especially late in the season where they're running it through him. You still have the ability to do some of that defensive roughhouse type stuff. So the ways that the different ways that they can attack and the different ways that they can win, the different ways they can frustrate an opponent, is impressive. It's fun. I know it's one game, but it's blatantly obvious.
713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in on this. Your thoughts on KD's debut last night? KD, 47 minutes. He fouled out, and he picked them fouls up in bunches late. I mean, he was sitting there fine, and then next thing you know, he got several of them in a row, including really the obviously the toughest one where he sent SGA to the line, which eventually he took the lead there, and those were the winning points there when he went to the line. But he fouls out of that game. He gets to him at 4.5. Is that what you had him at, Tyler? You just needed a bucket.
Yeah, I lost him by the hook.
Yep. But he goes 23 points, 9 rebounds, 3 assists. Very, very efficient, which is, I think, even to the point that you were making there with KD. Like, KD is not somebody that has to have 30 shots to get him up, right? He got 23 points. He was 0 for 4 from 3, which is not going to be something that happens. I mean, on 16 attempts, you know, and he missed all his threes, and he gets 23 points. That could have easily been, you know, a 30-point night. And he had some issues. There were some turnovers late that he had. He missed a free throw late in the fourth quarter that that could have made it a 3-point game instead of a 2-point game. I'm not really worried about that. I love what I saw from him. And you can see they just have a dude when it all breaks down that can go get a bucket. And it's more confident. Like, it's not like, hold on to your horses. We'll see what Jalen Green's going to do. Is he going to – no, they got a guy that can do it. And because they have a guy, their other guys have advantageous matchups. Like, because Kevin Durant's on the floor, Alfred Şengün is getting guarded by a guard. Yeah. and they were able to work that. So you could see his impact. It wasn't the best of KD, and I don't have any concerns that he's going to miss late game free throws or that he's going to have turnovers like that. But you how things opened up for the second and potential third players with Şengün and guys like Thompson. So I thought I was impressed and really excited about the future with his performance.
Yeah, hell, I mean, you should be. I mean, this is going to be fun, man. I mean, on primetime stage against the champs, and you double OT and play down to the nails. I mean, that is that's a good start, no doubt.
No, it is. Someone texted in, guys, Reed Sheppard is not going to work. We got to find somebody else as clear as day. No, it can't be. I mean, come on, guys. I mean, he's your number. He was your number 3 pick. You got to give him more than the time he's had. I just don't. I mean, that was probably, especially opening day. Yeah. OKC. I mean, he had been in those moments, and I think he's going to have to get. Well, this guy's a freshman out of Kentucky that went right to the league.
Well, you got to expose him to it. I think that's a good point, Ron. Is last night was great exposure for guys that need to develop that didn't get a lot of exposure last year. Mainly Reed Sheppard, obviously. I think the step that was made in the right direction last night, which maybe this is why my bar is set extremely low for Reed Sheppard, but the step that was made last night was he damn sure looked like he belonged. And from a sense of wanting to be there and being aggressive and not hesitating and not bypassing opportunities and things of that nature. Like he clearly was aggressive. He clearly did not hesitate when he wanted to take a shot. It wasn't pretty, obviously, but the step of just being confident in those moments for me, which we've seen. Small sample sizes of that. We've seen flashes in the pan of that. Can it happen every time he touches the floor? I think is a big question. I think that's, for me personally, before I get to, well, how many threes did he knock down? Is he distributing the ball? How effective is he? Like, I just want to see him go out there and consistently feel like it's like, hey, man, appreciate y'all showing up on my floor today and playing with me.
Yeah.
Like, just bring that attitude of like, hey, man, I'm going to come at your throat kind of deal. And the rest, I think will fall in place. But that's the part I'm looking for.
Yeah,
and I think we saw that last night.
I'm sorry, he just hasn't had enough meaningful opportunities
to
say no, right? Like, to get him out of there. He had to go in there. They would have rather had Fred. They'd have rather had Amin Thompson. But obviously they had some injuries there, and I think he's got to get those opportunities. All right. Let's go to our guy, B. Scott, a little Texans report with Brandon Scott. He'll probably mix in some Rocket stuff if I know him. But Texans report coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Hey, check it out. If you got big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property, you know where I'm going with this, man. My man Louis Flory over at Ability Tree Expert is the man. Absolutely, no doubt about it. He's a guy that you'll meet with. Nobody in Houston comes close to the experience and the knowledge of Louis Flory and Ability Tree Experts. And here's the reality of the situation. If you've got big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property, whether it's where you're living right now or maybe you own some property somewhere where you plan on building a dream home or building a home, it doesn't matter. If you've got those big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property, they are the second most valuable asset on that property, second only to your home. And it's in your best interest to give them the care that they deserve, give them the care that they need to make sure that they survive. By all means, it is going to impact your property value either positively or negatively. So you need to take care of them. Here's the deal. Whether you have some kind of infestation or you have something
81. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Football in H-Town is on the rise.
I love D'Amico Ryans, man. I tell you what.
H-Town, I'm back.
Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the gridiron.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
It's time for your weekly Texans report.
We ain't laying down for nobody.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in as we are live here. It's 4:40. That means we hear from Brandon Scott. By the way, a little football talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, there's a lot from today and the press conference. And B. Scott, you have covered this team. You've covered every bit of the D'Amico Ryans, C.J. Stroud era. Would you say this is, at least from what you hear from the fan base and others, is this the most, or I guess the least level of belief that has been had, guys, right now?
Yeah, it's got to be rock bottom in terms of belief, right?
Yeah.
And I felt like week 3 felt like rock bottom at the time, losing to the Jags. The way, I mean, y'all remember how that game looked, how the Jags tried to give them the game and they just wouldn't take it. That felt like rock bottom at the time. But now we're a couple of weeks out of this thing, and there is something to be said for coming out of a bye week. And I know all of us were kind of offended by this. Like, you don't even have to be a Texans fan. Just appreciate the game, right? To come out of a bye week and to look as ill-prepared and not ready for the moment as they did was really disappointing. And so when you talk about belief, how could you believe in that? How could you watch Monday Night Football the way the Texans performed under the circumstances, given that they had 15 days to prepare for it? And I know some of that is off days, bye week, and all of that, but you understand they had 2 weeks to prepare for this opponent, and they come out there. You got one of your leaders on the offensive line talking about complacency. You hear D'Amico Ryans today ask a question about, and we might get to this, but asked a question about their offensive identity. He can't really answer it, and it looked that way. It looked that way on the field. And so when you talk about belief, man, it's got to be at an all-time low. It feels like rock bottom for this iteration, right? For the D'Amico Ryans era so far, it feels that way.
Well, you know, the interesting thing, and this is one of them, it's about D'Amico for me, is D'Amico is why I've lost all hope on this season and definitely with this offense. Is, you know, I would like to think that D'Amico is, you know, just not offering an explanation or covering for his guys, but this is the same exact thing we saw last year. It's all fixable, technique and mechanics. All they got to do is execute, do your job, do what you're coached to do, and then at the end of the year, the offense coordinator gets fired, right? You can't ever figure it. None of the problems ever gets fixed, and your offense coordinator gets fired. And now, so here's another one, and it's the same song and dance of, plays are good. The plays are good. We just got to execute after we snap the football, right? That's the part of me is like I've heard this song and dance before, and it wasn't protecting anybody. It was real. Like there was an inability to fix or adjust that we've already seen cost one offensive coordinator his job. It seems like they're on the way for another one.
Well, it seems like literally the issue is that they don't have the answer. Like, why does he sound like he does not have the answers? What you see in the press conference is reflected on the field, or vice versa, right? Like you can see them searching for answers on. Like, think about it. He's asked that question, what's your offensive identity? The thing that he can't say that's frustrating about all of it, that we all know the real answer is, we don't have one. We ain't got one. He can't say that. And so absent of that, absent the real answer, he doesn't have any good, just BSing it, if you will. But y'all had Cecil Shorts on here. You and him have talked about this. You and Cecil have talked about this. And it was the first thing I remember Cecil saying when he was on with y'all earlier in the show. Because, man, they don't have no identity. They don't know what they want to be, what they want to do, what direction they want to go in.
But what if he said that, though, Brandon? But what if he just said, right now, hell, man, we ain't got one. You're watching it.
You know what? I think we could have.
Right,
As frustrating as that would have been, and as frustrating as that would have been to hear And when you talk about confidence, you probably would have had even less confidence.
But it's been better than move the football.
I think I would not have bailed on the offense today if he had said that. If he'd have said right now, man, we ain't got one, but here's what we're working towards. Here's what our end game is.
This is what we want to be, but right now,
that would have been a better answer.
Yeah, I left D'Amico Ryan's audio, his meeting with the presser today. I left that as in, I don't know that they've even had that conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they've had the conversation. It just doesn't feel like it's going anywhere. You ever talk in circles? You know, and everybody's repeating their same point back and forth,
right.
or whatever the points is don't work. You know, and this is a fair point I feel like was made on either in the YouTube chat or somewhere where I saw it. It's like, hey, how can you establish an identity when your offensive line looks like this? When you're still, this was another offensive part of the game. They're still figuring out a left guard. They don't know who their left guard is.
Well, they think it's better. They think it's better if they are on a pitch count.
Yeah. Well, if that be the case, though, how you gonna run plays? How you gonna what you got? A Lake and Thompson package and a Juice Scruggs package?
I've never heard of the guard thing.
You're right. I've never the guard on a play clock.
Yeah,
on a snap count.
You made the point too when you were talking to Cecil Clint about that. There's only but so many run plays and schemes and different ways you can block it. It's 5 guys down there, or it's 6, 7, however many you want to devote to it. But it becomes a numbers game at some point, and you only got but so many options. None of them really seem to work for them.
Well, but when you got to know who you are. Like if this offensive line is not going to go in and dominate the line of scrimmage or control the line of scrimmage versus anybody. Now, maybe the backups in Baltimore after their best players got hurt. Maybe Tennessee when Simmons is a guy that you just got to control one. But you're not going to go control the line of scrimmage your way to the playoffs. And if you like you know that's the thing is like and so if you know that, what are you going to do to overcome the fact that this week you're not going to be able to create enough creases inside to generate a run game? What are you going to do? How are you going to one off this thing? Who else are you going to get involved? And there's a zero effort.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, you make a big defensive front like that, I'm going to make you defend the screens. Even if I don't make any yards on him, I'm going to make his big ass run sideline to sideline to see if I can't wear him out.
Yeah.
To see if I can't hit a seam that way. Didn't even try it.
Well, and on top of that, the margin for error is slim when that's the case, right? Like you need to come up with the answers, but also your margin for error is slim when you're a team talking about, hey, you're not going to dominate the line of scrimmage your way to victories. Well, you got to figure it out, but also you are now limited. You are now extremely limited in what you can do. And what do you do when you're inexperienced and limited, which is the case here, right? You got a defensive head coach that's monitoring everything, and then he's entrusted a first-year play caller with figuring it all out. Yeah. It's a bad situation.
We haven't talked a lot about this. Brandon Scott here with us each and every Wednesday, 4:40. Do you think the Monday?
Not in the beginning. No, I thought.
We keep hearing the 4 turnovers. It's really 3. The other one is the little strip that Woody Marks got. They count that as a turnover that led to the touchback. But they got 3 turnovers in the game. Many people are the offensive play is kind of overlooking. How well do you think the defense played coming off the bye?
Look, I think the defense is at least good. Like I can still confidently say that the defense is a good defense. But if we're just talking about Monday night, no, I wasn't expecting the Seahawks second running back to run it down their throat the way that they did, considering that the Seahawks don't even necessarily run it that well. We know they run it a lot, right? They run it as much as anybody in the league, but they don't necessarily run it great. They ran it great early against the Texans. Jackson Smith-Njigba, I understand that he's in the conversation for one of the best players in all of football right now.
He wanted.
But he got whatever he wanted against whoever he wanted, right? And so, no, you watch Jackson Smith-Njigba light him up the way that he did, the running game lighted up the way that they did early in the game. No, I don't feel like the defense was incredible.
Yeah. Look, the defense got smoked early on. That was the biggest thing. Other than that, it was short fields that they were able to take advantage of. You give short fields to that offense, the way they're humming, that they're going to get points on the board. I mean, the slow start, the inexcusable slow start, particularly from Derek Stingley Jr. giving up a big play, giving up a couple of big plays. That's the part that you just. The truth of the matter is the margin of error for this defense is slim to none. You cannot let a team jump to 14-0. It's a wrap. It's game over.
Hunter Brown, baby.
Yeah.
I mean, we give up 2.
Yeah, because you're in trouble.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's just the reality of who they are. And look, they're the best defense in the league right now in terms of scoring defense. So I mean, the expectations come with it.
But look at that though, the domino effect of slim margins, right? Margin of error is slim for the offense, which means a defense that's actually good, like objectively good. Now their margin for error is slimmer, right? They can't just peel the ears back and go, right? They gotta account for the fact that the offense can't get anything going. So there is a domino effect to the offense being what it is right now.
No, it is. It is a rough go of it. It would take them 8-3 to get to 10 wins. Your thoughts? Do you even look at this team anymore as playoff? Do you even look at them that way anymore?
It's sad because I did as early as a week ago, as recently as about a week ago, because I was feeling good about what they had going into the bye week and their chances at least to play a good. It's not the record, right? Like, it's not even just the math of it all. It's the way that it looks. It's everything that you guys talk about from segment to segment about the offense not having an identity, the offensive play caller not having a good feel. I mean, you think about that stretch where they throw 3 straight go balls or whatever it was. You think about that stretch where they run the same exact play or a similar one on 3rd and 4th down when, like Clint just mentioned, already, and at least at that point in the game have established that you cannot dominate the line of scrimmage. That's not your bag. That's not what your thing is. Not this opponent. So, yeah, it's more so about the way that it looks and how bad that it looks as much as it is being 2-4. Right, it's not just the math of it all; it's the way that it looks. It's, I got a hard time envisioning how they go from where they are right now to where they exactly want to be.
All right, that's B. Scott. We may be getting closer and closer to Rockets report here in a.
Yeah, man. They played a hell of a game.
They did.
They played a hell of a game like last night. If they can figure out their ball handling situation and just get somebody to run that offense, man. They got a lot of good things going for them. So, yeah, shout out to the Rockets, man. We got something here in H-Town.
There you go. Speaking of the Rockets, we got to hear from Udoka. He gave us an update on Amen Thompson, which was a bit of a loss there late in that game. We'll let you know the latest on what's going on with him. Continue with the injury front. The Texans, Nico Collins, Christian Kirk, we'll let you hear from D'Amico himself as he gives an update on them and other quarterbacks around the league. All of that as we continue right here live. A little 5 o'clock fire coming up next. But before we get there, let me tell you about Clayton Homes and the Red Tag Sales event. It is the best time of the year to go buy your dream home, and you can do that with this Red Tag Sales event. Now, I want to tell you right now, you got till December 31st.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
It can rocket ship to the stars.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show. And there it is. Hairy Nipple T-Mill has the latest, and he's rubbing them now, folks. YouTube and Twitch.
That was interesting.
There it is for you. Still got it. Still showing.
He can
Still
cover
showing.
the whole nipple with literally the tip of his index finger.
Yep, pinkies.
His nipples disappeared.
Yeah, they did. He's got small ones, folks. He's taken. Anyway, the latest here. Dirty Show T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, a.k.a. the face that produces the place. The Rockets, they lose in double overtime, 125-124. As B. Scott just said, a great game. One of the turning points in the game was late there. Udoka did not have the services of his young point guard, Amin Thompson. He left the game, and according to reports, he was cramping just his calf, and he had held him out. They said it was for reasons of not the extra minutes and not being fully stretched out and ready to roll with those extra minutes. There's multiple overtimes in that game, but it was just cramping, and Udoka said he will be fine and will be able to keep on rolling through. So nothing serious there with Amin Thompson, which was big, and I do think that was a big part of the game, Clint. When he was out, SGA started to really make plays down the stretch. And they tried with Reed Shepherd. They tried switches there. They ended up going into like a bit of a zone, and that worked a bit. But Amin Thompson, that was a big reason why they weren't out there. And Clint, I'll be honest with you, that big lineup worked a lot better than I thought it would. And it wasn't just to just have fun and show it. They used it a lot throughout the game, where they had Amin Thompson, KD, and Steven Adams and Şengün. They played Steven Adams and Şengün together a lot in that game, and Smith as well. So it worked out a little bit better than I thought it would.
Well, it's not, and you obviously you know this, but it's Şengün's flexibility, if you will, to be able to extend on the floor and get out and guard on the perimeter and do some different things. A little bit more athletic, I would say, than most bigs in the league. And then, obviously, talking about Amin Thompson with the first part of your comment there, he drives the defense. He drives the physicality. To me, he's the about identity. Like, he's the identity of the Rockets when it comes to that physical, defense-driven physicality like that we see in Houston. He is the driving force behind that. So yeah, when he leaves the floor, you're going to feel it on the defensive end, right? Hopefully there's a day, which, I'm sure we do to some degree, but hopefully there's a day that you feel it in a big way on the offensive end of the floor. But right now, I would think that you feel it the most on the defensive end of the floor, and that was obvious last night. Yeah,
last night, two young players that look like they're maybe ready to take another step. Chet was really, really good for OKC last night, and then Alperen Şengün was special last night. I didn't know he could. We'll see if he's going to be consistent like that. I think he was pretty good last year, around 19 a game last year, and a good all-around game. But it looked like he's taking it to another level last night. 39, 11, and 7, 5 of 8 from 3. If he can be anywhere close to that level of consistency, shooting threes, and that's a completely different player. And they were hunting him towards the end of game. In his matchup, and that is a game changer there, right? If Şengün is taking another step, and he's 23, so it's not crazy, but that type of step to go along with KD in the space, it helped him a lot too out there on the floor. He could get in the post and get where he wanted to because teams were afraid to leave KD. Reed Shepherd at times too. So Şengün, that was hard to ignore how good he was.
Well, it's a bad day for me because I don't know that I delivered Şengün as strongly as I maybe should have. When you were talking about a top player in the league, top 15 player in the league, top this, top that, I was like, I mean, I'll be honest with you, I can't get there. Boy, if he's going to knock down threes even remotely close to that rate, obviously that was ridiculous.
I did see a good month of that.
Yeah, I mean, if he's going to feel free to shoot those and he's going to knock them down consistently at a high clip, then yeah, I'll have to eat crow on that one. I might be dead ass wrong. That was a hell of a start to the season.
There was one where KD passed up on a three of his own to pass it to a wide open Şengün, and I think there was a reason why he was wide open, but he knocked it down. Amin Thompson, if you missed it, that injury report, I tell you what, he did not do. He did not knock him down, but he sure as hell kept taking them. My man was 0 for 7 from 3 last night, baby. He kept taking him, and they were giving him. He kept taking it, but we'll see. He had some confidence. Then later he slowed down there in the fourth quarter and gave up something. Good start for the Rockets is they go double OT against the champs and fall by 1. They had a chance to win that game multiple times, but a good start for the Rockets.
I'm so high on the Rockets.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, injury report here for the Texans. They designate Jalen Smith for return. Nico Collins, Christian Kirk didn't practice today. Nico Collins with that concussion, Christian Kirk with that hamstring he's still struggling with. Here was D'Amico Ryans as he met with the media earlier today addressing what it may look like if there's no Nico or Christian Kirk.
And whoever gets opportunity at receiver, it's got to step up and play. Unfortunately, injuries happen all throughout the league. Whoever gets that opportunity, step up, make the most of it, and you go out and you excel by just doing what you're supposed to do. So whoever is called to do that and to take that role, they'll do a tremendous job.
Boy, Clint, I don't know if I'm
whoever it is. They'll step up.
I hope they do a tremendous job. This is, and we'll get into a little bit later on the things that they may have to do, but this is when it gets really concerning and scary with what we've seen from Nick Caserio, Nick Caley and the offensive staff. Is they've appeared to struggle with creativity with all their parts, and now you gotta figure out a way to sustain things and be creative and to function without your top 2 guys, and they haven't been able to do it with them. So the game plan they come up with without these 2, if they're not there, is really concerning.
Well, the scary part is that Nick Caley has not shown the ability or the willingness to even adjust to an approach that maybe highlights one player or the other. Right now, it didn't even do it with Nico Collins, and so doing it now when you're down players, will it happen? I don't know. Now, the saving grace here, or at least the one thing that gives you a little bit of hope is, C.J. Stroud and obviously Bobby Slowick, did some of their best work when guys were injured, when Nico was injured, or when the offensive line was out. And so maybe it forces them into a position where you do have to feature a player like Jalen Noel a little bit more than maybe they had to feature players before. So we'll see. But right now your numbers are so low at the wide receiver, at the pass catcher position, that you're gonna, to some degree, you're gonna have to get creative.
Man, I guess maybe before the season started, I didn't love their skills, but I didn't feel like it was this rough. It looks rough right now.
When you look at this training camp, you think Joe Mixon is potentially going to come back into the fold at some point. You got Brevin Jordan, who's definitely an explosive weapon. You've got Cade Stover, who is an every down tight end that can do things in the run game and the pass game that others can't. You've got Christian Kirk coming in. You think he's going to be somebody that you can depend on. He's not, and so you got a lot of guys right there that just. That just now you're out Nico as well, so yeah, it's not maybe not out, but he's obviously in concussion protocol right now, so you may be without him. It's pickings are slim now.
We'll see what Nick Caley is able to dial up with his guys out. We'll see what they're able to do, but they've got to find a way to get something going offensively, because based off what we've seen, it looks like they could get smothered by the 49ers coming up if they don't have those 2 guys.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, some NFL news of the quarterback position. Lamar Jackson returns to Ravens practice after his hamstring injury. Reports Baltimore participated in practice Wednesday for the first time since sustaining a hamstring injury in Week 4 against the Kansas City Chiefs. the two-time MVP, has missed the team's last 2 games, including a loss to the Cleveland Browns. I'm sorry, not the Cleveland Browns, but including a loss to the Rams, leaving the Ravens now 1-5 as a record going forward. By the way, they were, as of last week, they were still the favorites to win that division. We'll see after this latest loss. But they're 1-5 right now, Clint. Lamar Jackson returns. Obviously, he changes the game for this team. You think the Ravens, from what we've watched and what you see, you think they can still make a run to the playoffs with Lamar Jackson?
Not just with Lamar, no. I mean, look, they're 3 games back, the Steelers, and both of the head-to-head matches are still in the future, and their division stinks with Cincinnati and Cleveland. So there's still life there, I think. But, I mean, I'm not familiar enough with beyond Lamar Jackson, particularly on the defensive side of the football. What does that look like? I don't know. Those guys, Matabike and
he's not coming back.
I mean, how many of those guys are
Yeah.
injured? They had guys at every level when the Texans played them. I hadn't checked back to see what that defense looks like. But if that defense doesn't get any better, I don't know that even Lamar Jackson can overcome a 3-game deficit in the division by himself.
I don't know. 1-5, man. That's. I mean, I understand what's going on in the division, but 1-5. That's
the worst scoring defense in football. I mean, they're giving up 40 points a game.
We'll see. They had lost 2 in a row with him, but the schedule, they did start off tough. Buffalo, the Lions, and Chiefs, 3 of their first 4 games, and the schedule seems to lighten up a bit for them. But we'll see moving forward. Also, Jayden Daniels, also quarterback, Washington Commanders. He will not start Monday. He had a hamstring issue. Marcus Mariota will start for Washington against Kansas City coming up on Monday night. And Clint, it feels like, I don't know if it's to the level yet where CJ is, but it does feel like Jayden Daniels is having a similar situation to CJ Stroud in year 2, where year 1 was so good and there was high expectations. In year 2, it at the very least, it doesn't seem like it's coming the same way that it was. It does seem a little bit more difficult. There's more struggles right now from Jayden Daniels.
Yeah, look, I mean, a better schedule and teams having film on you, and I think that's a problem. And then, but I think the bigger problem there is the NFL is a tough place to live outside the pocket, and when you spend a lot of time running and you get a little bit nicked up, it completely changes the dynamic of your offense. And so I think his injuries obviously have played a part here, and that's the question mark ultimately with all these guys, that when we're seeing guys run around as much as these guys are running around, is if you're not super durable, then it could be a problem. I'm not saying that he is an injury-prone player. I'm just saying that his game, if you are injury-prone at all, is going to be a problem. And so,
well, that tape and schedule. I mean, I guess that was a thing for CJ yet last year too.
Yeah,
that tape and schedule for a guy like that. Now, I will say Terry McLaurin's been injured a lot.
So he was missing both of them last game.
Yeah, missing both of them. Debo was injured, so some of his guys have been hurt. Again, when I've watched him, it doesn't seem like it's been a huge drop off, but it does kind of mirror a little bit what CJ went through last year. Now, I don't know if they'll fire their OC by the end of it, but it does look like it's a little bit of that. So, Jayden Daniels going to be on the shelf there with a hamstring injury. We'll see how long that goes.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, history in Major League Baseball. Giants named Tennessee's Tony Vitello as manager of their baseball team, the San Francisco Giants. They bring him. He was at Tennessee, and after days of negotiation, he becomes the first time a big league team has hired a manager directly from a college program without any prior experience in Major League Baseball. So he comes right up from Tennessee and becomes the manager for the Giants. Never ever coached or managed grown men. Has dealt with collegiate players. That should be an interesting one.
Yeah.
To see, I like the thought of like going outside the box. This guy is a good manager, a good baseball guy, bring him in. But I wonder, is this about to be a trend that we see potentially?
Well, he's also the highest paid first-year manager in MLB history, 3 many years. So they've got high expectations. They had to pay him a boatload of money. They had to pull him from Tennessee. Tennessee was he was actually went through Arkansas at one point. Tennessee hired him as from Arkansas, and so I'm familiar with him. He's a hot-headed young manager. He's hot-headed. Huh? Hot-headed boy. Yeah, he's hot-headed. He'll scream across the diamond. He'll get in the face during a handshake line. He does that with I've seen him do it with the Arkansas guy, which the Arkansas guy was a good friend of his. He got him gave him the assistant job. So he's hot-headed but his players love him. He is a new age manager from a standpoint of letting these guys play with swag. Tennessee would wear mink coats and stuff in the damn dugout, and after they
that is him. Yeah.
That's him, man. And
hothead manager, never coached grown men. Raphael Devers.
We'll see.
Yes. Come on, Tone.
No.
Come on, Tone.
No.
That'd be great. All right. I got a question for you and the people, Clint, coming up about the Texans. And I'm really curious to seeing the response from you all. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about them cold Coors Light. Well, I tell you what, I stopped over.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I mean, there's a lot of different ways you can say our identity is. I would say as a mindset thing, it's more physical. Point A to point B, going as fast as you can. Relentless swarm, everything Coach talks about. Schematically, I think, we're finding our area there where, we're leaning somewhat on, the run game, being RPOs, where, then we can go big personnel. So it's a little bit of everything. But I think we're still finding that as time goes on. And I think it could always adjust, but I think, we're finding it as weeks go on.
That was C.J. Stroud on the offense's identity. Offensive identity question earlier. CJ's, I would say, probably was answered a tad better, but
he tried.
Not great.
He tried. It should be. There should be something.
It's not easy.
Yeah, there should be something there, and I think it's pretty clear. This is a game plan offense. They're like CJ said, a little bit of everything, and it's going to change week to week, and that's what the game plan offense is. There's no specific, like you can't say West Coast or you just can't necessarily
because you're not run the football. You may run it this week, but you may not.
Yeah, you're not an inside run team. You're not an outside run team. You're not a pass first team. You're not a shotgun team. You're not an under center team, pro style team. You try to be a little bit of everything and do whatever the defense's weakness is, and that's what's getting them. But
can I before I get into
for them to not be able to answer that question, being in that building, and the people that are trying to do, like, they're discussing every day what you're trying to accomplish on offense, for them to not have a better way to answer that question is wild.
And thanks, Tyler, for playing that, because that leads into the question I want to ask. But before I do hit you all with that question, I know that the Patriots, when Brady was there, had a game plan offense. Even when Mac was there, had a game plan offense. But there was still an identity within that offense, right? There were still things that they did I know it was game plan. Like, Tom is going to use his backs, and he's going to use and take what you give him and
tight ends.
And get his, like, their tight ends. They would get matchups with their tight ends all the time in the middle of the field, and they'll take, and then bam, hit you when you try to adjust. I still even feel like, even though they were a game plan offense, it may change from week to week. I still feel like I had an understanding of what the Patriots were going to do. I
think that when you look at the game plan offense, it's this. Your players have to be more cerebral than the approach of, hey, we are going to run. We're going to be a zone-heavy team. We're going to run this inside zone, outside zone, and in the toss zone. We're going to be really athletic up front, and then we're going to play action the hell out of folks when we get that rolling. That's a little bit more simple to the standpoint of once you figure that out, once you collect players that are good at that, offensive linemen that are good at running that with a combination of athletic ability and physicality, then you've got it licked. It's not a ton of thinking. Whereas in this, you may shift in the next week, be more of a pin and pull G scheme type team. And you got to figure out how to do those and execute those and communicate those, and what defense is it good against? What techniques is it good against? What techniques is it not good against? And so it's just always changing. So you got to be super cerebral, really across the board at every position, but definitely your quarterback, your center, your main communicators have to be super, relatively speaking. So we'll see. I'm just to be honest with you, I'm shocked that there's not a better, a better from inside the building, not a better explanation of what their quote unquote identity is or what they feel like they're good at.
And Clint, we're 6 games and a bye week into this, just season, from a season perspective, not even to mention all of the off-season stuff. And when you hear this, I'm just throwing this out to you, and you tell me if I'm jumping the gun, and maybe you need to take a deep breath before you roll with it, but
probably should. I don't even know the question.
Is it too soon in the process right now that it feels like in some form or fashion a a relatively major change needs to occur on this offense?
Yes.
Like, is it too soon?
Oh, no, is it too soon? No.
Is it too soon?
Not for me.
Like, yeah, I know you
Not
sit
for
around
me.
it, but is it too soon? Because it just watching them on Monday, I mean, they're not a good offense at all, man. It's not even close. And it just feels like something's got to change. Like, it looks like it looks like some of the players have gotten to a place of just accepting it. And just like, well, this is what we're going to be. That's why I asked Cecil, do you think people are looking at, like, have lost confidence in the guy and Nick Caley at the top? It just, I watched it. I was like, after that game I said, man, they got to change something.
CJ has lost confidence in Nick Caley. CJ has lost confidence in D'Amico Ryans. I believe that. I mean, they're not going to admit that, obviously, and some people may think I'm crazy. But I'm going to talk to a guy, because this isn't just 7 weeks, 6 games into this thing. CJ's been getting his ass whooped for a year and a half now. Yeah. And that's a rough life to live, man, especially immediately following a unbelievable best rookie year we've seen, rookie of the year type of season. CJ's tired. CJ's frustrated. CJ understands that they put 2 guys to be his play callers that have never called plays before. And CJ understands that this is not just about the players and techniques and mechanics. This is about a lot more than that. And yeah, I think CJ's lost a lot of confidence. And if you're D'Amico, you're not too concerned about that at this point in time. But you got to make a decision. I said this yesterday. If you're D'Amico, you got to make a decision here. Do you want to try to salvage this season? And if you do, then you move on from Nick Caley. I mean, you can make him a position coach, whatever. You strip the play calling duties from Nick Caley, and you give him to Gerard Johnson.
That would count as a
major move. And you give him to Gerard Johnson, right? And see if Gerard Johnson can't create some level of spark over the next 10 weeks, 11 weeks, whatever it is. And odds are it's not going to work. I mean, it'd be a tough situation for Gerard Johnson to take the reins in. But if he's really good, if he is as brilliant an offensive mind as some believe, then he will take it in stride and there'll be some marked improvement, right? Or if you want to just ride this thing out, which it seems at this point that's what D'Amico's going to do, is ride this thing out, stay patient with the guys that you have in the bin. You know, you can all but chalk this year up, because I agree with you. It's that bad. I think you can chalk this year up to an install year. And hopefully that Nick Caley figures this thing out in one season and next year's better.
Because Brandon Scott said it earlier, Cecil said it earlier, and we spoke with him. Man, you can not only have, and that's what it is for me, to know they had a bye week. They had 15-plus days to come up with a game plan. You've harped on it the last couple of days. Like, this is what you thought you were going to do with your offensive line and their D-line. And then in game, not just the 15 days to come up with the game plan, then in game, you never seem to have the adjustment to do something different to give your team a better chance. And I don't know, man. I looked at that. It was just like something big has to change. Something
I'm of the belief that something major has to change, or you risk losing C.J. Stroud. And in 2025, losing your quarterback is usually for more than a year. Usually it means they're not real interested in trusting you again to go find an offensive coordinator that can give them a chance to make the $60 million a year jump at the quarterback position. And so I just think there's a lot more at risk. Year 3 for C.J. Stroud. This is a contract year. There's a lot more at risk. So when you are C.J. Stroud, his representation, his agent, when you're him, you look at things that you in hindsight and go, hey, well, what kind of cards have I been dealt to go out there and become the highest paid quarterback in the NFL, or what somebody else to tell me that I'm not that good and that I need to take a $40 million a year deal, here or somewhere else. Like, we're at a spot where those things come into play. We're not at a spot where show up and do your job is gonna cut it with these guys.
No, it does. It looks like, and I think CJ included, it looks like several guys are moving from, man, I hope this works, when they line up to, man, this ain't gonna work.
Well, but you look at it like you're right. You're right. But check it out. So, Will's in a really good spot. Will's over there balling. Will's in a great scheme. Will's got dudes around him that make his job easier. Will knows he's fixing to set the market at the defensive edge rusher position.
Micah Parsons just got paid.
Yeah. So Will's in a really, really, really good spot. And then so take a snapshot of that grin, that smile that Will's got on his face, although he's 2-4, and then take you a snapshot of that long, sad face that C.J. Stroud's carrying around the sideline. Right? It's two different worlds, man. It's going to get interesting. 2-4 with an awful offensive product and a quarterback has already shown potential to be a set the market type of guy, and he ain't gonna get it because he's playing because the offense can't. No, man, that's got the makings for a bad situation here in Houston offensively.
All right, T-Mill's best bets coming up, and a couple of positive things. Moving forward, including moving towards Sunday in the game against the Niners, that we can at least take away from the game Monday that could be a help to this team. We'll discuss that.
They're original MVPs of the testosterone replacement therapy game, y'all. I tell you about this all the time, man. I've been with them for about 7 years, man, and it's simple. What makes them the MVP? Well, let me tell you about it. I've experienced it, and I can list it off for you. They use pharmaceutical grade.
2222.
I'm very intrigued by up-and-coming talent. Tyler Milner is joining us here on the show.
Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access, as Mark and John will have it holding it down for you a little bit later on. So stay tuned for that. Nick Caserio, the general manager, will be on with the fellas tonight. And coming up after that, Area 45, our guy Luke Morrow is in with the fellas tonight. Sean Bijani, Luke, and Chris Santiago have you 8 to midnight tonight, as well as I was listening to the fellas. They were last night and giving us maybe a little play-by-play, letting us know their thoughts about that Rockets game last night. So always fun to listen to those fellas. We'll have T-Mill's best bets. Not bad last night. I think he really got hosed on especially with Durant. How many rebounds did Jimmy Butler end up getting? He had 31 last night.
Oh, that one I lost by the hook as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah.
5.5
Jimmy was right there. I thought for sure he would have that bachelor. Jonathan Kuminga probably stole some from him. But T-Mill's best bet's coming up. By the way, this just couldn't work any better for ESPN. As we look up on the screen right now, they just flat have inside the NBA right here, and ratings bonanza are just going to shoot up compared to whatever. And they don't got to do no work. Here, man, y'all just go ahead and get all this stuff and send it to us, and we'll get it on the ESPN. And it's literally, I can't hear it. It literally it's just the same show.
Yeah, the logo in front of
everything is the same.
The logo in front of it says ESPN instead of TNT.
Yeah. Everything, same building. They stayed in Atlanta, same thing. Charles looks like he's dropped 70. But did you see him?
Mm-mm.
Oh, wait till you see him. Charles is. I don't want to put that shot on him. I don't want to put that Ozempic on him. But I don't know what he did. But damn it, this offseason ain't been that long since we last saw him. And Charles, and I'm gonna lie, Charles, I've been there with this myself. Charles kind of got that Oprah. He can fluctuate. Yeah, those two fluctuate. Look at him.
Thin.
Yeah, he looks smaller than Kenny.
Yeah, he looks thin.
Yeah, it looks good. But,
did Kenny swell up a bit? Because he ain't scared to have a good time now. So, did Kenny swell up a little bit, or did Barkley lose it?
Man, that bottom half for Kenny, man.
So, yeah, it's a little knock-kneed, ain't he?
Man, dude.
He got some he got a couple replacements.
And that guy was a high flyer, man. That
he's
dude
called
could
QC
move,
Kinetics.
Man. Dude.
Called QC Kinetics, man. See how long you can keep them real ones, Kenny.
Man, how about that? That walk is a rough one. But no, they're talking about the Rockets right now. In one of the big conversation pieces in the NBA. But no, that's a nice little move for ESPN. Just go ahead and bring that great show on over here, and we'll just keep rolling with it. Just get them ratings. All right, Clint. Two guys for you that you take away from Monday night, and even more than Monday night, right? Two guys, especially with what could be the injury situation at the receiver spot with Christian Kirk and Nico Collins, who did not practice today. Two guys that you think are positives from Monday and guys that could potentially be positives moving forward if those guys aren't able to go.
Well, look, I think there's one that is a new arrival, and there's one that seems to have shifted his approach to the game of football in the tight end position. So we'll talk about Dalton Schultz to start with. He's having a hell of a year, not just in the pass game, but as well as the physicality that he's shown in the run game as well. He had 9 catch week in a game when you needed him in a big way. He was a big part of it. He was the answer multiple times for C.J. Stroud and Nick Caley. And this is a year when Dalton Schultz needs to take the next step because you have less weapons in the pass-catching department as a whole for the Houston Texans. And it's even more so now. Last game you didn't have Christian Kirk. You lost Nico Collins. Dalton Schultz is consistent there and gives you a hell of a game again with 9 catches and 98 yards. And then, you fast forward to this year, this week, it looks like you're not going to have Nico Collins on a short week. And so even more so, you need Dalton Schultz to be that steady factor in the pass game, as well as continuing to be physical and impact the run game as well. Number 2, it's Jalen Noel, the rookie out of Iowa State. He was the 3rd rookie drafted this year in this year's draft, obviously, but I think he's got a chance to. I think he's already shown more, but I think he's got a chance to be the most impactful rookie in this 2025 class. All the way back with Jalen Noel, all the way back in OTAs, you show up at practice and you're thinking, okay, which receiver? Really, it's a new offense, so what's it going to look like? And all you got to do is follow the ball, and it always found, I believe he was wearing 14 at the time, Jalen Noel. The ball always found him, right? And so you start keeping an eye there. We started talking about it on these airwaves right then and there about, hey, man, this guy, the ball, just good things happen, man. He's super quarterback friendly. He's
whether it was Davis, whether it was
didn't matter. Didn't matter. And then you get into training camp and it's the same thing, right? Nico would stand out sometimes and Christian Kirk would stand out sometimes, but it seemed like every day, again, whether it was with the 1s, the 2s, didn't matter who it was with, it seemed like every day, if you just follow the football, Jalen Noel was going to show up. All of a sudden, you realize that he's really good in the return game. So much so, he's your opening day returner, and really has been really, really good at that. The Baltimore game, he had a couple of catches for a touchdown, but last week I think is when he arrived in a game where you had trouble making plays, you had trouble scoring points, and he climbs the ladder at the end of the first half to give you a chance to get in field goal range.
Yeah, that wasn't just a scheme throw, right? That wasn't a scheme catch. He was covered and had to go out and make a play.
I thought it was tremendous, man, and so. Jalen Noel ended up with 4 catches and 77 yards. He's got a knack for being clutch. He's very quarterback friendly. He does have that shiftier, twitchier, more explosive type of build and play style. And so I think they've got to find a way, especially with no Nico Collins. They got to find a way to make sure that Jalen Noel gets touches, right? Within the system, sure, but also within packages in the screen game as well as in the creative run game. They've got to find a way to get the ball in his hands multiple times in several different ways to keep a defense honest and really to take pressure off of some of the other guys, take pressure off the run game, take pressure away from Dalton Schultz, take some pressure off of these guys, take some pressure off of C.J. Stroud. Hell, he probably appreciate it. So I think the positives from last week's game is Dalton Schultz seems to be, no matter what the game's going like, he seems to be a guy that's going to show up every week. And then Jalen Noel has got a chance to be a real weapon here.
Let me ask you this. With Dalton Schultz, who's been playing really, and I would say it's really come on. It seems like the Titan game is when they seem to change, whether it's CJ, Nick, or whatever. They seem to change how they were using him. They're going to him early and often. And then in this game, it's early and often. He led the team in receptions, targets, and yards. Would you change how you add more to his plate in the way that you're using him, or maybe you try some one-on-one, some other action? Because right now it looks like it's just in the middle of the field and how they're using him, bootlegs and stuff. Would you add more to his plate to try to get matchups with him because he's been one of your guys?
Yeah, look, he's definitely a guy that you can move a lot. I mean, we've seen him line up outside of the formation. In other words, out wide and bring the receiver inside. We've seen that very briefly, but we have seen that a snap or two this year, and we've seen him line up out wide and get the matchup and throw the hitch to him out there and let him make a play. This past week, a lot of the run that he got, at least a lot of the production, was in the boot game, if you will. It was more or less fake the run, get the quarterback on the edge, and dump it to Dalton Schultz. So we've seen it already in multiple ways. In fact, I know the film shows that Dalton Schultz had a chance to be have an even bigger game in the vertical pass game a couple of different times. He hit a seam, and CJ just didn't see him.
On a third down, it's like a 3rd and 11.
Yeah.
Dalton showed some emotion.
Yeah,
because he almost threw a pick trying to throw it to Nico.
Damn sure did. Yeah. So I mean, look, the answer to your question is they can use him however they want. He is a veteran pass catching tight end that is very cerebral from a standpoint of being able to handle the entire different formations and things of that nature. So they can use him any way that they please.
Yeah. By the way, we're about to head to T-Mill's Best Bets. Coming up tomorrow, guys, come hang out with us. A little Thirsty Thursday, Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy off Park Row. Park Row. Come on out in Katy to hang out with us. Buffalo Wild Wings Thirsty Thursday. Always a great time. We don't come empty-handed. You get a chance to win prizes as well. And then hang out with us. Tomorrow we're in Katy, Park Row location, Buffalo Wild Wings. So come on and hang out. Tyler is in the red, but not too far off. Get on in here and make some money with Tyler. He was 3-2 last night. 3-2 with the bets, and was really, really close. Right, and Durant was a bucket away, and then Jimmy Butler was a rebound away from being 5 for 5. What you got tonight?
Yeah, we were 2 hooks away from being perfect last night. Those bad beats will get you here and there. But I got 5 more NBA bets for you tonight. No Rockets. They are off after that game last night. No KC. But I got 5 NBA picks for you. No player props tonight. But I like all these, obviously. First, I got the Raptors plus 5.5 at the Atlanta Hawks this evening. And I got the Boston Celtics minus 4.5 points as they are hosting the 76ers. The Kings plus 4.5 at the Phoenix Suns. The Portland Trailblazers, same number, plus 4.5 points. A little better on the Timberwolves. And then lastly here, your 5th and final best bet on a Wednesday is an over. The Texas Spurs at the Mavericks, over 223.5 points in that game. Probably my favorite one tonight if you want to tell one. Those are your 5 best bets, and it's a crucial Wednesday. We got to keep these green weeks going.
We'll see. That Hawks team, they've added some pieces in the offseason, so we'll see what that looks like. The Celtics and Sixers, man, I just don't know what either one of those teams are going to be. Embiid is playing for now. And then Tatum, is injured. Paul George is out. He's one of their guys they're trying to count on, I guess. So that one makes me nervous. Blazers and Wolves, not bad. Spurs and Mavericks, that looks like that's probably a high-scoring game.